Hello, Rhonda. Hello, Holistic Psychology. Hello, Elijah Towel. Hello, all of the Towel friends. It's great to see you. Roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You heard the Towel. That's it. That's the melody to Funky Town. Good morning. Hello. We got a lot to do. We got to dive right into it. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. 8:45 a.m. Hour and 15 minutes from now is when we begin testimony in the Donna Adelson and Dan Markel trial. But yesterday morning, Towel was doing the pool feed in the Shannon O'Brien and Deb Goldberg case. Very interesting. Don't have time to go into it. So we missed Jeff Lacasse testimony. We're going to watch it right now. I got it in full, ladies and gentlemen. And then Holistic Psychology, who is a wonderful super towel from Germany, says, what do you folks think about Donna? They say here on YouTube that there is no smoking gun against Donna, that they have nothing substantial. You think so too? No, I think the records, Florida has this, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. Florida has this concept called the hand of the one, the hand of them all. You don't need a smoking gun. Somebody shoots someone and you were part of the plot, that's enough. That's the law. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but that's a law. You don't need a smoking gun to charge someone under Florida's hand of the one, hand of them all law. You just need a connection, a nexus between the person and the crime, okay, the conspirators. And here we have very obvious Wendy to Charlie and Donna to Katie Magbanua, in some cases Wendy to Katie directly, to Tuto, Sigfredo Garcia, to Luis Rivera and the other hitman. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See what I'm saying? That's hand of the one, hand of them all. All right, so we have, you don't really, that's my opinion, you don't really need a smoking gun against Donna Adelson. That's not how it works. You need a nexus. Now, we've seen a lot of co-conspirator statements come in under the hearsay exception already during this trial. So that means that Judge Everett thinks that there's at the very least a preponderance. Now, why do I know this? Well, I've written extensively on the co-conspirator exception to the hearsay rule. And U.S. v. El Mazian from the Fifth Circuit in 2011 is the most recent case you're going to find on this. But basically, depending on whether you're in the Fifth Circuit, the First Circuit, or otherwise, the co-conspirator exception to the hearsay exception is very similar, except for the burden of proof, to the hand of the one, hand of them all concept. And what it means is, a hearsay statement is any statement made out of court and offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If you want to offer an out-of-court statement for the truth of the matter asserted, and it's by someone who's not the defendant, because you can introduce any statements by a party opponent, including the defendant, under the hearsay exceptions, all right? Now, if you want to, now I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, obviously. Now, if you want to introduce a out-of-court statement for the truth of the matter asserted by a declarant who's not the defendant but was part of a conspiracy with the defendant, you can do that too. Now, the co-conspirator exception to the hearsay rule really begs the question, because it's undecided right now. I know this because I've talked to appellate justices about it. It's undecided law right now whether the standard for establishing a conspiracy to facilitate the introduction of evidence under the co-conspirator exception to the hearsay rule is, in particular, somewhere between probable cause and preponderance. Let's say preponderance on the high level. Let's just assume preponderance, all right? That's still only 51%, the 26-yard line on a 50-yard line field, compared to 48%, the 48-yard line for reasonable doubt. Now, when we're talking about the criminal charge of conspiracy, very similar underlying predicates, okay? You need a conspiracy between two or more people, an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy, and then you need a burden of proof. Now, the burden of proof for the conspiracy charge that Donna's facing is beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? That's much higher than preponderance, but we've already seen Judge Everett establish that there's sufficient evidentiary foundation to facilitate the invocation of the co-conspirator exception. Therefore, getting from the 26-yard line to the 48-yard line on a 50-yard line field is not very hard for the prosecution when we're talking about the theory of the hand of the one, the hand of them all, aka co-conspirator liability. Now, this may be a difficult concept to understand due to the enumeration or due to the interpretation of conspiracy liability. It varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. It's not a unified concept, but we're in Florida. Hand of the one, hand of them all is the controlling precedent. So therefore, all they really need to show is the same thing they would need to show to invoke the co-conspirator exception to the hearsay rule, but for Donna, and they're doing that. Georgia and Sarah, the prosecutors, are doing that with aplomb. They're laying the foundation over and over and over and over and over and over and over again for the nexus of the conspiracy. That's what got Katie convicted. That's what got Charlie convicted. And the hitman obviously did the shooting. Now it's just a question of, Donna's going to get convicted, but it's a question of establishing sufficient evidentiary foundation to survive a reasonable doubt analysis. They've already met the preponderance burden by leaps and bounds for Donna and her co-conspirators, including Wendy. Now it's a question of, will they meet reasonable doubt? They are getting there. They're at like the 40-yard line. They're going to get more and more and more there because now we're getting into the forensic evidence, the cell phone evidence, the digital evidence. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse. I think that the original question was, there's no smoking gun. It's not really a smoking gun case. You don't need a smoking gun. There's just the weight of the totality of the evidence. Donna paying for Katie Mogbonawa's checks from the Adelson dentistry, Harvey Adelson turning over the Lexus for a nominal $1,700 to Katie that Katie never paid, the $138,000 in wet moldy money that Charlie put into the back of Katie's car that Katie drove to to Tuto and the hitmen, that was washed by Donna in a washing machine. Literally, I think she misunderstood Breaking Bad and thought that she literally was to wash the money. So you got all of this coming together, and that's how you make a conspiracy case. All right. So it's people who, I'm not saying that anyone, the holistic psychology was asking a very good question. No one in this chat was doing this, but people who misinterpret the standard for conspiracy liability probably either don't really understand, or people who are talking about smoking guns, holistic psychology, if you're seeing that in other chats, they either don't understand how co-conspirator liability functions, and in particular, they haven't studied the bifurcated evidentiary standard when you're talking about co-conspirator liability as to hearsay statements that you want to get admitted, or versus co-conspirator liability under a criminal charge in a state or jurisdiction that's operating under a theory of the hand of the one, the hand of them all. Now, the reason why you have to think about this is we have to remember our very basic elements of a crime, right? What is an intent or a results crime? This was a results crime. Dan Markel is dead. Was it a, then we got to think about the proximate cause requirement. We'll talk about that in a second. Then we got to talk about actus reus and mens reus, okay? So those four elements of a crime, and then identity, okay? Those four elements of a crime are the most important part of this analysis. When we're talking about things like the mental state requirement or the act requirement, it's very different in a pure first-degree murder charge. Then you're doing an analysis of like the pulling the trigger, shooting the person. That is all part of a first-degree murder charge. When you're doing a conspiracy charge, you have what are functional shortcuts to establishing the act requirement and the mens rea requirement, and all you're really doing is establishing the proximate cause between the person you allege is involved in the conspiracy and the overt act, and then the final act, okay? So it's a little convoluted, and I'm going to do my best to explain it. But here we have shortcuts to the mental state requirement and the act requirement pretty much for at least part of the charge, because Katie Mogbonawa, the two hitmen, and Charlie are already in prison for this murder of Dan Markel. Okay, so you've basically established one element of the conspiracy charge by virtue of all the existing indictments and convictions. Okay, so then the next thing, all you're really proving is an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. So do you see how that's distinct and different from proving the murder? You've already proved the murder. You've convicted 4 people for it. What you're proving in Donna's trial is a very specific legal term of art called an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. They have like 40 overt acts. You only need one. Georgia and Sarah are just laying out like 60 of them to make the point. She was convicted a few days ago, okay, after they got to like 10 overt acts. But then once you get to overt act, what you're really doing is establishing, going back to the elements of a crime, the proximate cause requirement. If an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy is enough to establish proximate cause, and you have shortcuts to actus reus, the act requirement, and mens rea, the mental state requirement for Donna, because the murder was committed, and you put people in jail for it, all you're really proving is a very low bar for overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy against Donna. You see what I'm saying? So they have a really, this is not a Karen Reed case here. This is a much stronger case where it's a very narrow legal issue that they have to prove. And Georgia and Sarah have proven it like 6 times, just like they did against Charlie. Overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. It does not mean that Donna had to like go buy a gun for them or like deliver them a gun. It just means overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Guess what's an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy? Washing the money that went to the hitmen, paying Katie Magbanua from the Adelson Institute, engaging with Charlie about potentially the hit, facilitating contact between Harvey and Katie Magbanua and Alexis. All of these things, you don't have to be directly involved in any of them. Just facilitating them is an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. That's what. So if you're trying to understand what are Georgia and Sarah, the prosecutors, really narrowing in here to get Donna convicted, it's not so much they're going to prove the underlying murder of Dan Markel again and again and again because that's an element of the conspiracy charge. But what they're really showing to get Donna convicted, and what they're doing really well, which is why a lot of legal analysts are saying this is not really like a toss-up, she's going to get convicted, is they're proving a very low standard. Well, it's reasonable doubt, but it's a lower standard than proving the murder. They're proving an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. All right, so we all on the same page? Yep, exactly. She washed the money. How many wins for the Pats? Who's a quarterback? It depends on the storyline, Nanya. So I don't know if I ever told you this, but my friend in college, my roommate, got drafted by the Patriots in the 2nd round in 2008. And so I used to go hang out with the rookies back in 2008, and like I knew some of those guys. They were cool, and unfortunately my friend passed away, which is the only reason I'm telling this story. And you know, I don't want to like disillusion anyone, but like I was there. I am a reporter, and I will tell you straight up that an unnamed person said that in describing what they called work, which was playing football in the NFL, like sometimes, and they did not go into detail, I did not want to know, like I think we were talking about like New York, like the headquarters and like how they get involved in like decisions, like that's the kind of stuff that like I wouldn't really broach, but we were talking about it one day, and I said something that evoked a response that was, you know, sometimes they want you to do well and sometimes they want you to let the other guy do well. And I already knew that, but like hearing it, you know, and obviously I can only say what I heard, you know, I can't confirm it. I do not play in the NFL. I never did. But like hearing them say that, I mean, it changed my perspective it disillusioned me a lot with American sports. But it made me able, like I can predict American sports really well. I don't really bet. If they give me like free money, sometimes they'll give you like $5 on the betting app to try to get you to bet. So if they give me free money, I sometimes will do it. But I don't really like betting, but I can get a lot of bets right because I understand not the mechanics of the sport, although I do, and not just the players and their like how good they are, but what I'm really good at looking at is one, I can interpolate from the pregame like line and the over-under and the weather conditions roughly what we're looking at. So like I can predict the scores pretty easily, but what I'm really looking at is the storyline. I'm not analyzing the quality of the teams. I'm analyzing what's best for business, what's best for the league, what's best for the various conferences, whether we're playing college football or looking at NFL or NHL. Like when I'm betting, if I do, which is very rare and only if they give me free money, I'm analyzing what's the best outcome for the league. And normally I get it right. because the officials are in the pockets of the league, and the officials just get called and told what to do. Like, don't call a lot of penalties, call a lot of penalties, make sure this drive ends this way. It's very easy to do. You control the officials, you control the game. So, like, as someone who's analyzing this, I was disillusioned, but it also gives me a lot of insight. And so my answer to your question, Nanya, is it really depends on the storyline with the Pats. I don't really see them right now as like America's team. I think the NFL is really, really into Vegas right now, a little bit of LA, like the emerging markets. They're okay with Buffalo. They don't love it, though. They're okay with Kansas City. They don't love it. I think we're going to see a team, probably one of the newer teams, probably Vegas. They got to keep boosting that. So my guess is I think the Pats will finish like mid-table in the AFC East, probably like 9-7. They'll miss the playoff. They'll either get a wild card berth just barely, like to keep us interested as the local fan base, and then we'll crash out in the first round. And then I see the Super Bowl probably. I like, and this has nothing to do with the quality of their players, but in terms of storyline, you'll probably see like the Eagles, the Chiefs in something like that, like maybe the Cowboys, like something that'll get America interested in the Travis Kelce storyline. So we'll see the Chiefs make a deep run into the playoffs, probably like AFC Championship or playoffs, so that or Super Bowl. So the Pats don't stand a chance no matter what. Then in the West, it's a little more the NFC. It's a little bit more of a toss-up. Just based on storyline, I'm thinking it's going to be one of the newer teams. So whatever team is sort of hot in the NFC, it's kind of like feeding Andre the Giant to Hulk Hogan. You want a really good powerhouse team that can drive a good storyline against the Chiefs. So the Eagles, I think there's some redemption arcs there. But like, Nanya, I need to really analyze some of this stuff to tell you how I think it's all going to shake out. But that's my general prediction. Sorry, Holistic Psychology. I was able to answer your question, and I love Nanya. And if Nanya has a football question, it may be American football, we're going to listen. By the way, the reason why we're taking a little extra time is I found an edited version of Jeff Lacasse testimony that takes out all the buffer, so it's only 23 minutes. And then we'll watch Judy's testimony, and then we'll get ready for 8:45. Thank you for your indulgence. If you ask questions in chat, you know I might just start a soliloquy. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for being with me. We got about an hour to go until the start of testimony in the Donna Adelson and Dan Markel case today.
That was raised by the defense. It is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendy Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Around this same time frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there, did Wendy Adelson, actually strike that. I'm going to move on to the coffee shop meeting. You familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir. June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendy Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markel was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendy and the kids at her house that night. Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville, and she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder occurred.
Correct.
Okay. And did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get strict.
Objection to hearsay?
Sustained unless there is an exception. Ms. Kavanagh.
Goes to motive, Judge.
Overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leave it in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th, right?
Yes, she knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th, and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why, I mean, I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
Okay. And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Okay, when was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well and I should like rush over there, essentially. She had a stomach problem, so I got there as quickly as I could.
All right, so did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that? And didn't. I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
All right, so she was a nervous wreck that night, and did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there was no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV, so I turned it on expecting to see like input 1 flashing, or the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object. So she had a broken TV.
All right, and did she tell you what happened to the TV, how it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV as if she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know the better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly. Then the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this. So it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television. But it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay. All right, so let's move away from the TV for now. Was there a date that you had with Wendy Adelson on, gosh, have I gone backwards in time here? It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date. The day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendy didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door, appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed. I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night. So.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of her, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st and then again on June 4th.
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to approach and show you a text message that was sent on June 28th of 2014. And I've marked it as State's Exhibit 141. Have you ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendy Adelson to her brother Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendy Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, when she says I haven't told mom and dad about me, I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, So there was, that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So in that text message, she's saying, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
It's implausible. No, I don't think so.
In fact, you'd met the parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's, I think, really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 141.
Any objection?
Can I see that, please? No objection.
States 141 is admitted at this time.
Okay, I want to draw your attention next to a disagreement that occurred with Wendy Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendy about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal
It was
disagreement.
verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words.
Okay, and did that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
It did. A very awkward drive back to Tallahassee.
And that was,
That's the morning of 29th. It's the 29th or 30th. It's the 30th, the morning of the 30th.
morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah. Well, we left that, when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay, well, we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge. I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced in evidence. Is that in evidence, Mr. Kim? All right, we'll circle back to Aqua Ridge. So we're on the disagreement, didn't see her for a while, saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing, we had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it's just the two of you at the residence?
Just the two of us.
All right, and did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
It came up in the context of whenever Wendy got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future of our relationship, and I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, I was just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar. The objection is overruled pending the other matters that do have to be addressed.
Co-conspirator liability.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendy a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markel for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer...
Repeat the same objection. Our Senate court's ruling.
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled. You may continue with your answer.
She
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible.
We're going to play this part one more time.
And said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some...
To Danny?
The only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if...
Pending the other matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendy a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markel for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer...
Repeat the same objection. Our Senate court's ruling.
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled. You may continue with your answer.
She
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Danny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Okay, and when she referred to her brother, she's got two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendy had told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but this I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took me aback. It was, she was dead serious when she
Okay.
said this. And she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
Okay. So I want to take you to the next day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendy Adelson on that date?
Yes, we had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point, and then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Okay, what happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga, because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. And she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week, so I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly, and just turned around and walked away.
So, folks, there you heard it. It's going to be really hard for the state not to charge Wendy Adelson in light of some of the testimony we heard. We've seen Wendy Adelson at the beach with Jess Katie Magbonawa, the pictures. We've heard the indications that it was Wendy who told Katie Magbonawa, who told Tuto, who told Luis Rivera, the hitman involved in the Dan Markel killing, that it was that Dan Markel was going to be leaving his home soon, and so the hitman needed to move quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, now we've just heard evidence that it was Wendy Adelson saying in confidence to her former boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse, that Charlie Adelson was pursuing ways to kill Dan Markel via a hitman. That was testimony from Tuesday. It's Wednesday, August 27th now. Court resumes. Trial testimony resumes in the Donna Adelson and Dan Markel case at 8:40 a.m. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Tune in, watch with us today. YouTube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. X.com/Grant Smith Ellis. Let's continue.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journey's Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective vehicles there, and
Yes.
you're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
I get about 10, 15 feet away from her, and she calls after me. I turn around, and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned, and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip, and she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why at that moment she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know that Dan Markel was murdered on Friday.
Yes.
Right? If you had taken the trip as planned, which is as you reported to Wendy that day, what would your route have been?
I would have left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendy knew. I'd related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to Atlanta for dinner and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11, and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay, so physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with how the killers fled town.
Yeah.
Okay. And after this yoga date and the discussion of your travel plans, did you get an email from Wendy?
I did.
I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence as states 64 GG. Is this the email she sent you after the yoga date?
Yes.
All right. So is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
No, she's asking, well, I considered based on our interaction, I thought this is over. I had told Wendy if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation, just send me an email or text. She sends me this, which strings everything out for another week. So she's not breaking up. Functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb. I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st of July. And I was puzzled. I wondered what in the world's going to happen July 21st, but I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
All right, so she wants to have no contact for a week.
Right.
Okay. All right, I was able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. I can show you that. You recognize 86A?
Yeah, that's Wendy's, Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. Moving to evidence 86A.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like art would come down, other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was, maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th.
All right.
13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall, the only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And I want to ask you about, I've nicknamed it the celebration dinner. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay. I understand the court's prior rule.
Objection is overruled.
Wendy and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days after the murder. She called me, and we had 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner, and at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was, and she spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect in this
Yes.
murder? Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So
rather
you
than
changed
this,
your plan.
I changed my plans at the last minute.
All right, and you provided law enforcement with some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All that, and I got a flat tire, so I ended up getting videotaped at a Kmart. And I know the TPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? At some point, did you learn that the killers came to Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yes, when the arrests were made and the documents were released, I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned?
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, once successfully, obviously.
Are you familiar with the type of vehicle that was originally rented by the killers in June to make that June trip?
I am.
And was that significant to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is long after this all happened. I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016. But when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a 2004 Nissan Sentra. That freaked me out because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car on the rental market.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Demonstrative Exhibit G. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this the make and model of the, it's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and model of your vehicle?
Yeah, my car's right on top. That looks just like the car I had at the time.
Permission to publish G, Your Honor?
You may.
that's the end of that part. Now, we're going to go right over to what I want to watch next, which was June, the second witness of yesterday. So thank you for your patience. Let's go. Look how quick I am with the switch. Just because I'm quick with it doesn't mean that June's ready to testify, though. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to jump just a little bit. All right, look at this jump. Look at the jump. Look at us time-traveling towels, ladies and gentlemen. We're multi-toweling.
Raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly so you can be heard. You may examine.
Hi, what is your name?
Hi, my name's June. I'm Chinda.
Will you spell that, please?
The first name is June, and the last name is Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case?
I do, yes.
How do you know her?
I was Charlie Adelson, her son's ex-girlfriend at one point.
Okay. When did you date Charlie Adelson?
I dated him in 2015 to 2017. I met him after the murder.
Okay. Do you recall what month in 2015 you began dating Charlie?
It was
Adelson?
October.
And then broke up in what month of 17?
In June.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Adelson was like?
Well, in the beginning, him and his family were not being investigated by anything, so it was just a normal relationship we had. Everything was great.
Did you describe it as a fairy tale?
I did.
Had you met his mother?
I have.
How many times did you meet his mom?
Not more than 5 or 6, I would say.
And when you met her, was that at family events or what type of events?
Some family events and some weekends or dinners or just get-togethers.
Did you notice during the time you spent around Donna Adelson that she was very involved with her grandchildren?
I did notice, yes.
How close was she to Charlie Adelson?
They were very close.
Okay, worked together?
At times, Charlie worked at many offices, so when he was at his office, yes.
Okay, because there was a family business as well that he was a part of, right?
Yes.
And Donna Adelson worked at that business?
I believe so at times.
Okay, and did they speak on the phone daily?
Yes.
Did it seem like Donna Adelson was in control of the family?
In control, like, can you describe?
Like the
What do you mean?
matriarch of the family, is the one that everyone looked to be in charge.
Played a motherly role, yes, in the family.
Did you meet Wendy Adelson?
I have.
And what about her children? Did you meet them?
I have, yes.
Were you and Charlie Adelson living together during the time that you were dating?
Not officially. I had my own place, but I had a key to his place, and we were together 24/7 since we met, so
So basically living together.
yes.
During what you've described or previously described as the fairy tale phase of your relationship with Mr. Adelson, was he suffering from any anxiety issues?
In the beginning,
Yes.
just stress from work, the normal day-to-day.
Okay. Did he come across as angry during that time, the fairy tale phase?
No.
Okay. During that portion of your relationship, what did you know, if anything, about the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea who Dan Markel was. I've never seen the case in the media. I just know that when I asked Charlie about his family, he advised me that his brother-in-law was murdered and shot in the head in the garage, and they don't know who did it. So that's all I knew. It was pretty short.
Was that a topic that came up one time or more than one time?
It was one time when I asked him about his family in the beginning when we were dating, getting to know each other. And then obviously throughout our relationship, it became a bigger topic.
Okay, but during the fairy tale phase, was it a topic that would come up regularly, like what's going on with the investigation and wonder who did it, that sort of thing?
So the fairy tale phase, that was before the investigation, before they suspected him or his family. So no, it did not come up, just that one time.
Okay, and did you previously did you have a law enforcement interview in this case?
I did. I did not know I was being recorded, but yes.
It was recorded.
I
okay.
was, yes.
You had a chance to review it?
Many times, yes.
And in that interview, did you say for court and counsel, page 50, lines 19 through 23, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him. They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
If it's there, yes, I said that.
All right, and then there was a time, are you familiar with the bump in which law enforcement approached Donna Adelson posing as a gang member or a criminal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And after that bump, did everything sort of change in your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
During and after, absolutely.
Okay. And that law enforcement operation that I'm referencing occurred April 19th of 2016. Is that something that he reported to you? Were you aware that that happened with his mom?
No, definitely not.
He didn't say
Not
anything?
during the time.
Okay. When did you learn about that?
I might have even learned about it from 2020 or something when we watched it, or he told me later on
Okay.
after the fact.
So although you were inseparable at the time it happened, he didn't mention it to you?
No.
In what ways did Charlie Adelson's behavior begin to change around that time?
Around that time, I noticed he wasn't sleeping. He was up in the middle of the night. He was very extra stressed and anxious, worried, depressed. Overall, he became depressed over time.
Right, and at some point, I guess you learned through the media that Charlie was under investigation for potentially having a role in the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
I learned from a reporter that thought I was Katie that came to the house, yes.
And do you know around what time that was?
I believe it was like May or June when Lewis.
All right. What happened? Oh, their feed literally cut out in the middle. Wow, that's interesting. What an interesting moment. The court TV feed literally cut. Look, they had to pause it in the middle of June's testimony, and then it came back. That's weird. And then there's no audio? That's so weird. Why didn't they want to broadcast this part? Did something happen? They just ran into an error, and they had to cut this part? That's weird.
You did learn some things from the media about this case. Was there something that stood out to you about how the hitmen said they were paid?
I did read the affidavit and everything, which said Lewis or somebody mentioned they were paid in staples, like bundles of cash with staples.
And why did that stand out to you?
Because I noticed that Charlie stapled his money, or he had money that was stapled.
Okay, so you had seen that in his residence before?
Right after I read that, so after I found out that the money was stapled.
After you found out the money was stapled, you saw the stapled money?
Or no, sorry, let me think. I can't remember the exact moment, but I know when I saw the money, a red flag came up, and I was like, after the fact that I saw it, I was thinking, oh, I think Lewis said he got paid in some stapled cash, and I mentioned to Charlie that he should just put a paper clip in it. Instead, we talked about the staples, so.
Okay, but you had seen, before learning that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, had you not seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence?
Before the hitmen were paid?
Yeah.
I didn't know Charlie back then, when the hitmen were paid.
I'm sorry. Yes, before you learned that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, which you learned from the media, you had seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence.
It was after, because when I saw it, I was thinking to myself, that's strange, the staples, and then it clicked. So it was after I saw.
After you saw the article or the TV broadcast, you then observed it.
After I found out.
And that's when
Yes.
it clicked.
Yes.
Okay. And the stapled money that you saw was $100 bills stapled into $1,000 bundles. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was quite a few of them that you saw, right?
Right.
Okay. During the time between, I guess, the few weeks before that article was published, so between what we now know as the bump and when all of this came to light, did you notice Charlie beginning to communicate more with Catherine Magbanua?
I believe I saw like a message from her, or they were on the phone once or something like that. I asked him about it.
Okay, did you previously in your law enforcement interview indicate that you saw him going back and forth with Katie on the calls, and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? You remember that?
I do. So I was referring to the episode where it shows him and Katie going back and forth on the calls. And then I told Charlie and said, you've never talked to me like that, so I was wondering why he talked so much to her.
Isn't it true that you noticed him talking to her at odd hours prior to the media broadcast?
No, that was all in regards to the episode that I saw, that they showed him talking to her at odd hours.
You don't remember telling law enforcement that it was weird because he didn't wake up early, and you saw that there were on the phone the times that they were talking, and it was like 7 or 8, and you thought, oh, that's odd.
No, I did say that, but that was in the episode. I told Charlie that I thought it was odd because we don't talk that way, and he said we live together, so.
Okay. Have you described him as being paranoid during this time frame?
Yes.
Okay. And did he talk to you during this time frame about believing his phone was tapped?
Yes, a lot.
Had you ever met Catherine Magbanua?
I met her briefly. She worked at her front desk dermatologist office that I went to. So before I knew Charlie, I met her there.
And was, at the time that the law enforcement operation occurred, the time frame we're talking about, was Katie his most recent ex-girlfriend?
No.
Who was the most recent ex-girlfriend?
Before me, it was someone named Whitney Kick.
Okay, so she was in between you and Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Did you ever know of Catherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
All right, and then when you mentioned you were still with him at the time that Magbanua was arrested, did his erratic behaviors get better or worse at the time of her arrest?
It was worse.
Okay. And can you describe those behaviors for the jury?
Well, it was a lot mixed with what I said earlier, the no sleeping, depression, and our whole relationship just took a big turn, and I wasn't sure why. In the beginning, he was just acting strange and would go to his friend's house, and our routine kind of got disrupted, and I wasn't sure why. So it was just like I knew something was going on, but I didn't know exactly what the problem was. So
All right. Did he become angry, short-fused?
at certain times, he would.
Okay, and I'm particularly talking about this time frame around Katie's arrest and just after that. Uh-oh, trip chair. Around the time right after Katie's arrest, is that the time frame where these behaviors escalated?
Right, yes.
Okay. And did, particularly when the case or the investigation came up, is that something that would make him angry?
Not really angry. He had different emotions every time it would come up, so.
And was one of those emotions anger?
At some point, sometimes, yes.
And did you say he would get really red and screaming and take random walks, just acting like a crazy person?
He would at times, yes.
Did he get a second phone and maybe a third phone during that time?
I saw one more phone that he got, and then it disappeared, so it was just a short period of time he had another phone.
At some point during this time frame, did Charlie Adelson begin communicating with you via WhatsApp?
He did actually when he went to Asia, because it's like, I guess you can talk to anyone in the country on WhatsApp, so he thought it was easier that we spoke there.
Was he only communicating with you via WhatsApp when he was in Asia, or did he do it when he
We
came
just
back?
developed the habit after he got back. We just spoke on there all the time.
Do you know if he was communicating with Magbanua via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
Did he start keeping a bag of clothes by his bed around this time?
I saw him keep a change of clothes one time or a few times, yes.
Did he sleep with a gun around this time?
He always has guns around because he has his license to carry, so he didn't physically sleep with the gun, but he has one in his nightstand and all over the place, so.
What about Wendy Adelson? Did you notice an issue between Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson during this time frame?
I wasn't too involved with them, but I did notice one time they got into an argument.
All right, and did he tell you it was a fight about this case?
He just said that it was something about the case, yes.
Okay, do you remember exactly when that was?
Not exactly. I don't know if I should guess or not.
No, please don't.
Okay.
So, was there a time frame where Wendy and Charlie were not speaking because of some type of a disagreement about this case?
Yes.
What about Donna Adelson? Did her behavior change at all around this time frame that we're talking about?
So I wasn't around her a lot, but when I did see her, yes, she was upset.
Okay, and did you describe her as a mess?
Yes, if it's there, yes.
What does a mess mean?
Just like mentally upset and physically drained or not their usual self.
All right, was she crying when you saw her?
At a point in time, yes.
And Did Charlie Adelson advise you that she was taking painkillers for stress during that time frame?
Yes.
And was there a time when you were on the balcony of Donna Adelson's residence and she made a statement to you about Dan Markel?
We were speaking about Dan because the case was such a big thing at that time, yes.
Okay, and what was the statement she made?
Well, her life was crumbling down in her family's life, so she said everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave, or them, I don't know, whatever it says there.
She feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her or something.
In reference to that, yes. I don't, yeah.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Please remain seated. The attorneys for the defense are not examined.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Did Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Catherine Magbanaway's breast augmentation?
After the 2020 episode, he made a statement and joked about it, yes.
What did he say?
He was saying they were thinking that he paid for the whole thing, and then he said, he paid for one or something and laughed.
Only paid for one of the breasts. Half
Well-
of the work.
Right, but he was laughing, so it was just a joke.
Okay.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Josh Zellman, we represent Donna Adelson. I've never met you before, correct?
No, never.
Okay. I just really have a few questions. There's been some discussion in your direct examination about what you might have told law enforcement during an initial interview, correct?
Correct.
And you were told that that was not being recorded, correct?
Yes.
And that whatever you said wasn't going to be used, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview then that day.
Yes.
And at the time that you did that, you were broken up with Charlie, correct?
We were going through a horrible breakup at that time, yes.
Okay. You've previously said that Charlie's really good at persuading people. He lies and he makes it believable. You recall that?
I do.
I want to talk about the cash for a minute. He had a lot of cash, right?
From what I saw, I don't really know his bank account, but
I'm just talking about the cash that you saw.
yes.
Okay. And you've testified.
All right, pool feed is up, folks. Pool feed is up. It is not live yet, but I'm giving you the warning. The pool feed is up. As soon as it goes live, we're taking it.
Seems to be some confusion about whether you knew that before you saw it come out that it was stapled, because I thought you previously had said that when you saw in the article that Luis Rivera referred to being paid in stapled cash, that a light went off in your head because you had previously seen Charlie had stapled cash, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he had it stacked in $100 bills in groups of 1,000. He'd put 10 together and he stapled them, right?
Right, I didn't see him staple them, but
you
they
saw
were
that it was-
stapled already.
You saw that it was stapled, correct?
Yes,
And he had a safe in his room that he kept money in,
he did.
and it was a very large safe, correct?
He had guns in there too, so it was large.
And I think at one point you told law enforcement that it was about the size of a refrigerator, right?
Right.
Okay. So you did an initial interview, you've been deposed, you testified in Catherine McBanawaz's trial and in Charlie's trial, right?
Right, this is my 4th trial.
Okay. So I have the transcripts from each of those. And you testified on direct that you didn't think the Adelsons, referring to all of them, you didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. You recall telling law enforcement that?
Right, at that time it seemed that way.
Okay. And didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
When you testified, let's see, when you testified in Katie McBanawaz's second trial, referring to this statement about attributing to Donna that she said those words about Danny coming back from the grave and haunting her, in Katie's second trial, you actually kind of came off of that, didn't you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. When you
Lost train
testified,
of thought.
so you originally made that statement to law enforcement. You used those words.
Yes.
Came back from the grave, haunting her, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. But when you testified in Katie's trial, didn't you say that those weren't the exact words that she said? She was just very upset, and to you it came out like that. Didn't you testify to that?
What's the page and line?
Let's see, it would be page 1196. Well, it starts at line 3, the questioning, but the answer is lines 14 through 16. I don't know, like, if they were those exact words, I think she was just so, like, stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. That's what you testified to, correct?
If it says it there, I don't remember Katie's trial because it's been a while, but if it says it there, then that's what I said.
And you were testifying under oath then, correct? Every single time that you've given these, I'm sorry. You were under oath, correct?
I'm sorry?
Please answer out loud to all questions, just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the answer was yes, you were under oath.
Yes, I think if it says that, then yes.
Well, you took an oath here today before you started testifying, correct?
Yes.
And the other trials, you did the same thing. You swore to tell the truth, right?
Right.
Can I have just one more moment, Judge?
We're about to come into session. We don't have the feed yet. It's live up in the corner, so we're just jumping ahead to see if the Adelson defense has any more questions for June.
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes.
You may step down at this point.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
We'll go to the next witness from Tuesday as we get ready for court to come into
Please
session.
call your next witness.
State calls Ryan Fitzpatrick.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, RyanFitzpatrick.
Sir, do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was Charlie's mother.
Okay, were you friends with Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the time frame that you all were friends?
Probably 2013, 2014 to 2019, 2020. I can't really.
Okay. And during the time y'all were friends, were you like best friends?
We were very close
acquaintances?
friends, yes, ma'am.
Close friends. And based on your knowledge of Charlie Adelson, was he really close with his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
And also with his sister, Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did they feel about Dan Markel, if you know?
I'm going to check. They haven't laid a foundation as to which person. They doesn't describe anything related to my client.
Speaking objections, please sit down.
I'll re-ask the
Sustained.
question. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel?
Didn't like Dan.
Okay. And Charlie, did he have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Catherine McBanawa one of those girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
Is that somebody that you ever met or hung out with?
I believe once or twice in passing, but didn't, like I've testified before, didn't pay any attention to Charlie's girlfriends.
Okay, so she didn't stand out to you as anything special among the crowd?
May have looked like the others, but no, didn't stand out to me at all.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's practice of how he keeps his cash?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And how is that?
Stapled money, 10-100 equals 1,000. I've been paid by stapled money by Charlie Adelson before. That's how I know.
Okay. And when the murder of Dan Markel occurred, was that during the time frame that you were really close with Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, it was prior to us growing closer as friends.
Okay. When you did grow closer as friends, did Mr. Adelson mention the murder to you?
It wasn't discussed. Dan wasn't a topic of discussion. There was no, nobody, it was odd because it wasn't.
Okay. So you were aware of it, that it happened?
Yes, ma'am. It was,
Okay. But nobody talked about it?
no, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the law enforcement operation that's been referenced as the bump, where Donna Adelson was approached on the street?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And did Charlie Adelson talk to you about the bump? His mom being
Yes, ma'am.
approached? Okay. And prior to that, had Charlie Adelson ever mentioned being harassed or extorted or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So when this happened with his mother, did his demeanor change? How was he acting about this incident?
Charlie became agitated, nervous, anxiety. I guess looking back now, guilty. Just abnormal.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
He made the statement at one time that you could get away with anything if you keep your mouth shut, and implied murder.
All right. After the arrests that occurred in this case, and I'm referencing the 3 suspects that were arrested prior to him, did that impact his behavior, demeanor around you?
When the others were arrested?
When the other arrests occurred?
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. That behavior continued to increase.
Okay, so he was anxious, would you say?
More needy. Charlie talked a lot, and
In
he talked a lot
general?
about it. Yes, ma'am.
And he talked a lot about what? Those arrests?
Charlie would talk about something repeatedly, almost to help himself believe something, or to talk to you till he was blue in the face, until you were almost so tired of hearing it that you were like, oh, okay, and you believed it. But
Okay.
it was nauseating. It's tiring.
He was a talker.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is it fair to say that Charlie was not stressed out at all about the murder or anything related to this case prior to that law enforcement operation?
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
And after that operation, based on your observations of him, he became very upset and worried about this case.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
live for the day.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I've never met you, but we spoke on the phone once, and then you did a deposition. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
The deposition was recently, I think August the 14th. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you appeared by video.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. When you gave your deposition, you indicated that you barely know Donna Adelson, correct?
I didn't know her like I knew Charlie, no, ma'am.
And you've been around her many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was always nice to you.
Very nice.
She and Harvey were pleasant to be around.
Very pleasant.
You knew Charlie very well, as you've testified.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were friends,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
But that ended, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an ugly ending.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you were very good friends with Charlie. Were you familiar with the cash that he kept in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he keep it stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, $100 bills, 10 of them, so 1,000 at a time?
Yes, ma'am.
He had a safe in his house, and that's where he kept his money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of had some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markel, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. It's just well known, correct?
It was implied, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, so that witness is done. Now what we're going to do is we're going to watch the, while we're waiting for court to come into session. It is still not in session. Check the top left of your screen. You can see it's not in session. We're going to watch Anjanette Levy's coverage of Charlie and Donna Adelson's jailhouse phone calls where they reveal plans to flee.
Take a deep breath, Charlie, please.
Honestly, I'm like, I don't know if I'm in a state of shock.
Yeah, you're in shock.
The Adelsons, in shock, the walls closing in around them after Charlie Adelson was found guilty of conspiring with his family and 3 other people to murder Dan Markel. We have the jail calls just released that reveal a whole lot, including plans to flee, talk of suicide, and how the jury just got it wrong. I'm Anjanette Levy. It's Thursday, and this is Crime Fix. We've got the jail calls between Charlie Adelson and his parents, Donna and Harvey Adelson, in the days after the guilty verdict. The Adelsons were freaking out. There's really no other way to put it. Listen to this. This is from right after the jury found Charlie Adelson guilty for his role in Dan Markel's murder in Tallahassee back in 2014.
Take a deep breath, Charlie, please.
Honestly, I'm like, I don't know if I'm in a state of shock.
Yeah, you're in shock. We're all in shock.
Yeah.
All in shock.
I had a feeling though, so it's not like, listen, I've been up in Tallahassee for 1.5 years. I mean, I got a taste for how big this case was. I had no idea.
Donna and Harvey Adelson and their daughter Wendy Adelson were all named as unindicted co-conspirators during the trial.
Listen, these people didn't deliberate. We know what happened. They were decided before. They went back, filled out their papers, and came out. That's not a deliberation.
A couple things. Got on it. They probably ate for an hour and then talked about some stuff. Went through this paperwork, filled it out.
Now, after the verdict, Donna Adelson knew the heat was on. She was talking to Charlie's lawyer, Dan Rauschbaum, about it, and that she was living on borrowed time. She said it was worth the risk to try to get out of the country.
Look, got to make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, and I don't know if we'll make it out in time. I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might do all of this, get to the airport, and they'll stop. And that could happen. It could happen. I don't know, but it's worth a try.
Now, Donna Adelson, of course, was arrested about a week later as she tried to board a flight to Vietnam with Harvey. Then it appears Donna Adelson didn't realize she was being recorded any longer when she was on the phone with Charlie and the jail call dropped. Donna was actually implicating her daughter, Wendy, in the murder of her ex-husband, Dan Markel. Donna was reading from a text that Wendy had sent to her.
I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. Here she was.
How about that? If I were Wendy Adelson, I think I'd be pretty worried after that. Also, the other day in court, Donna Adelson scoffed when it was suggested that she spoke about taking her own life.
She also had a phone call with her son, who's obviously in jail here. 25-minute phone call. I personally listened to it. She very clearly spoke about a plan to kill herself using sleeping pills.
One moment, Miss Adelson, please keep your comments to yourself. Let your lawyer argue on your behalf.
But she indeed spoke about possibly taking her own life with her husband. It really sounded like she was venting to her husband.
I'm not suicidal. I'm fine. I'll see the boys tomorrow night. Now, am I suicidal? No. Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do.
Joining me is James Vishevsky. He's a lawyer in Tallahassee who's also known as Mentor Lawyer on his YouTube channel, Deep Dive True Crime. James, thanks for joining us here on Crime Fix.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
James, you know, they drop this cache of calls on us. You know, we request these calls, we start listening to them, we start going through them. What are your thoughts after kind of going through some of them and just hearing the family dynamic here and hearing how the Adelsons interact with each other?
Yeah, a lot of the jail calls, I think, give us a good insight into what was going on Camp Charles Adelson. It gives us an idea of how they perceived their performance at trial, the hope that they had that they were going to get a not guilty verdict and basically exonerate the entire family. And then, of course, these jail calls come right after they realize that the whole plan to, in essence, escape any liability for this murder didn't work out. And you hear Charles being extremely dejected, and Donna and Harvey also extremely dejected, a lot of crying, a lot of rationalization for what happened and blaming the system, blaming Tallahassee, blaming the people of Tallahassee, blaming the prosecutors, blaming everything but the strong evidence against Charles.
Yeah, they weren't too happy with the jury. It was the jury, it was the media, it was podcasters, it was bloggers. There was no way he was getting a fair trial, according to him. So let's play clip one. We're going to listen to what Donna said to Charlie after the verdict.
Nothing to say. You got shafted is what happened. You got shafted.
No, I didn't know it. I mean, it wasn't even like I just should have gone with my gut and hate myself.
So, James, what do you think he means by that? I should have gone with my gut. I mean, what does he mean like that? I was having a hard time understanding what he meant by that.
There are a couple of thoughts that came to my mind. Maybe the first gut would be that perhaps before he was charged, he was anticipating the possibility of being charged and of not getting a fair trial, and therefore trying to flee the country himself. He had a lot of trips out of the country to countries that don't have extradition treaties with the United States, and he kept coming back, maybe on advice of counsel, maybe on advice that, hey, listen, if I charge you, you'll never win this case. It's going to be impossible for them to convict you. Maybe some of his own self-belief and confidence in the fact that he would be able to exonerate himself at trial. So that's one possibility. And then another possibility may have been taking a different approach about the defense. But I think that the strong likelihood is that he was talking about an escape plan, perhaps.
That's really interesting because it seems like, you know, it's everybody else's fault. And they talk about coincidences, how there's all these crazy coincidences, but how coincidences in life happen. But there are so many coincidences in this case. And they're talking about all of this on jail calls. They know they're being recorded. Do you have any idea why they would feel the need to do that? Is that just to keep up appearances? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the complacency may be one of the reasons why they did this. The fact that we have been attempting, I have been attempting, for example, to get jail calls for a long time and was not able to. The state attorney's office was holding them, saying that those jail calls are not public record. There is Florida case law at the appellate level that says that they are not public records. They're private conversations between him and his family. So that may be one of the reasons. I understand, of course, that they're being monitored, but I don't think that they thought that this was going to come out to the public, first of all. And then second of all, there's also, of course, the shock that they had about what just happened. And, it's kind of hard to contain yourself. That's the only way that they were communicating was via those phone calls from the tablet in the jail. So they obviously needed to process what just happened to Charles.
Part of me wonders if Donna realizes and Harvey, they realize we're unindicted co-conspirators. We've been called out in this trial. They obviously watched the trial because they're talking about it on jail calls, and they're trying to have recorded statements saying, we didn't do this, this, you got shafted, this happened and that happened. Also, though, these are now evidence in Donna's case. I mean, this is evidence that's cited in a probable cause affidavit for her arrest. So maybe that's why they're public, because it's part of the discovery in her case?
Yeah, they became public because of that, because they are now evidence. So the collection of jail calls that were released became part of the evidence in the criminal case, and now they became a public record. And then I guess I understood better your question. So your question is more like, why are they saying all these self-serving statements? So I think that they were for a very long time able to escape charges, liability for this crime, right? So Charles was only charged in 2022. In a sense, the reason why they keep blaming the system, that they got shafted, and the prosecutor, they claim that the prosecutor lied or misled the jury, that sold them a story, is because they lost, first of all, right? So if you look at the trial, if you analyze the trial from the very start, who was the one that was putting on a show? Who was the one that came up with a huge surprise on the first day of trial? It was Charles Adelson's side. It wasn't the prosecution. It was Charles Adelson that revealed this whole extortion story. But there is a big difference between being innocent and being found not guilty. And I think that they all truly believed that Charles was going to be found not guilty and was going to, in essence, exonerate the entire family. And so they felt that the system worked against what they perceived was going to be the result that should happen. Obviously, we know that the evidence was super strong. They made admissions at the very beginning of trial that, in essence, made this a case of whether the jury would believe Charles Adelson's story, because they admitted paying for the murder. They claimed that it was under extortion. And if the jury just didn't believe Charles, case is lost. And they should have realized that. There's a ton of evidence against them, and they put it all on Charles' testimony. I guess they were super confident that he did well and that he was going to get a fair result as a not guilty, which is what they hoped for. But the fair result was what happened in this case, a guilty verdict, in my opinion.
Not only was it extortion, the thing that confounded me was it was double extortion. I mean, he said that. I felt like it had to have been 100 times while he was on the stand, and it just seemed so absurd, a double extortion. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I mean, I'm an open-minded person. I sat there and I watched Charlie Adelson testify. But when you put it up against the bump and the Dolce Vita recording, it just seems a little bit too out there. James, one of the people that they love to blame in this case is Georgia Kappelman, the lead prosecutor on the case. And Charlie Adelson talks a lot about her on these jail calls and what she did in her closing argument. So let's take a listen to that.
But it's like what Catwoman did for her closing with all the lines and the made-for-TV drama of all of what she put up, like there will never be another outcome with what she did up there, with the pictures being left up there for 5-10 minutes at a time.
Okay, here we go.
She dumbed it down.
Here we go. We are live as live can be.
Everyone,
here we go.
Seated. Good morning, members of the jury. We are about to resume with the examination of Sergeant Corbett. Before we get started today, I did want to ask you as a group, we are still good on the snacks? Everybody has enough? Thank you. All right. Headed back to Costco this weekend if need be, but let the bailiffs know. Ms. Dugan, you may examine as necessary.
All right, so before we go back to your PowerPoint demonstrative, I want to show you one thing. And before I show it to you, Judge, I'd like to offer 664 JJ into evidence by stipulation.
That's correct, Your Honor. 64 JJ is admitted at this time.
Sergeant Corbett, does this appear to be an email from Donna Harvey at gmail.com?
Yes.
Okay, subject, bad news.
Correct.
And it was sent on June 25th of 2013 at about 11 p.m.
That would be GMT or UTC time, so we would need to subtract 4 hours from that to be local time, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
Correct.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action email that we saw yesterday from your PowerPoint, which was sent just a couple of days after Wendy's relocation was denied.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in this email sent about 5 days after Wendy's relocation was denied, from Donna and Harvey to some friends, does it say, not in the mood to talk right now, and hope you'll understand. Wendy's hearing for relocation was denied. No chance at the appellate level for an appeal. We are all very disappointed. We'll talk soon, I promise. Love, Donna.
Yes.
Does it appear her understanding is it's denied and there's no chance for an appeal?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, well, let me switch you back over. Thank you. Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we went through some of the emails showing Donna Adelson's involvement in the divorce, text messages showing her venting to Charlie Adelson about the divorce. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statements to law enforcement in 2016 after his arrest, that he and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee not only in the month of July of 2014 to kill Dan Markel, but also made an additional trip in the month of June of 2014?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate that from the phone records?
Yes, we were.
Okay, so now I want to go in chronological order then, from the start of the June trip all the way through the July trip when Dan Markel was murdered. How did Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee for the June trip?
In a rental vehicle.
And were we able to find the rental contract for that vehicle?
We were, yes.
All right, can you show that to us?
Yes, so this is slide 107. I'm referencing here a rental contract from Comfort Rental Car in Miami. And again, yes, this would be the vehicle that was rented to come to Tallahassee for the June trip.
What date was the car rented?
So looking at the details here, we can see the date out, and I'm looking to the right side of the screen here is June 2nd of 14. And we see at the bottom here the vehicle is due back in 6/5 or June 5th of 14.
Okay, so it was a 3-day rental then.
Correct.
About what time on June 2nd was it rented?
Well, presuming the 24-hour rental periods, as it is due back at 8:50 p.m., then it would have been rented around 8:50 p.m. on the 2nd.
8:50 p.m. on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. What type of car did Garcia rent for this first trip to Tallahassee in June?
Again, looking to the right here of slide 107, it is a silver Nissan Altima.
And the contract was signed by Garcia?
That is correct.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that contract?
It does not.
Are there any phone records to show how this rental car was picked up?
Yes.
Did you get location information from Magbanwa's records that night that helped shed some light on that?
We did, and this may be the time to point out, for Mr. Garcia, his carrier was Metro PCS, kind of transitioning into T-Mobile at that time, and we were unable to obtain location records for his handset for the June trip. We do have location information for Ms. Magbanwa and for Luis Rivera, but we do not have any records with location for Mr. Garcia for this particular time frame.
Okay. So what do we see here?
So what we see here is just a map depicting Ms. Magbanwa's residence at the time and the location of the Comfort rental car near the airport here. And as I progress to slide 109, this is representing the cell sites that Ms. Magbanwa's handset communicated with the evening of June 2nd. And we can see on the right-hand side of this, around 8:25 p.m., her handset was communicating with a cell site that would be near her residence. At 8:34, she's now communicating with a cell site further to the west. And then we see at 8:53 through 8:58, she's communicating with a cell site that would be servicing the area of the airport or Comfort rental car. And this will be consistent with her handset traveling from her residence to the area of Comfort rental car.
And would that put her cell phone then consistent with Comfort rental car around the same time that Garcia is renting that car if there's 24-hour rental periods with that contract?
Yes, and we see here slide 110. Again, we're depicting the particular sector that her handset was using by the large red arrow. And we can see that that sector would specifically be consistent with servicing the Comfort rental car. We see she has events from 8:53 through 8:58 on that particular cell site and sector. And as we recall, the rental contract vehicle was due back at 8:50.
Does she stay in that area for a while, or does she kind of immediately return back to her residence?
So what we see next, we saw those events through 8:58, and then we have an event at 9:17. And then another event we see to the right, this is slide 111. To the right side, we see cell sites at 9:43 and 10:01, which will be consistent with her returning to her residence. So she does stay in the area of Comfort for a short period of time.
Okay. Did you look at her records to see who she was talking to during this trip to the car rental and back?
Yes.
Okay. Who was she talking? Okay, I'm sorry. What do we see here?
So this is a summary of the call detail records. Previously, we saw the actual raw records as they come from AT&T. We saw that there was a lot of information on the page. So with our analytical software, we're able to produce these summaries, which allow us to assign names. We can convert the date and time to our local time, and it just makes it easier to read those call detail records. So this is just a summary of the calls for the subjects that you see here for the evening of June 2nd around the time of this rental car.
So who was she talking to on the way to Comfort Rental?
Geico, the 800 number that returns to Geico Insurance.
And is that the first line up on the call detail records we see?
It is, yes.
And does Geico Insurance sell car insurance?
They do.
Now, obviously we see some of the co-conspirators talking to each other here on the call detail records. Do we expect most of these co-conspirators to be talking to each other on a daily basis, given that some of them are family members, Some of them are dating. They have relationships outside of this crime.
Certainly.
Okay. Are you going to be walking us through in your presentation today certain time periods of communication between the parties that stood out in this investigation?
Yes.
What causes a particular period of time to stand out?
The particular times of interest would be those that overlap with physical events or specific events in the crime, in the conspiracy of the crime. So this is the evening of the renting of the vehicle that Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera are going to drive to Tallahassee in to commit the homicide. So this seems, in the scheme of things, to my understanding, the first kind of physical doing act of this homicide. And so that would be a relevant time frame to look at.
Okay. All right, so using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication between the parties for this particular significant time, this first car rental for the first trip to Tallahassee for the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes. And so using the timeline, we will kind of look at what's happening as far as Ms. Magbanowa's travels compared to who she's communicating with when. And this is taken from that same exact summary that we just saw. But as I move on here, we see that in the time frame, we saw the cell sites of her traveling to the area of Comfort Rental Car between approximately 8:25 and 8:53 p.m. is when we see that she has the phone call to Geico.
Okay, was she talking to Garcia at all during that drive to the Comfort Rental area?
She does not have any communications with Mr. Garcia during this time frame.
Since they don't have communications with each other, could that be consistent with her giving him a ride to the car rental since he is the person who rented the car at that time?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation. Overruled, the witness may testify based on his analysis of these records.
It is certainly consistent when we don't see communications between two parties that they could in fact be together and have no need to actually call one another.
Okay. They could just not be together and also not talking to each other.
That's correct.
All right. But the reason that this could be consistent with her giving him a ride there is because once she's consistent with that area, it seems that that's the time that the car is being rented.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, who attempts to call Catherine Magbanowa once she is consistent with Comfort Rental, dropping off Garcia?
So again, at the time frame, her handset will be consistent with the area of Comfort Rental. We see an incoming call from Charlie Adelson at 8:57 p.m.
After Magbanowa, if she has dropped off Garcia at this point to rent the car, and this car ends up obviously being the one that is driven to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, who did she call on the phone at this point after Garcia is dropped off?
So again, from her cell sites, we saw she had an event at 9:17, which was kind of the first indication that she was moving away from the area of Comfort Rental Car. And what we see is that at 9:17:58, she places an outbound call to Charlie Adelson.
So as soon as she's no longer in the area of Comfort Rental, she's calling Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
How long is that conversation?
A little over 25 minutes.
What time do they get off the phone?
Approximately 9:43 p.m.
Okay, 9:43 in about 25 seconds, it looks like.
Correct.
Right after Charlie Adelson hangs up with Catherine Magbanowa at 9:43 and 25 seconds, who does he call less than a minute later?
Charlie calls the Adelson residence.
Adelson residence. What do you mean by that?
The home phone or landline phone for Donna and Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so this is a landline that presumably they would both use that's located in their house.
Correct.
Okay, and how long does that conversation between Charlie and the Adelson residence last?
Also just over 25 minutes.
Who does she is back in the area of her home?
What we see in just after 10, she calls, texts. There's a few communications back and forth here with Sigfredo.
Okay, do Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson then talk on their cell phones that night?
Yes, there are two calls. and we can see 10:16 that Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. At 10:27, Charlie Adelson calls Harvey Adelson.
So this is Charlie and Harvey talking on Harvey's cell phone, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, does Charlie Adelson call or receive calls or messages from Donna Adelson's cell phone that night?
Not that night, no.
So if Charlie Adelson talked to Donna Adelson on the phone that night, then it would have been that 25-minute call to the landline right after he hung up with Catherine McBanoa, is that right?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled. He is not definitively saying what did or did not occur, what might have been possible. You may continue.
So yes, it is possible that he spoke to Donna, and that would have been on that landline call.
Because then he talks to Harvey on Harvey's cell phone later that night.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through any other calls or texts between any co-conspirators that night?
So we see an additional text between Catherine and Sigfredo, and then Catherine calls Charlie again 10:41 p.m. For about a 23-minute phone call.
Are you familiar with, I want to go back to this landline call. Do you mind going back to the slide right before this? Are you familiar with statements by Charlie Adelson from the 2016 wiretap in this case that we'll hear beginning later today, where Charlie Adelson tells people on his cell phone that he'll call them back on a landline?
Yes.
As someone who's familiar with technical operations of law enforcement and wiretapping, is there a perception that talking on a landline is safer than talking on a cell phone?
Yes, I think that may be a perception.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson most often talk to Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson on their cell phones or on the landline?
Most frequently on their cell phones.
Okay. But we see that after he gets off with Catherine McBanoa that night, he does call the landline.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is right after the car is rented, the rental car.
Correct.
All right. What percentage of total communication does that Charlie Adelson has with Donna and Harvey is to their landline?
I'll have to move forward here just a little bit. We had talked about the call from Catherine to Charlie. There's a final call or some communication between Ms. McBanoa and Mr. Sigfredo, Mr. Garcia later that evening of the 2nd. And then to get to your question, and this is slide 122, just a breakdown looking at Charlie Adelson's communication records and trying to eliminate all the duplicate events that we saw previously where one phone call may make 3 events in the record. So trying to whittle all those down. What we see in this time period between May of 2014 through August of 2015 is 28 communications with the landline and 1,378 with the combined cell phones of Harvey and Donna Adelson. So a little under 2% of the calls to the residents.
So during that little over a year time span, he only has 28 calls ever with Donna and Harvey's landline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those is that 25-minute call right after McBanoa would have dropped Garcia off to have the car rented.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he did not participate in the car rental for the June trip to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Were you able to corroborate that with the phone records?
Yes, so looking at slide 123, we see Mr. Rivera. His cell sites are in the blue, listed by the blue dots here. We see that his cell sites are consistent with the area of his residence and a significant distance away from the comfort rental car.
Do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car for this June trip to Tallahassee on June 2nd?
Yes.
What's this?
So there was a citation issued to Mr. Garcia driving that rental vehicle, that Nissan that we saw from the rental contract at Comfort. And this is the evening of June 2nd.
Okay, and what time did he receive this traffic ticket?
9:48 p.m.
So would this have been approximately an hour after 8:50 p.m. and about an hour after, or about maybe 45 minutes, I guess, after Catherine McBanoa is leaving the comfort rental area.
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was he in when he received his traffic ticket?
It is a 4-door silver Nissan.
Okay, so it seems as if as soon as he rented that vehicle, within an hour, he's getting a traffic ticket in the vehicle.
Yes.
And are you familiar with Jeffrey Lacasse's statement that he drove a silver Nissan sedan at the time that this happened?
Yes.
Now, this traffic ticket that Garcia received, this would have received, or it would have created a record in law enforcement databases that he was in possession of this Nissan silver sedan, right?
Correct.
So after he got this traffic ticket, what did he do?
Well, what we saw was an additional comfort rental contract where it would appear that he returned the Nissan and obtained a different vehicle. So this is slide 125, and we can see that on June 3rd, he now has a blue Hyundai Sonata.
And does Rivera's name appear anywhere on that rental contract?
It does not.
All right, and that's on June 3rd, you said?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the travel of Mr. Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
So what we see, again, just looking at Mr. Rivera's cell sites, represented in blue here, we can see that in the early morning hours of the 4th, on the lower right hand of slide 127 here, we can see he has activity in the Miami area. And as time progresses through the early morning hours until just after noon, he continues to communicate with cell sites that would be consistent with travel from the Miami area to Tallahassee.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statements that he and Garcia did surveillance of Dan Markel at a park near Dan Markel's home during that trip?
Yes.
Was his phone ever consistent with being in a park near his home, Dan Markel's home on Truscott Drive?
Yes, and slide 129 here, we see that, again, the blue dot representing Mr. Rivera's cell site usage is close to Mr. Markel's residence, which is indicated here on the top right by the flag and the address of Truscott Drive. And in addition to his cell site location, we talked previously about having some GPS information from the rental vehicle, and we can see by the square icon there that there is a GPS location for the rental vehicle, again, in close proximity and actually at, I believe that's Winthrop Park there.
And if they're located right there where that blue square is on the map, and the killers are familiar with the type of car that Dan Markel drives, would they be able to see then his ingress and egress from Truscott Drive onto Benton Road?
They should be able to see him passing on Benton Road, yes.
And after this GPS ping near Markel's home, where does Rivera travel at that point?
What we see in the next slide, 130 here, is that immediately after that, we see the cell site usage starting at the top around 3:25 p.m. and continuing through until the late evening hours of the 5th would be consistent with traveling back to the Miami area.
Does he get back in the, looks like the early morning hours of June 6th?
That's correct.
Close to 12:47 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, did you look at the communication between all the co-conspirators during this trip to Tallahassee to see if there was any opportunity for information to be relayed?
Yes. So what we see, again, from the time of the rental car on the second through the 4th, again, to answer the question, is there an opportunity for communications to occur between these subjects? This, again, is another summary of the call detail records, just showing the communications between, again, the primary subjects of the investigation.
Okay, and how much were they talking?
So in that time frame, if we go back to kind of our organization here and split out, we can see just numbers of communications or attempted communications. These may be text messages, calls, but just records of communications or attempts. We see that there are a number between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa, and between Magbanawa and Garcia. And then as that continues, so for the total number of communications, we can see those between each of the subjects.
Okay. And is Catherine Magbanawa the only one who is talking to Garcia or Rivera during that trip on this chart?
That's correct.
And is Charlie Adelson the only Adelson family member who talks to Catherine Magbanawa?
That's correct.
And do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
I'm sorry?
Do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going next to June 7th, which would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel on this trip. Earlier in the presentation, yesterday, right before we broke in the afternoon, we saw we're back in March of 2014. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson she has to talk to him about something private while she's on the road on the way to Gainesville, and says to erase this text. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then a few minutes after she sends that message, she says the subject of the private call is going to be about Dad's birthday.
Correct.
Dad's birthday gift, actually. Is that right?
Yes.
And she does not tell him to erase that text where she's saying the subject of the private call.
That's correct.
Now, in June, specifically on June 7th, did Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchange texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again?
Yes. So slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's, okay, have fun, still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day, being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through.
Okay, and this still working on Dad's B-Day present would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel.
Correct.
Okay, and this birthday present was mentioned back in March. Would that be about 4 months before Harvey Adelson's birthday?
Yes.
All right, going forward to July 3rd. Was there an evite to Harvey Adelson's birthday sent to Wendy Adelson that day?
Yes, a reminder email that was sent on July 3rd.
Okay. And when is the party?
So as we see, kind of focusing in here on the details of this email, the party, a friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m.
Okay. And was it addressed to Wendy, and we blurred out their names, but her two sons, and listed Wendy and her two sons' last name as Adelson?
Yes.
Was Dan Markel still alive on July 5th of 2014?
He was.
And what last name, an Adelson, though, is listed as the boy's last name here when this is sent?
And I'm sorry?
Sorry, Adelson is listed as the boy's last name, though, regardless of the fact that Dan Markel is still alive on this date?
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Now, Donna is listed as the host here, but was there further evidence in the records that Donna Adelson was not only the host, but was also the person who sent these evites?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There was at least one other email from the Donna Harvey at Gmail account to Evite inquiring about whether the evites had been sent. The title of the email, I believe, is Have My 14 Invitations Been Sent? She's following up. It is signed by Donna Adelson, following up on whether those evites have actually gone out, and it indicates that basically she's unfamiliar with the process, but she had listed the attendees under the contact section on their form.
So she's the one that's listing the invitees for the contacts for Evite.
Per that email, yes.
And checking to make sure the invitations did get sent through the Evite service.
Correct.
And does she also send a message to another person saying, did you get the Evite? Did you get my Evite?
Yes.
All right. I want to move on to then a couple of days later, July 6th. So would this be the day after the party?
Yes.
Okay, what message was found in the cell bride of Wendy Adelson's cell phone on July 6th?
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendy Adelson to Dan Markel asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
And she says she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th?
Correct.
And he replies, yes, you can?
Correct.
So chronologically, this would have occurred after the trip to Tallahassee in June by the killers, but before the July trip to Tallahassee when Dan Markel was actually murdered?
Correct.
Now, the dates that Wendy Adelson is asking Dan Markel about, what is significant about those dates? What happened on July 15th?
Those dates encompass the rental car and the trip to Tallahassee and ultimately Mr. Markel's death.
Okay. So July 15th was the day that the killers rented the car to come to Tallahassee.
Correct.
And then they were in Tallahassee from the 16th through the 18th.
Correct.
With Dan Markel being killed on the 18th.
Correct.
And where was Wendy Adelson when she sent this message?
So.
Oh, thank you. Let me ask you about this. Was there already a schedule in place as to who would have the kids during those dates that Wendy Adelson asked Dan Markel about?
Yes, there was. So this is an email from Wendy Adelson's Gmail account referencing the schedule for the children for this particular time. And we can see in the email that Mr. Markel is listed to have the children the 11th through the 17th.
And the date she was asking about is the 16th?
Correct.
And in the top of that email, does it say that she gets the kids every Wednesday anyway?
That she has the children every Wednesday anyway?
Yeah, the last sentence. I imagine you'll have the chance to have them on Wednesday nights during the weeks in May, June, and July?
Yes, that she would imagine to have the chance.
Okay. So what she was asking about seems to already be established in this schedule that was already established in January, 7 months earlier?
Correct.
All right, so where was Wendy Adelson when she sent the message to find out whether Dan Markel would be in town that week?
So that message was sent the morning of the 6th, and the closest cell site or event we have with Location, she's communicating with a cell site in South Miami Beach, that would be consistent with the continuum.
And the continuum was the residence of Harvey and Donna Adelson at the time?
That's correct.
And this would be the day after the birthday party?
Yes.
All right, what did Wendy Adelson do after sending that message?
So this is slide 146. There is a calendar entry which created an event for July 7th of 2014, which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Okay. Obviously, this is something a lot of people do, right? Cancel cable and end up getting streaming services?
Yes.
All right, but you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
It would be one of the perks, yes.
Cable is typically, especially back in 2014, was maybe confined to a more fixed spot like a home.
Correct.
And this was on July 7th then. So was Wendy Adelson still living at the Aqua Ridge Drive in Tallahassee at that time?
Yes.
But by the following month, she had relocated to Miami and was no longer in that home.
Oh, that's correct.
All right, moving on to July 11th. What do we see on July 11th?
So on July 11th, again, I'm on slide 148. This is an email from Donna Sue, the Donna Harvey Gmail, to Wendy Adelson regarding a Best Buy service or service for the television.
And what does it say?
It says, if you can't keep Friday, July 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call to reschedule. It states we took this, the contract we took out is repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they will take it no charge.
And here, Dad is being referred to in the third person. Contract is under Harvey Adelson with Dad's cell phone number.
Yes.
Okay, and it's from Donna Sue at the top.
Correct.
If they need the purchaser, that's my name with my cell phone number, it says. Is that right?
Correct.
And what does Donna Sue say the contract is? Repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they'll take out at no charge. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, did you find any more information about, besides this email from Donna, about this TV repair that was supposed to take place on the morning of July 18th?
Regarding?
The Best Buy repair?
I mean, we know that it occurred, that technicians come to her house that morning.
Okay. And was there also emails between or messages about the TV being in Harvey Adelson's, as it says here, I guess just consistent with this, some Best Buy documents that were consistent with this about the contract being under Harvey Adelson's name that Donna's then communicating to Wendy?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to July 14th. Was this the night before the car rental for the killer's July trip to Tallahassee?
Correct.
All right, were Charlie Adelson and Magbanoa together that night?
They were, yes.
Okay, and how do we know?
We have communication. So then, again, this is slide 151, a summary of communications between Ms. Magbanoa, Charlie Adelson, Sigfredo Garcia. We see some voice activity and a text between them, and then we also have text messages recovered from Mr. Adelson's iCloud account that kind of go along with these. So we see that there is a phone call from Mr. Adelson at 8:53 p.m., and then we find a text message chat that says, just tried calling you at 8:56.
And do they appear to meet as far as their phone locations are concerned?
Yes. So this continues on. Ms. Magbanoa basically indicates for Mr. Adelson to come down to her location. She lives south of him in South Florida. He responds or updates with an ETA of 5 men. And then he again updates his location as he's getting closer. We see here on slide 153 at 9:27 p.m. Mr. Adelson has an event with a cell site consistent with Ms. Magbanoa's residence.
And after leaving the area of Magbanoa's residence that night, does Magbanoa contact Garcia?
She does, yes.
Okay, so what do we see here?
So this would be after Mr. Adelson was in the area of her residence. We see events after midnight, 12:42 a.m. and 1 a.m. that would be consistent with him leaving that area and potentially returning to his home.
Okay, and can you tell me about the communication after that?
I can. So what we see July 15th is the rental of the Prius. And to your point, again, and I'll stop here real quick, this is just another summary of the events between our primary subjects. And I'll highlight some of these as we talk about them. So these are events from the early morning hours of after the morning of the rental vehicle. And yes, we see that Ms. Magbanoa makes a number of outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia between 12:48 a.m. and 1:56 a.m.
And who does Garcia call first thing in the morning?
Well, one of his first calls in the morning is to Comfort Rent-A-Car.
And that was the same rental car that he used for the June trip to Tallahassee?
That's correct.
Okay. but also the same one where he had to rent the second car, use the same service again.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did he end up calling another rental car company a little later in the day?
Yes. As we again look at the calls throughout the day, we see that at 4:28 p.m., he makes an outgoing call to Save Gas or Hybrid Rental, another rental car agency.
Okay. And were we able to, now throughout that day, when he's calling Comfort and then calling Hybrid, are he and Luis Rivera in communication?
Yes.
And are he and Magbanua in communication?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement able to find a rental agreement from Safe Gas?
We were. As we look at the rest of the call detail summary, we see here at the bottom, this is slide 160, that there is communication at just after 6 p.m. between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And as asked, we were able to locate the rental agreement for Hybrid Rental. And what we see is at 6:15 p.m. is the timeout for this vehicle. We see that they rented the Toyota Prius.
Okay, and who rented the Prius?
It's in the name of Luis Rivera.
And whose number is listed at the top under the name Brother?
Mr. Garcia's.
Okay. And were their locations also consistent with Save Gas?
Yes, if we look at both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations, they are consistent with the area of the Save Gas or Hybrid Rental.
All right, right after this car is rented around 6:15, this car that is the car that's going to make this final trip to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, are Magbanua and Charlie Adelson playing phone tag around that time?
Yes.
And did they finally talk on the phone about 15 minutes later at around 6:30?
Yes. So again, we're now looking at a call detail summary. This is slide 163 that shows the communication between them, our subjects, the evening of the 15th. We saw the communication between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera just prior to the rental car pickup. As you mentioned, there is an attempt between Ms. Magbanua and Charlie Adelson. We see there's a very short duration calls. And then at 6:36 p.m., there is a 10-minute phone call between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua.
After that call, the 10-minute call with Magbanua, who does Charlie Adelson call within, I guess, about an hour or so after this car is rented and after he talks to Magbanua?
So we can see that starting at 7:30, Charlie Adelson calls the Adelson residence, the Donna and Harvey Adelson residence, for a 22-minute phone call, and then again at 7:54 p.m. for an 11-minute phone call.
Okay, so 22 minutes and then 11 minutes. Charlie
Yes.
Adelson calls the landline that night.
Correct.
Do the phone records show us which parent he may have been talking to on the landline at that time?
We know that there is a phone call from Harvey Adelson's cell phone to the residence later on. So he would have not been at the residence later on in the evening. At this time, there's no indication.
And can you walk us through that?
I can. So this is 8:06 p.m. We see the call from Harvey Adelson to the Adelson residence, about a 12-minute phone call.
Okay, and that would have been, is that about the last phone call from Charlie Adelson to the Adelson residence was at 7:54 p.m.?
Correct.
And they talked for 11 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, so at that point, it's going to be about, is that 8:05 when they get off the phone?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, and then who calls the Adelson residence at 8:06?
Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so it was 1 minute later that he called the Adelson residence.
Correct.
So would that be consistent with Charlie Adelson talking to Donna Adelson at the residence, since Harvey Adelson wouldn't be calling himself at the Adelson residence 1 minute later?
Could be, yes.
Earlier, we talked about how rare it is that Charlie Adelson calls his parents' landline. He only calls 28 times total in the, I think it was around 15 months in your time span around the time of this murder. So we saw during the June car rental, there was one call to the landline. Is that right?
Yes.
And for this car rental, there's 2 calls right after the landline. Is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, 2 calls to the landline right after the car rental. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So 3 total of those 28 were right after these cars were rented.
Yes.
Next, where did Garcia go after the car was rented?
Well, you have your 4th call to the residence.
Thank you.
At 8:20 p.m.
Okay.
Again, Charlie Adelson calling the residence for a 10-minute phone call.
All right, so 4 total of the 28 then,
Correct.
around the time of the car rentals. All right, what do we have next?
So on the 15th, continuing, we see that there is a number of communications. This again is after the time of the rental car. There's a number of communications or attempts between Ms. Magbanowa and Mr. Garcia. Those continue through the evening and they end about 9:30 p.m. This is slide 172. If we look at the locations, slide 173, again, all of those attempts to reach each other ended at 9:30, and we can see that beginning at 9:30, Mr. Garcia's cell site locations will be consistent with the area of Ms. Magbanowa's residence.
Did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area then the following day, July 16th of 2014?
Yes. And I'll point out also on this slide, in addition to the cell site locations, we did have GPS location for the rental vehicle, which we can also see here on the map by the blue square icon, that the rental vehicle, in addition to Mr. Garcia's cell sites, but the rental.
Can you walk us through the travel of the cell phones on July 16th?
Yes, so we see again, slide 175 here, we have cell site locations for this trip for both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera, and we can see that they're consistent with leaving the South Florida area the early afternoon of July 16th. And as we see through both of their cell site usages, as we continue kind of up through this map, we can see they reach the Tallahassee area in the early morning hours of the 17th.
Now on the 17th, are they ever consistent with being near the Markel residence on Trescott Drive?
Yes, we do see here that both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera have cell site and sector usage that will be consistent with Mr. Markel's residence, and this is on July 17th in the late morning to early afternoon hours.
Okay, and that cell site, is that right near Winthrop Park where we saw them in for the June trip?
That's correct.
Just a second. I wanted to ask you one more thing about the June trip. Law enforcement didn't know about this June trip before Luis Rivera informed them there was actually another trip to Tallahassee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Staying, please rephrase your question.
Did law enforcement know about the June trip before Luis Rivera's statement?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so once we found out about the June trip, were we able to get Rivera's records? And Rivera had records that showed his locations for both June and July.
That's correct.
But Garcia's records had locations for July, but because it had been so long since this trip, they didn't have locations for June anymore. Is that correct?
It wasn't the delay in getting the records, it was the transition of the companies that those records were unfortunately not available to us.
Thank you. Okay, so we just talked about their locations were consistent with being near Markel's home on July 17th. Are you able to show us the communication on the call detail records between all the co-conspirators on the 16th and 17th during this trip to Tallahassee?
Yes. So again, should be slide 179. We are looking at another summary of the communications between the subjects, and this spans July 16th in the morning through the early morning hours of July 18th.
Okay. And do we have the same pattern here where Magban was the only one contacting Garcia and Rivera, and Charlie is the only Adelson talking to Magbanwa?
That's correct. If we go back to kind of the tally of communications, again, we can see the highest number of communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanwa, between Magbanwa and Garcia, and then as the others, as the others have communications as well.
Okay. And these communications, they also cover attempted communications, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And some of these communications may be texts, some may be calls, some may be mundane. Some of these people have relationships anyway. We're just showing all the communications or attempted communications that did take place.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So I want to focus on the night before Dan Markel's murder, late that night. Using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication that evening on July 17th, going into the early morning hours of July 18th?
Yes. So again, kind of same format here. We see, this is slide 185, we see calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson at 10:18 and 10:29, both of them for just over 4 minutes.
Okay, and what's next?
We see at about 11:40, there is communication between Mr. Garcia and Ms. Magbanwa.
Okay, and what happens after that?
Additional communications between Catherine and Sigfredo, and then Charlie calls Catherine just after midnight.
Okay, and is there any more after that?
There is, we see that Ms. Magbanwa calls Charlie again at 12:34 a.m. for a short duration call. And then Charlie calls her back at 1:03 a.m.
Okay. And the Charlie calls Donna at 1:02 a.m. Was there no duration on that?
No duration on that.
Okay. All right. So then moving on to later that morning, which is going to be the morning of July 18th when Dan Markel was murdered. What can you tell us about all the co-conspirators' communication that morning between 8 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.?
So again, another call detail summary between those subjects. Here, slide 192, we're referencing the time when the shooting of Mr. Markel occurred. And in combination with the iCloud return with text message content, in the forensic examination of Wendy Adelson's phone, the communication records from the carriers, we kind of have a more complete idea of the communications between these persons the morning of the 18th.
Okay, and the yellow line there shows out what time in the call detail records the homicide occurred?
Yes.
Can you walk us through all the cell phone evidence that morning?
So again, just looking at the communications between our primary subjects, Wendy had the calendar event that for 8 a.m. for fixed TV.
And I want to ask you about that. Did she often have calendar events in her phone?
She did, yes.
And she would often delete those events?
Correct.
All right. When was this calendar event deleted?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it when she was with law enforcement the afternoon of July 18th? Did they take her phone and run a Cellbrite report on it?
Yes. So this extraction occurred on the late evening hours of July 18th.
Okay. And in the Cellbrite, it would have shown that the calendar event was deleted. Is that right?
Correct.
So would she have had to have deleted it before her cell phone was Cellbrighted that evening?
Yes.
Okay. So sometime between 8 a.m. when the event is on her phone and that evening it was deleted.
It could have been deleted before that date.
Okay. All right, so first call to Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson. Can you show that to us?
Yes. So again, we see at 8:09 a.m. there's a call from Wendy to Donna.
Okay. Let me ask you one thing from the night before. Was it unusual for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson to communicate or attempt to communicate at 1 a.m. that late?
They're communicate over a pretty broad range of time. I think it was pretty clear that that event was a misdial that he immediately corrected and called Ms. Magbanowa. That's why there was no duration to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendy?
Wendy calls Donna. Let's back up. So, yes, Wendy actually calls Donna at 8:09.
Okay. And what's next?
Donna attempts back at about the same time frame. Little phone tag maybe. And then we see a text message from Donna to Wendy again about the Best Buy service.
And she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendy has a text to Charlie stating, "This is so sweet."
And that was deleted?
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before the Cellbrite that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and the Cellbrite that afternoon?
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendy receives a voicemail from Dan Markel.
Okay, and do you have that voicemail where you could play it for us?
I believe so.
Hey Wendy, good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Friday. Just wanted to say I'm hoping to pick the boys up early this afternoon and get them quick. And then have them ready for you around 4:30 or 5. Pick them up either at the jail or at the house. So let me know if that's okay with you. And also, I'd love to chat with you about that situation in school and Thursday stuff and all that. I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but happy to chat. You know, for a walk in school, things like that. Okay, bye.
What time was that voicemail left for Wendy Adelson?
9:04 a.m.
Okay, what happens after that?
So Charlie calls Wendy, or attempts to call Wendy, at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds?
Correct.
Okay, what's next?
Wendy texts Dan Markel, stating, "The repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m., so your swim idea is a no-go today."
So do we know exactly what time she listened to that? Was it 9:04?
9:04 was the voicemail.
Do we know exactly what time she listened to that 9:04 voicemail?
We do not.
But it seems she would have listened to it before this text at 9:12.
She does seem to acknowledge the content of the voicemail in this text message reply.
So she heard it sometime between 9:04 and 9:12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that message, he mentions he's going to the gym, right? At
He did.
9:15. But from the surveillance videos that we have, by the time he got to the gym at 9:15, were the killers already tailing him?
Appeared to be so, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that they had been tailing him all morning? They followed him from his house to the preschool that morning.
Correct.
All right, so can you walk us through these messages starting at 9:12 a.m. that Wendy Adelson has with Dan Markel?
Yes. So, again, she indicated that the swim idea was a no-go. Mr. Markel responds about his day ending at 4:30.
Meaning that he gets to keep the boys under the schedule until 4:30.
Correct.
Okay.
As again, in this message, he says, "under our schedule." And he continues, "and you had them until 5 last week." And this is at 9:13 a.m.
Okay.
Wendy Adelson responds, because you needed to food shop. This is at 9:15. Mr. Markel replies, you weren't making them available until 5.
And at this point, he's already in the Premier parking lot around that time.
Would be correct, yes.
Okay.
Wendy responds, if it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now? This is at 9:19.
So at the point where Dan Markel's already at the gym at 9:19, right?
Yes.
And the killers have already followed him to the gym at that point, right?
Correct.
And this is per surveillance footage from Premier.
Correct.
At this point, Wendy and Charlie have an 18 and 17 second phone conversation.
An 18-minute and 17-second, yes.
Okay. What happens next after this phone conversation?
So after the phone call started, Wendy would have received the incoming text because I was being nice. And then about the time that phone call would have ended, Wendy texts Dan back.
And does she say, nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 today at my house then?
Correct.
So after this 18-minute phone call with Charlie Adelson, does she seemingly change her stance in the argument? She kind of concedes the argument and agrees with what Dan Markel is asking. He can keep the boys until 4:30.
Correct.
And then within about an hour of this message was Dan Markel killed.
He was shot, yes.
Shot, thank you. Walk us through what happens next.
So there are additional communications. Charlie attempts to call Donna at 9:38. Charlie attempts to call Catherine at 9:57. Return attempts just after. And then Charlie and Catherine talk for almost 7 minutes at 9:58.
Okay.
Charlie calls Wendy 10:06, short duration. Catherine attempts Charlie again, 10:07, 10:08. The return call at 10:09 for about 6 minutes. And that's the last of the communications prior to the shooting.
Okay, is Charlie also that morning playing phone tag with the attorney representing him in the divorce, Stephen Webster?
Dan Markel is.
I'm sorry, Dan Markel, thank you. And did Dan Markel have communication where he's playing phone tag with Stephen Webster?
Yes, this is slide 220, and we see from Mr. Markel's records several incoming, outgoing text or voice attempts with Stephen Webster.
And are they basically setting up a time to talk later in the morning?
Your Honor, that's not evidence, calls for speculation.
Saying as the facts, not evidence, that you can lay a foundation for this was doing.
Have you reviewed the text in these call detail records?
Briefly.
Did it appear that they were setting up a time to talk later that day?
Yes.
Okay. Is the last outgoing communication from Dan Markel 10:34 a.m.?
Yes.
And Dan Markel would have been killed within a few minutes of sending that outgoing message?
Correct.
All right, I want to shift now to the cell phone locations in this case. You walked us through at the beginning of your presentation yesterday Dan Markel's locations on the morning of the murder: Trescott, preschool, gym. What can you tell us about Rivera and Garcia's locations that morning?
So again, as you mentioned, slide 222 here, we see the locations that he was. We know his approximate arrival, the arrival of the Prius into Premier Health and Fitness just after 9 a.m. And what we see now up to slide 224, these are the cell site locations for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. Again, Mr. Garcia is in orange, Rivera in blue, but these are the first events with location. We have the morning of the 18th, July 18th, and we see that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's location are both consistent with them being in the area of Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay, and what was the last event with location data that we have for them while consistent with Premier Jim?
It's going to be these that you see here. So 9:58 for Mr. Garcia, 9:46 for Mr. Rivera.
When was their next event with location after these events?
It was afternoon.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
I can. We see, again, Mr. Markel's vehicle leaving the Premier Health and Fitness, 10:38. The Prius traveling just after. And then we see the location information here. This is slide 227. And again, just looking at the cell site locations, Mr. Garcia's in orange, Rivera's in blue. We see that those events we just saw at Premier Health and Fitness are at the top. And the next event we have, you see, is the 12:30 event for Mr. Garcia, where they appear to be on 75 traveling southbound.
So from Tallahassee to around the Gainesville area, there were no events with location.
Correct.
Could that be consistent with them turning their phones off after they left Premier Gym?
It could, yes.
Sometimes when people commit crimes, do they try to turn their phones off during that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained unless you can lay a foundation for this particular point, Stephen.
I'll move on, Judge. All right, so let's start at 12:30. Who was the call to 12:32?
So this is a summary of Mr. Garcia's records for the morning of the 18th. And what we see is his first outgoing call, which happens to be that same event we have with location at 12:30, was to Ms. Magbanowa.
Even though the call appears to be a short duration, is there any evidence that it went to voicemail or Magbanowa did not answer the call?
There's no evidence it was not received.
What do the phone records indicate about the status of Garcia's phone from the last event at Premier to the time he called Catherine Magbanowa at 12:30?
Well, we do see at 12:18 and 12:19, we see 2 incoming calls that do not create locations, which means they did not actually reach the handset. The handset was not in communication with the network. So we know, at least for those times, that the handset was not, again, in communication with the network. Power down, battery dead. However, and then we also see these short codes, this 122 and 129, that are coming into the phone at 12:29. And these are consistent with notifications to the handset about missed calls or voicemails or other things. So those events would be consistent with that phone being powered back on or returning to the network at about that 12:29 time frame.
Okay. And once it comes back on at 12:29, the first call is to Magbanowa?
Correct.
Switching gears here, I want to talk about Wendy Adelson's locations during that morning and early afternoon time frame when Dan Markel was murdered. Are you familiar with Wendy Adelson's statements about her locations on the day of Dan Markel's murder and the route that she took on July 18th after her TV repair appointment?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
So again, we see her residence here at the time, the Aqua Ridge Way. This is slide 230. Again, just the flag there indicates the area of her residence.
So is Aqua Ridge kind of off Centerville Road, north of I-10?
Yes.
All right. Based on the location info from her call detail records, can you determine the approximate time she encountered the roadblock on Trescott Drive?
I can, yes.
Okay.
So we also have a receipt from ABC Fine Wine and Spirits that is time-stamped at 12:49 p.m. on the 18th. So looking at communication records with location, we see that she begins a voice call at 12:31 p.m. Her cell site is listed as the purple dot and starts at 12:31. We can see, this is slide 232. As we come down to about the middle here, she has an event at 12, or communication during this phone call with a cell site at 12:35, and then that call ends at 12:47. So we see again that would be consistent with her leaving the area of her residence sometime around the 12:31 time frame, and being in the area of, and this 12:47 cell site could be the ABC Liquors as well. We know the receipt time's just a couple of minutes later. So with that, and to slide 233, with that receipt being at 12:49, the voice call ending at 12:47, she would have passed by Mr. Markel's residence just prior to that.
Okay, meaning maybe somewhere around 12:35 to 12:45.
Correct.
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendy Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have the children the morning of July 18th and he took them to school that morning?
He did, yes.
Okay. Looking at Wendy Adelson's call detail records, were you able to see her calls, who they were from and to, and the times on July 18th of 2014?
Yes. So slide 234, a summary of her calls that morning. And we can see in the highlighted sections here calls that would have been made or received after the time that she would have passed by the Markel residence.
When she encountered that roadblock, the crime scene tape with the police cars behind it in front of the Markel residence, did she attempt to call Dan Markel to make sure he or the kids were okay?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call the children's daycare, creative preschool, to make sure that they made it to school and there wasn't some type of incident?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or law enforcement to see what was going on, since her children had been staying on that street?
She did not.
Did she just continue to the liquor store and then on to lunch?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the area of Thomasville Road and I-10 where the restaurant Mosaic used to be, which was the restaurant she went to lunch at that day?
I am.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July 2014?
There were, yes.
Okay, can you walk? Thank you.
So what we see, slide 237, again, we are showing the residence, her residence at the time on Aqua Ridge, and her ultimate destination, which was Mosaic off of Thomasville Road. So clearly the next slide here shows, as calculated by the mapping software, the most direct route between those two locations as far as where she was heading.
And then were there any liquor stores in the area of Mosaic at that time?
There were. So at that time, there was Publix Liquors on Thomasville Road there, very close to Mosaic. There was Market Square Liquors off Thomasville, and also another ABC location a little further north on Thomasville Road.
Would those Publix and Market Square Liquors be a lot closer to Aqua Ridge and Mosaic than the one she ultimately went to?
They would, and this is slide 242, which shows the route she ended up taking versus what is calculated as the most efficient route. We can see there's a difference of about 9 minutes longer to go the other way.
So she went 9 minutes out of the way to go to the ABC Liquors next to Dan Markel's home.
Correct.
All right, switching gears again. July 18th, the last slide that we saw of Garcia and Rivera's locations was around the Gainesville area when the phones were powered back on and the 12:30 call was made by Garcia to Catherine Magbanois. Does the next map show Garcia and Rivera continuing to come back down to the Miami area?
Yes, we do see here slide 244 as another large time frame without location information, but we see in the late afternoon, early evening hours, the use on the phones returns, and we see that they are getting into the South Florida area.
Okay, once back in Miami, did they stop somewhere where they were caught on video?
Yes, so we have an ATM withdrawal from Mr. Rivera. We can see that that occurred at 6:46 p.m. and through the records, we were able to determine the location of that specific ATM where that transaction occurred in Pembroke Pine.
Okay.
So slide 247 shows the location of the ATM by the yellow flag in the middle. The, again, blue and orange circles represent the cell sites their handsets were using at the time, and we can see that their locations are consistent with the area of that ATM around the time of that transaction.
All right. Moving on to July 18th. Okay, thank you.
So from that ATM, there were also surveillance images obtained of Mr. Rivera driving, Mr. Garcia in the passenger seat, and again of the green Prius.
And then after that, was Garcia in communication with Catherine Magbanwa that evening?
Yes.
Was Magbanwa also in communication with her friend Yindra Mascaro that evening?
Yes. So here again, slide 250 is the summary of the communications at that afternoon and evening. And we can highlight here several communications between Ms. Magbanwa and Mr. Garcia. And in addition to those, we do see communications between Ms. Magbanwa and Ms. Mascaro.
And was there evidence that Magbanwa went to Rivera's house to meet up with Garcia on the night of July 18th?
There was. As we see again, Ms. Magbanwa's cell sites represented here in red. She has events up to 8:46 that are consistent with the area of her residence. And we can see as we move across the slide here, 253, events at 9:20 and 9:23, and ultimately 9:42, that will be consistent with her traveling away from the area of her residence and toward the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
And are you familiar with Magbanwa's statement that she dropped her kids off at Yindra Mascaro's residence for the night that night, on the night of July 18th?
Yes.
And whose residence is on the way to Rivera's?
Ms. Mascaro's.
And is Magbanwa then at Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
I'm sorry, you have a question.
Your Honor, there's a question from the jury.
You use the bathroom.
Thank you.
The bailiff will take you to the restroom. Everyone can be seated. Believed to accommodate the issue that we discussed previously at sidebar about scheduling, we'll need to stop this morning at 11:30, but once the jurors come back out, we'll at least get another hour of the testimony in. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her at this time. seated. Are they good to go? Okay. Yes. You may. Everyone can be seated. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett.
Okay, so the night of July 18th was Catherine Magbanwa's cell phone consistent with Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
Yes, just after that. We see from the call summary, the last communication between Ms. Magbanwa and Mr. Garcia was at 9:46 p.m. And what we see as her events at 9:46 and 9:47 are very consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. So that kind of coincides with the end of their back and forth communication with her location becoming consistent with Rivera's residence, where Mr. Garcia's location was also consistent.
Okay, and could that be consistent with her communicating with Garcia? That communication ends once she arrives at Rivera's residence, where Garcia and Rivera are also there.
Correct.
Now, after being there for a little while, does Catherine Magbanwa communicate with Charlie Adelson?
She does, and again, back to the summary, we see that there is an outgoing call from Mr. Adelson at 10:12, very, very short duration, and then Ms. Magbanwa calls Mr. Adelson back at 10:20 for about a 2-minute phone call.
And tell us about Catherine Magbanwa's location for that 10:20 call to Charlie Adelson.
So what we see, the 10:20 and 10:22, is the last times that her location is consistent with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
Were we able to find any other evidence of her and Charlie Adelson's plans for the night of July 18th.
Yes, and again, that was slide 257 we just spoke of. This is communication from Mr. Adelson's iCloud, and the afternoon and evening of July 18th, where she asked, how's work been, hon? He says, been busy. And then later, about to start a big case, which she acknowledges.
Okay, and did they discuss their plans for that night?
They did. 8:22 p.m. She texts, "You're still at work." Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, responds, "Just finishing. I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house."
And that message from him is at 8:23 p.m. to Catherine McBanois?
That's correct.
Okay, and he says he's not feeling good before she comes to his house.
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with a call that Wendy Adelson made while at TPD in front of TPD investigators to inform Donna Adelson of Dan Markel's shooting?
Yes.
And was that call made by Wendy Adelson to Donna Adelson at 7:04 p.m.?
Yes, there were actually two close together there.
Okay, thank you. Which co-conspirator did Donna Adelson call after that?
So looking at Donna Adelson's locations and communication, there is a text message from Donna to Charlie, a chat that says, "Call us ASAP."
Okay, and what about after that?
So what we see is looking at the combined location information from both Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's cell phones, their locations. We see that they are consistent with leaving the South Beach area around or a little before 8 p.m. and beginning to travel north. We see locations here on this slide through about 8:29 p.m. And if we continue, we see events at 8:35 p.m. again in the North Miami area, and then we don't have any other usable events with location until 10:53, at which point they're in the north area down here.
Okay. Can you go back to just the slide right before this? Okay, so she receives a call from Wendy Adelson around 7:04 p.m. She's in touch with Charlie Adelson by she's attempting to get in contact with him by around 7:12, and within an hour they are leaving South Beach and headed north in Miami.
Correct.
They being Donna Adelson.
And Harvey Adelson,
And Harvey
yes.
Adelson. Thank you. All right, so can we go to your next slide? You said that their last cell phone communication with location data was in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and their next event with location after that was at 10:53 p.m. Are you familiar with Catherine McBano's statement that Charlie Adelson told her that his parents had just been at her home the night of Dan Markel's murder before she arrived at the home?
Her home or his home?
I'm sorry, his home, Charlie Adelson's home.
Yes.
Charlie Adelson's parents had just been at Charlie Adelson's home before McBano arrived that night.
Correct.
Okay. Is Charlie's home located between the location we see there for the cell site at 8:35 and the location for the cell site at 10:53?
Yes, we see here the location referenced by the flag of where Mr. Adelson's residence was at the time.
Is there evidence in the phone records that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's home on the night of Dan Markel's murder?
So there is another communication from Miss Donna Adelson at 8:59 p.m. stating outside your house.
Outside your house, and she's sending that message to Charlie Adelson, is that right?
Correct.
What can you tell us about her locations that night and how long she could have spent at Charlie's residence after sending this message?
Your Honor, Jack calls for speculation.
Overruled. He may answer based on his analysis of the records. However, Sergeant, you are not to speculate or offer any opinions beyond anything that you have not directly researched for these matters. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. So the question asked of me is it possible for, given the cell site locations and times, is it possible there was a period of time where Donna and Harvey could have stopped at Charlie Adelson's residence? So to do this analysis, I looked at the events that we had with usable locations, and we see that there is this 6-minute phone call, and this is the 8:35 location we saw in the previous slide. But we see this phone call actually begins on the cell site in the bottom of this slide, which should be 263, and it ends on the cell site at the top. So to conduct an analysis of potential time between points, we need to establish a point to start measuring from. So my estimation of the approximate handset's location between these two cell sites for this phone call is approximately the area of that 832 little call out here in the middle. So that is the point that I started, again, with based on these two phone calls, or the beginning and ending cell sites, estimated that the handset was approximately in the area of that marker at 832. Same thing for the ending phone call, or the next phone call that we had at 1053. We see the cell site that it begins on and the cell site that it ends on a little further north. And so that will be consistent again with the handset continuing to travel along the area of the turnpike. And for our ending time here, I again estimated the location of the handset to be where that white call out box is at approximately 10:53 p.m. So with those 2 points and using the Esri route planning tool, Esri is the mapping software that we use, it tells us that that travel should have taken approximately about an hour and 4 minutes. And what we see is between 8:32 and 10:53 is actually 2 hours and 21 minutes. So the distance traveled is not consistent with the time consumed.
You spoke about Esri. Is that also the how Department of Transportation estimates mileage as well?
Yes, if you go to the official Department of Transportation site to get mileage for business travel, they use the same software.
What can you determine about when Donna Adelson would have reached Charlie Adelson's residence according to this estimated travel time?
So if we look at this, and again, we see the area of Charlie Adelson's residence, we have the message at 8:59 that says outside your house. Charlie responds to that about 20 minutes later with 10 men, 10 minutes. So again, using the same route planning, we see that that should have taken approximately 25 minutes to travel from our 8:32 starting point to Charlie Adelson's residence. And so that would have put the estimated time of arrival at his residence 8:57, and the text message is sent at 8:59. So that would be pretty consistent.
So the text message time is consistent with the estimated time it would take to get from the last known location to his house?
Correct.
And in that text message, she says, outside your house to him.
Correct.
And then he gives her an estimated amount of time before he'll be at his house, 10 men.
Correct. And what we see looking at Charlie Adelson's locations, the 9:19, when the text message is sent, we can see the cell site that his handset is using. As we continue down slide 268, we can see that he has communication at 9:21, and then the next cell site he has is, or cell site time he has is 9:40, and that 9:40 time he has become consistent with the area of his residence. So he reaches his residence sometime between 9:21 and 9:40. If we look at the 9:19 time of the text message, that 10 minutes is about correct for when he would arrive home.
So he says he's 10 minutes when he's about 10 minutes away en route to his house.
Correct.
After receiving the outside your house text. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do we see here?
This is just a close-up of that, again showing the cell sites when he would be consistent with his residence, arriving sometime before 9:40.
And where was Donna Adelson's next event with actual location data after she said she was outside Charlie Adelson's house and he responded 10 men?
Again, the next event that we have is the 1053 events, looking at their combined records. Is the next usable location event that we have. So if we look at the time that it would take to travel from Charlie Adelson's residence to that point, we see that based on the route planning, approximately 48 minutes. And again, the actual travel time based on those cell site usages was 1 hour and 54 minutes. So we have about an hour of unaccounted for time.
So it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes to travel to the 1053 location from North Miami, which left 1 hour and 6 minutes unaccounted for.
This would be the travel time from Charlie Adelson's residence to
Thank you.
that 1053 point. Did take 1 hour and 54 minutes, which was estimated to only take 48.
So how long could she and Charlie Adelson then have overlapped at his house during that time?
The maximum would be approximately 1 hour and 6 minutes.
And that would be including the time that she would have been waiting for him to arrive?
It would, yes.
Okay. So let's say she waited 10 minutes or so for him to arrive. Actually, he sent it 20 minutes after he received the text, right?
Correct. Charlie's response to Donna was about 20 minutes after she had texted outside your residence. And that indicates a 10-minute estimated time of arrival. So about 30 minutes would be probably the shortest that she would have waited, but you still have a little over a half hour of overlap.
Okay, thank you. So total amount of time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and they could have spent about 30 minutes or so together during that time at his residence.
Could have, yes.
What else do you know about Donna Adelson's travels that evening?
So we have an additional chat later on.
Does he check back in with her to see if she got there okay?
Yes. At 11:56, Charlie texts, "Did you get to your hotel okay? Love you." She responds, "Thank you for asking. We have it on MapQuest. Hilton Inn on International Drive. We should arrive at 1:25 a.m. Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning." So again, looking at the point of the 1053 estimated location to the location she states she's going to, we see that should have taken about 2 hours and 20 minutes, and which would have made the arrival time around 1:13. Her stated arrival, estimated arrival was 1:25. So again, these are pretty close.
So no large amount of time unaccounted for during that journey.
That's correct.
The large amount of time that you have unaccounted for where she says she's outside Charlie Adelson's house is from the 8:35 spot to the 10:53 spot.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to do this drive that Donna Adelson took from North Miami to the 1053 location on the night of July 18th?
I did, yes.
And when did you do that drive?
I did that July 18th of this year.
And was that on a Friday night this year, just as her drive was on a Friday night in 2014?
Yes.
And on the same date, July 18th?
Correct.
Can you tell us about that drive?
I simply traveled to that area, to the area of that first estimated location at 8:32. I started an exit south of that so that I was at traveling speed, and I traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence. I noted the time and mileage that it took me to get there, and then I traveled from Charlie Adelson's residence to the 1053 spot just to make sure that the roadways, all of those which have not changed, allowed for me to get off the turnpike, get back on, continue travel, and about how long it took me to do it.
Were you able to easily get off the exit for Charlie Adelson's house and then get back on again?
Yes.
And was the time it took to drive from Donna Adelson's 832 location in North Miami to Charlie Adelson's residence consistent with the estimated time?
It was. I was within just a few minutes.
Ms. Kappelman just reminded me, you said it was on the same day. Did you also do it at the same time of day?
I did, yes.
Okay, so Friday evening around between 8:30 and 11.
Yes, within just a couple of minutes of 8:32. It was a little hard to gauge my travel time to get to that exact point. Might have been off a minute or two when I crossed that specific point, but it was very, very close to the exact time of day.
And was the time it took to drive from Charlie Adelson's residence to her 1053 location consistent with the estimated time on Esri?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right, so moving on to the next day, July 19th. If you could walk us through the morning after the murder of Dan Markel, where's Charlie Adelson located at that time?
Charlie Adelson has locations consistent with his residence.
And what can you tell us about the communication from Magbanoa's phone that morning?
I can. So first we looked at her locations, and we recalled that we had that after 10 p.m. Cell site location where she was leaving the area of Mr. Rivera's residence. And actually the next locations that we have for her is the morning of July 19th. And we see again, this is slide 274, and we can see that her locations beginning at 9:44 would be consistent with her traveling south from the area of Mr. Adelson's residence to the area of either her residence or Mr. Rivera's.
Now, once or before this 9:44 a.m. Call, did she have some calls the night before that were routed to voicemail?
Yes, that were not, they did not reach the phone, yes.
What was her last location then before the locations we see here? Was it the 10-20-something location we saw from the night before when she's leaving Rivera's residence and talking to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
Okay. And in the text messages between her and Charlie Adelson that night, she was planning to go over to his house that night because he wasn't feeling well.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this slide, does it appear that her phone is then the first active location or the first active event with location we have? She's coming south down from Charlie Adelson's residence that next morning.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Catherine Magbanoa's statement that she spent the night at Charlie Adelson's home the night of Dan Markel's murder, and the next morning she took the money that he gave her for the murder to the area of Rivera's residence?
Yes.
Was there evidence of that in the phone records?
So what we see, again, back to your initial question as far as the cell phone or the call activity, we're looking at the summary of calls in the morning of July 19th, and we see those events that we saw on the map consistent with her travel south. She is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. So we have a number of outgoing calls between 9:44 and 9:46, including a text message where she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia.
When she can't reach Garcia, does she start trying to call some friends of his to try to get a hold of him?
Yes, so immediately after that at 9:47, she makes an outgoing call to Anthony Ortiz.
Does she also try to call Luis Rivera that morning to find Garcia?
She did not.
Okay. Does the attempted communication with Garcia stop at 10:31 a.m.?
Yes, so again, our first set of calls here, she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unable to. She calls Mr. Ortiz. And now what we see starting at 9:49, Mr. Ortiz is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Luis Rivera is now attempting to call Garcia. And it starts this flurry of back and forth phone calls with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz trying to find Mr. Garcia, or trying to reach Mr. Garcia. And that continues through about 10:20 in the morning.
Okay, so Magbanoa's calling Garcia's friend Ortiz. Ortiz is trying to call Garcia, and Ortiz also calls Rivera to try to get a hold of Garcia.
That is correct.
Okay. Eventually, do all of these attempted calls to Garcia stop, and at what point?
Well, they certainly tamed down. What we see for the first time is at 10:20, so we've had this period of time where everyone's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. Catherine Magbanoa gets a call from Luis Rivera from his actual primary phone number, and they talk for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. So after that, then we see that Ms. Magbanoa communicates with Mr. Rivera a couple of times. She does again try to get hold of Mr. Garcia, but all of that concludes at about 10:30 in the morning.
And was there any evidence as to why there wasn't location data for Garcia that morning and why no one can get a hold of him?
He had, say, dumped his phone. He had.
Yes, Your Honor, facts, not evidence. Stand, please establish the foundation for the witness to testify to this.
What could you tell from his phone records, the evidence in this case, about why no one could get a hold of Mr. Garcia?
So Mr. Garcia's records indicate that in the early morning hours of the 19th, that phone left the network, was no longer in communication with the network. There are a number of inbound calls that never reach the handset. They do not produce location information or duration, so his phone is not in communication with the network. And that continues through the end of the records. That phone never returns to service, never makes or receives an actual phone call from that morning of the 19th through the duration of the records that we have.
What can you tell us about the locations of Rivera and Magbanoa at 10:31 and the time period after that, once all of these attempted communications stop?
So again, we have the flurry of communications. That last call is at 10:31 a.m. And if we look at Ms. Magbanoa's locations at 10:31, she is consistent with Rivera's residence, and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations are also consistent with his residence.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he was able to find Garcia that morning at a girl's house and brought him back to Rivera's residence?
Correct.
Now, when is the next communication on Catherine Magbanoa's cell phone after that with location data?
The next that we see is at 11:23 a.m.
This is about 50 minutes later?
Correct.
All right, and is her location at 11:23 a.m. consistent with Mascaro's residence?
It would be consistent with the way to Mascaro's residence.
Okay, thank you. Could this be consistent with her then leaving Rivera's residence after a period of time and heading back towards Mascaro's residence to pick up her children?
It could be, yes.
All right, switching gears again. Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case back in 2016?
I was.
What is a wiretap?
A wiretap is an active way for law enforcement to be able to gain information or intelligence. Everything that we've talked about in the historical records are just that, historical. We're getting records that already existed and having those provided to us. A wiretap is an ongoing intercept where we are able to, in real time, see the calls that are being placed, the outgoing, inbound, durations, all of those things, in addition to the content of most of those. So text message content and voice content, we're actually able to listen to those calls in real time while they're occurring. So this is a real-time, ongoing, active monitoring of the communications.
In order for a wiretap to be in place, does there have to be an order signed by a judge? That order has to be sent to the phone carrier so that the calls can be monitored by law enforcement.
Correct.
Were we able to monitor the content of the calls between the subjects in this case back in the time that these events happened, back in June and July of 2014?
No, again, we were investigating after the fact. All of that was historical. The carriers do not retain the content of voice calls. They don't record everything that you say and make it available to us. So we had no option to listen or know the content of those communications back then, outside of what we recover in text messages.
Okay, so the wiretap in this case is during the investigation, once law enforcement had identified the identity of these subjects and was trying to listen to see whether they talked about the crime.
That is correct. It is prospective. It is ongoing, real time.
All right, can you explain to the jury what type of equipment is needed for a wiretap?
Well, we use a variety of equipment. There is carrier-based equipment. They have equipment that is able to basically mirror those phone calls, that traffic, and provide it to law enforcement. We have equipment, computer servers, that are able to receive that communication and then provide it to monitoring stations, which are essentially laptops. We have headphones and software that allows us to see this information. It decodes the information that is sent to us from the carrier. So we can see in real time, it pops up with the time of the call, the phone numbers, cell site locations sometimes, and other information. And if it is a call that has audio, then there's an indication that there's audio, and we're able to actually listen to that through the headphones.
Does the software give the listeners, law enforcement, the ability to stop and start the recordings?
It does, yes.
And are synopsis of the recordings done by law enforcement?
Yes.
Is there any involvement by the actual phone carrier, like the company?
There is, yes.
Is monitoring of the calls done live and in real time?
It is.
And do the people who are monitoring these intercepts have to go through a certain type of training in order to do that?
They do. They have to go through what we call minimization training. The interception of communications requires that non-relevant or communications that are not pertinent to the actual crimes be minimized or not listened to. So we call that minimization training, and everyone who listens to or has opportunity to hear any audio from the wire has to go through that training.
Okay, and are the people monitoring it also thoroughly briefed on the case?
They are. Part of that training is a requirement to read the affidavit that was authorizing the wiretap and to get a briefing from the case agents so that they know in great detail all the elements of the case so that they're able to detect during the phone calls if that conversation is actually relevant to some part of the investigation. They need to know financial things, relationships, hierarchy, those kind of things. So again, they are briefed by the case agent and they're required to read the documents.
If the phone conversation is not relevant to the crime or is privileged in some way, is there a mechanism to stop that recording by law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the purpose of that to protect people's privacy if they're not talking about something relevant to the crime?
Yes, the purpose of that is to allow us to minimize those parts of the conversation that are not pertinent to the crime and in compliance with the order.
Is minimization a choice by law enforcement, or are they required to minimize irrelevant portions?
It's a requirement.
Okay. Are you limited in time, or is law enforcement who's listening limited in time, in the time that they have to decide whether what they're listening to is relevant to the crime or not?
There are a number of things that go into that. Time is one of them, yes. We have a guideline for how long we should listen to make that determination, and then we have some guidelines for how frequently we can come back and check the ongoing conversation to see if that conversation has turned criminal or turned into something relevant to the investigation.
So the officer can then go back in and listen in again to see if they are now talking about something relevant.
Correct. We call this spot checking.
And can the listeners of the call tell if a law enforcement officer is doing that?
The listener of the call, I'm sorry?
Can we, as the listeners here in the courtroom, tell if an officer is doing that?
Yes. In certain versions of the software, there's an audible tone to indicate that it's been minimized. There's printouts from the software that tells us when audio was listened to and when it was minimized. And there's just absences in the conversation, blank spaces where that recording did not occur.
And is the portion of the call, so the portion of the call that's minimized then is not recorded?
Correct.
When listening, though, and trying to decide whether something's relevant or irrelevant, are law enforcement officers also on the lookout for suspects trying to mask the meaning of what they're saying in case law enforcement's listening? Maybe they are talking about the crime, but they're using words that don't sound criminal in order to do it.
That's correct.
Is that quite common?
It is, yes.
Which phones were tapped in this case?
Mr. Charlie Adelson's and Ms. Catherine Magbanowa's.
And was that Charlie Adelson's phone number ending in 9223 and Magbanowa's phone ending in 1312?
That's correct.
Okay. And who supervised the wiretap in 2016 in this case?
A number of supervisors. I supervised from a technical standpoint to make sure that the information was being received and operating functionally. The case agent supervised the investigative standpoint. It's a representative from the state attorney's office to monitor the legal side of things, and we have to do periodic reports or updates to a judge during the ongoing wire, alerting him of our progress and seeking authorization to continue. So there's a good bit of oversight.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings of the wire calls?
A designated officer.
At TPD?
In this case, yes.
And those recordings, are they stored in a secure manner at TPD?
Yes.
On a few different recorded conversations throughout the wiretap, are you aware of statements made by Charlie Adelson that he does not know who Tudo is?
I am, yes.
In your review of Charlie Adelson's iCloud, like his text messages in the iCloud, were there messages where he and Magbanowa are having conversations about mundane things, but he says Tudo to her? He refers to Garcia as Tudo.
He does, yes.
So the phone records indicate that despite what Charlie Adelson says on the wire, he did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo?
That would be from the iCloud return, but yes.
Okay. All right. I want to move on to the bump in this case, which the wire calls came after the bump. Can you tell us the date and time of the bump in this case?
So these are the records of Donna Adelson's communication during that time frame. This is 4/19 of 2016, and what we see is the bump happened at 1:47 p.m.
Who was Donna Adelson's first call after the bump? And meaning the bump is when the undercover agent approached her on the street.
The first call was to Charlie Adelson.
Did she call Wendy Adelson or Harvey Adelson during that time?
Immediately after, no.
Did she call Catherine Magbanowa at any point?
No.
Anyone else associated with this case besides Charlie Adelson?
No.
And when was her first call to Charlie Adelson after the bump?
2:09.
So about a little over 20 minutes later?
Yes.
All right. Was Donna Adelson detained and charged in this case? I believe it was on November 15th of 2023.
Yes.
And we'll get into the details of that later, but what I want to talk about now is whether we were able to, on the day that she was detained and charged, was her cell phone taken by law enforcement and a cell bright done on that cell phone?
Yes.
And in the cell phone that was in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson talked about Charlie Adelson's trial, his November 2023 trial, and the verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial that Garcia and Rivera killed Dan Markel on their own?
Facts on evidence, counsel's testifying.
Sustained as the counsel testifying, please establish a foundation for your question.
Okay. Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you.
We have a sidebar. I'm back. Sorry, I was helping tell Mom. I did it, ladies and gentlemen. I fixed the window. Now, we had a bit of a towel window issue here at Towel House. Now, you might be saying, what happened to the window? Well, I wanted to get an air conditioner out of the window because the summer's over, and let's just say I lost the battle at first. Now, it was really Towel Mom who lost the battle. I just came in as the cleanup hitter, and then I won the battle. So yes, we're at sidebar, and I won the battle against the air conditioner. Now, you might be saying to yourself, sir, towels do not necessarily get into a battle with air conditioners. Yes, and I also missed some of the testimony, so please forgive me for that happening, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate all of your understanding. I had to help Towel Mom. All right, everybody loves Towel Mom. I'm going to get the air conditioner out of the window. I have made progress. I'm a towel. Now, I was a little frustrated there. Let me just tell you, it's not you all. I'm sorry. I was frustrated because I missed the testimony. I had to pay attention. I didn't want to drop the air conditioner out the window. So sorry for that. But all right, you know what I'm saying? How's Towel Mom? Towel Mom is fine. She's doing a lot better than Donna Adelson. I'll tell you that right now. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for tuning. Yes, towel fighting with the air conditioner was certainly a sight to be seen. I don't really know what to say about that situation. I can see why it happened. I left the air conditioner in for a while, so when I went to take it out, the window was kind of stuck. I had to get a crowbar, which was really a hammer with a crowbar on it, and I got it out. There you go. Towel versus the air conditioner. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are the brave little towels. We do court coverage, we do pool feeds, and we listen to Towel talk about taking the air conditioner out of the window. Well, there you go, little towels. So, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and there is a substantial amount of testimony coming out about Wendy Adelson. What I did hear was horrifying about what Wendy Adelson had been up to, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just tell you, she is no shrinking violet. Wendy Adelson is culpable. Wendy Adelson is part of this, ladies and gentlemen. Wendy Adelson is absolutely damaging. Wait, what? What? I'm baffled. Whose boobs came out? All right, listen. I don't know what happened with someone's chest coming out. I was not here. This is a court case. I have no idea what we're talking about. I didn't click that link. I don't know what was going on there. Court about to come back, says Colleen Henry. And how do we know that? Because Colleen Henry and Buck Towel are the ever-vigilant guardians of the American Midwest. Now, I'm here with you. I could eat some towel lunch. I'm exhausted from that battle with the air conditioner. Don't ever get in a battle with an air conditioner. The air conditioner will win. I have lost the battle. I'm very tired. I'm very hungry. I'm a towel. I can't believe that happened. I was defeated by an air conditioner. Listen, I've taken on a lot of foes, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't think the air conditioner would be my Achilles towel heel, all right? We have finally found the foe that was able to take down Towel. It was an air conditioner. Those damn air conditioners, it's clearly a communist. The air conditioner is clearly a communist. Now, you might be saying to yourself, this has nothing to do with the trial. Okay, well, I wanted to watch the trial. I didn't want to get into a battle with an air conditioner. It was basically like living in the movie The Brave Little Toaster, but I'm the brave little towel. You see what I'm saying? Hello, SD. It's great to see you. I got in a battle with an air conditioner. I won the battle. I lost the battle. I won the war. All right? The battles were ferocious. It was like Napoleon at Trafalgar, Towel at the window with the air conditioner. It was basically one of those kind of historical moments that you live for. Colleen Henry and Buck Towel would have loved to see it. Towel versus the air conditioner, the brave little towel, the brave little toaster, Napoleon and Trafalgar. 6 degrees of Chewbacca, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, summer is over up here in New England, ladies and gentlemen. It was about 50 degrees. There's a sidebar. All right, court's coming back into session. How do we know that? Colleen Henry and Buck Towel, the ever-vigilant guardians of the American Midwest. I'll see you after lunch. Oh, court's actually ending at 11:30. I don't know how long. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Colleen, I think I did see that link. Right, here we go.
Or any other person. Also, as well, do not look at any other outside information or news on this matter. We will resume with the trial this afternoon at 1:20. Please be back by 1:15.
1 hour and 50-minute lunch break. 1 hour and 50-minute lunch break. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for tuning in. We are going to watch... what are we going to watch? Oh, the phone call from jail. Just it. After a bombshell morning of testimony, wherein Wendy Adelson's involvement in the conspiracy to
Everyone can be
murder...
seated.
Hold on.
During the break concerning the evidentiary point for which this testimony is seeking to be admitted, I will review while we're on break as well. Are there any other matters that we need to address?
Not from the defense this time, Your Honor.
Please report back by 1:15 as well. At that time, we will continue with Sergeant Corbett's examination. After this portion of the examination, Ms. Dugan, will the state's direct be coming to a conclusion?
Will you repeat that, Judge?
After this part of the direct examination, will the direct be coming to a conclusion, Sergeant Corbett?
I would say I have maybe 30 minutes left, 30 to 45 minutes.
Very well. Sergeant, enjoy your lunch as well. This might be a record, 2 breaks.
Could be. Thanks, sir.
We'll see if we can get you off the stand before we rest for the evening. 1:15. Enjoy your break, everyone.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Hey, we reached 1K on the Towel X feed. Excellent job, ladies and gentlemen. We are now on lunch in the Donna Adelson and Dan Markel trial until 1:20. So, what are we going to do? We're going to watch the Charlie Adelson jail calls, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because I got to go get towel lunch. I'm really dizzy. I don't feel that well. I need to eat. All right, so we're going to watch the Charlie Adelson jail phone calls with Donna in full. I'm thinking about getting a towel cheeseburger. I don't know what I should get today, actually. Maybe we can take a poll. What should Towel get for lunch? All right? No, I don't want to take a poll because I only eat 2 things. I'll be embarrassed. Where's Taterbug? We love Taterbug. Do we have a Taterbug sighting? Oh, yes, holistic psychology. There was a lot of bombshells in there about Wendy. Colleen Henry was narrating it the whole time. You know why? Because Buck Towel hates the commies, and Buck Towel guards Colleen Henry's property and the entire American Midwest. Buck Towel is basically NORAD, all right? But, you know, Buck Towel, he, hears his name, he pops up, I start talking about NORAD, and he's like, oh no, that damn towel is exposing all my secrets again, stop telling them I work for NORAD. Well, you know what, Buck Towel, you are an American hero, we hate the commies, and I'm going to tell people about your service to our great nation. Now, you may think to yourself that serving NORAD as a dog isn't exactly the most efficient use of our taxpayer dollars. Yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen. Watching trials is an efficient use of taxpayer dollars, and Buck serving the nation via NORAD to guard the American Midwest is an efficient use of taxpayer dollars, and I will not hear otherwise, or I will go make a law deputizing Buck as a member of NORAD. I don't think you can actually do that. I just think it would be hilarious if we had a debate on the Senate floor about Buck Towel joining NORAD. We could bring Buck Towel onto the floor of the Senate. It would be glorious. This is why you can't elect me to things, because I would bring Buck Towel to the Senate, and I'd be like, Buck Towel, we're making you a member of NORAD now. Buck is out. Buck heard me. He's out there. He's not roaming the grounds. He is roaming American territory, protecting us because he's a member of NORAD. Now, you may be saying to yourself, Buck is not a plane. Buck is a dog. Well, you know what? We have humans who are not planes that work for NORAD. Therefore, Buck Towel can also work for NORAD. In short, this is why we tune into this kind of thing, ladies and gentlemen. You watch Towel Stream to hear me talk about how Buck Towel is a member of NORAD. Anyway, that was just our transitional lunch. Why? Because I have to go get my lunch or I'm going to collapse. I feel dizzy. I'm tired. We'll play Towel Trivia at about 12:30. All right, Steph Towel is going to lose her mind. She's going to hear this. She's going to come running to the screen. She's going to think we're playing Towel Trivia. Steph Towel, so when Buck Towel hears NORAD, he reacts one way. His ears perk up, he gets excited. When Steph Towel and Allie Towel and Rue Towel and Toffee Towel hear trivia, they just start sprinting to the screen. Now, Pete Bunny Towel, is there anything, yes, Buck Towel, is there anything you would like to say about our upcoming round of trivia at 12:30? You're calmed down. Pete Bunny Towel was very upset yesterday about the communists. What were you even angry about? It had something to do with the Chinese, if I recall. Oh, yes. China did something that really upset Pete Bunny Towel. I don't want to cause a diplomatic Pete Bunny Towel incident. Just know that he doesn't like the commies, all right? He loves Taterbug, but he doesn't love the commies, all right? He's Pete Bunny Towel, and he's looking forward to trivia. Oh, that's right. We're going to play Towel Trivia at about 12:30. What were you doing over there? Oh, it's tobacco. Stop rolling around in the tobacco, Pete Bunny towel. That is what dolphins do. You are a Pete Bunny towel. Yes, indeed. All right, so Pete Bunny Towel would like to let you all know that we're going to play Towel Trivia at 12:30 after Towel eats because Towel is hungry. And you want to eat the lettuce off my Towel chicken sandwich. All right, Pete Bunny Towel. All right, Pete Bunny Towel is going on his chair. He somehow got tobacco on him. I think it was because I was smoking a cigar next to him yesterday. I have fixed him. He no longer has tobacco on him. He's a tobacco-free Pete Bunny Towel. All right, so we're going to watch Charlie Adelson's jail phone calls for an hour. Then we are playing Towel Trivia at 12:30. So this is indeed a live feed of the court, but that is not what we're going to watch. We're going to watch Charlie Adelson's jail phone calls, and then give me 1 second while I put up the court returns screen before I go get my towel lunch. Then we will hang out together and watch play Towel Trivia circa 12:30. Now, I think Steph's going to be able to contain herself until then. Pete Bunny Towel has made an appearance. Oh, no, Allie, I'm not even... He's sleeping now, but I'm not even going to tell him about tea towel. You know what I'm saying? He gets all riled up. He wants to go to France and take tea towel to the Ritz in the Place des Vendômes. All right? The lobster there costs 300 euros. I don't know why. All right, I'll ask him. All right, come here, Pete Bunny Towel. He's going to be displeased that I woke him up, then he's going to get excited. So yesterday, Pete Bunny Towel, you saw a picture of a bunny towel. Now, her name is Toffee Towel. Now, I'll bring her up on the screen one more time, all right? I don't want to cause you any distress, Pete Bunny Towel. I know that you are looking forward to the courtship process, so let me just bring up the picture of Pete Bunny Towel's courtship partner. All right, this is Toffee Towel. Now, Toffee Towel is a bunny. Oh goodness, that is Toffee Towel. All right, everyone say hello to Toffee Towel. Toffee Towel, you are on the screen. You are taking center stage. All right, now Pete Bunny Towel. Oh, okay. Yes, she is very pretty. Allie Towel would like to. It's 1:20 p.m. We are back at 1:20 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, Pete Bunny Towel has been requested to provide his opinion on whether Toffee Towel is pretty. Now, Pete Bunny Towel says he's more about analytical intelligence than looks, but, yes, you want to be gentle about this. He thinks she is very beautiful, and she's more pretty than J-Lo, and he likes tacos. What? Okay, because she said taco-flavored kisses. All right. That was pretty direct there. I don't know if this is a courtship at this point or a budding romance. It's a budding bunny romance, he says. All right, Pete Bunny Towel, you have a good rest of your afternoon. All right, Allie, you have sufficiently riled up Pete Bunny Towel. I think he has dreams of going to France. So yes, court is back at 1:20 p.m. Eastern, ladies and gentlemen. Pete Bunny Towel, is it okay that she's an airhead? He says bunnies' brains don't stop growing until they're 412 years old, so he can help her. All right, so that's Pete Bunny Towel's opinion. Now, we're going to listen to the jailhouse calls. Colleen Henry says, holistic psychology. Listen to the calls. Grant will play. Donna reads a text from Wendy to her. She thought the call had dropped. In it, Wendy says, I had nothing to do with Danny's murder. Donna says, yes, you did. Oh. All right, let's translate that. Hold on, we got to translate that for our German friends here. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I'm going to translate this for holistic psychology. All right, it's going to read out over the screen, and you're going to learn some German. All right, ready for this? Have you ever wanted to speak German? Colleen Henry. Here we go.
Ganzheitlich, hören Sie sich die Anrufe an, die Grant abspielt. Donna liest ihr eine SMS von Wendy vor. Sie dachte, der Anruf sei unterbrochen worden. Darin sagt Wendy, ich hatte nichts mit Dannys Mord zu tun. Donna sagt, doch, das hast du.
It's true. It's true. You heard it in German. Listen, if they say it in German, you know it's true, ladies and gentlemen. That is how it works. Colleen Henry's always wanted to hear her words spoken in German across the world to holistic psychology. It has literally been a life goal for decades. All right, here we go, little towels. Here we go, little towels. We are going to watch Charlie Adelson's phone calls. I got it, lovely towel. Yes, the message to Colleen Henry, you have spoken to the German people. You have delivered the message. This is a glorious day. Buck Towel, you are internationally known. Your words reach to the stars. I mean Germany, which is the Bavarian kingdom, so it has stars in it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. All right, here we go. I think these are the phone calls. Give me 1 sec while I load them up. Give me 1 sec. A little towel. I really like learning German. What do you want from me? I like German. Truly, it has, Grant. Yes, it is a glorious day, Colleen. We've always wanted to have Colleen Henry's words reach the German people. May the kingdom of Bavaria prosper, and may we always be towels. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. I got the jailhouse phone calls from Charlie Adelson ready. I'll see you after my lunch, but I'm going to be with you in chat. You know I'm never far. I'm never far away. Here we go. Charlie Adelson's phone calls from prison, and I want to say a special thank you to Phone Calls from Prison. They are a public service that provides the public access to jailhouse phone calls. Please go ahead and give them a subscription and a like. I'll be here commenting and reacting on this excellent piece of information provided to the public from public phone calls from prison.
Hi, Charlie. Hey, honey. Hey, Dad. How are you? I'm good. I'm okay. Yeah. More important, how are you feeling? How are you doing? I'm good. I talked to Roland, spent a lot of time talking to Bree. Didn't realize how much time I spent talking to him.
Okay. Yeah. But that's good. I know Dan has been writing. I don't know if you spoke to him at all, but.
No, I have not talked to him at all.
Okay. Because he's trying to get this thing changed, and he's very frustrated because this is right after. The first one was right after we hung up at 4:30 exactly. And I said to him, earlier I said, I'm still talking to Charlie. I told him what you said about Sergeant Whaley. Then I said, well, thank you for trying. Chief Mack never came. And he wrote back, I trust Whaley. It will get done. It might be a day or two, but he definitely has helped us in the past. So, and then he, some other things that he's trying.
I found out from the office that usually after you get found guilty of my charges, they put you in here for 72 hours for observation. So then I was like, listen, like, this weekend is a great Veterans Day weekend. Like, I don't want, Chief Mack to be here on Friday and have to be the one who signs off on it on Monday. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm not going to kill myself. I'm in a room where I can't look out any window. If that mirror is facing me and the camera in here, they don't turn the lights on. They leave the lights on 24/7. So it's like, I have these bright lights on my eyes, and I'm like not able to look past 6 feet of concrete in front of me with blood and shit all over it and piss on the floors. Like, that's not right. Like, you're trying to, my mental health is not getting better by locking me in a box.
Who did you say that to?
One of the officers, and she said, well, I'm going to try to talk to my lieutenant tomorrow, and I'm on the day shift tomorrow, so he expires.
Because it's already been over 48 hours. So.
It's only been 48 hours, and honestly, it's been 4 weeks.
It's been 48 hours, a little more than that. So tomorrow, why can't
Yeah, because he may only be on day shift, and in 48 hours, it'd be tomorrow evening, he'd be gone. He may be done Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and he'd come back and let you out on Monday. That's why I'm trying to get out before the weekend, of the Veterans Day weekend. He may be on like a different schedule than most people. He may be like a 9 to 5 in government hours.
Yeah, I'll talk to Dan in the morning. I'll explain that to him.
I haven't called Dan at all because he's given me so much of his time. If he doesn't listen to me now, I'm sure he's very pissed off himself.
He's very upset, actually. He's very upset.
I mean, he made a lot of promises and it wasn't his fault. It was, and I was talking to Bree about it, and I don't know if I ever told you this. I had people who came in when I said, do you know anything about the case? They go, well, I listened to a podcast of the My Dead Body and saw the Dateline or 2020 episode also. But do you think that you could separate how you feel and listen to the rules of law and judge him fairly with what you just said that you viewed. Well, yeah, I can. Okay.
Tell me they were scratched.
They didn't get, no, they don't get scratched and make it to the next round. And then I have to use my X in the next round to get rid of them. So I'm using my X's to get rid of, look, if you sat, I haven't listened to it, but I get the feeling, if you sat and listened to a 6-part podcast about my case, it tells me you're overly interested, and it tells me that you can take it. Okay, now you tell us that you can totally separate yourself from any ideas or opinions you had after listening to that. Well, how are you going to remove that section of your brain that comes to that conclusion? Like, that's the question that you asked. It was a very polite way of saying, like, you can't get shit out of your head. You already have thoughts and ideas and beliefs. You're coming in with beliefs. Beliefs don't disappear if somebody says don't think like that anymore. You still have, everyone's got their experiences and beliefs that they ingrain coming in. I should have people who haven't heard of the case.
Of course.
The problem is, as officers have told me, you'd have to be living underneath a rock if you said you hadn't heard of the case. Or you'd be lying. And the more I talked about it with you today and talked about it with Brady, there was so this is what I'm saying. So they come in and they listen to the podcast and they make it to the next round. So over the 152 people, we had 92 people getting struck for cause. That means they said something that prevented them by law from being on my jury. They eliminated themselves by saying something. 92 people out of 150.
I don't understand how that's not a reason immediately to be struck. You shouldn't have to use a cross on that. That's insane.
No. She just said she can listen to the rules of law. She can judge me fairly. She can view me as innocent until proven guilty. And she can separate it. So she's one of the 60 that make it to the next round. And then once they have the 60 in the next round, they lined up 21 chairs and 21 people. There's some chairs in front of the jury box, so there's 22 actually. So they did a set of 22, and they did a whole questionnaire on them. And then they announced which ones they had to eliminate because it was like the New York Yankees guy, the guy who's the GM of a restaurant who doesn't want his restaurant mentioned in the press. Yeah. Those people got eliminated. So then there was a certain amount that were kept, and then ones that got kept stayed, and then we came we put a whole new group of 22. And then we had another whole seating car of 22. So then, maybe 5 or 6 of those got eliminated for cause out of that group of 22 when you questioned even more. And then you were down to 35 people. And then out of the 35 people that made it to that point, there was still another 20 people sitting in the gallery, in the pews. Yeah. So those 20 people are still sitting in the pews. They have their second set of 20 that's up there. 22 were asking questions. And they were like, okay, we got 35 out of the original 44 still left. So then we go back and we play the game where everybody's name is on a sheet of paper on the seat that they sat. It's labeled like 2 groups. 1 through 22 in one group, 1 through 22 in another. Certain people get X'd off for cause, and then you have what's left. So then you have what's left, and you start with juror number 1. You want to keep them to the state or to us, and they're like, we'll keep them. And then we look at it and we're like, okay, we'll keep them too. We go to juror number 2. The state goes, no, we're going to use our X. Get rid of them. Juror number 3, you're like, we'll keep them. Juror number 4, okay, we'll use our X. So each side gets 10 X's, and then they get repeated in that number order. So it works its way all the way to the top. So if you have a horrible juror, but he's number juror 35, you can never get to him. You may not have to use your X to get rid of him. So it's kind of a game. You don't want to, you each go in one turn, then their turn, one turn, then their turn to use your strikes. But at the end of the day, I can tell you that as the jurors who made it through the original questionnaire, I would have to say 2 in 10 were probably good jurors. That either go down to this guy in Tallahassee,
I missed that. 2 and 10 were probably what? I couldn't hear that.
I'm sorry, I would say 2 and 10 that made it to the next round would have been jurors that would have been good for me. They would have given me a fair shot. They were somebody who was highly intelligent. They were white. They were successful. They were 2 and 10 were good jurors. Like that juror number 15, I said to Dan from the beginning, I'm like, I love that guy. Like he's going to be perfect for us. And he plays exactly what we need. Like we said that to each other. Whole time he's on the jury, he's shaking his head and nodding with us. He told Dan that he would have acquitted me.
I know.
But next on.
And these other two that you felt were good, they X'd them out?
Anybody that was really good, like one of the guys said, you know what, I'm a former law enforcement officer, so we think you did do really bad. And he goes, you know what though? He goes, I was a law enforcement officer for 15 years, and I was falsely accused of beating my wife. And I lost my entire life. I got arrested. All these people turned backs on me. All these friends that I thought I had in law enforcement wanted nothing to do with me. And I got judged, and I was totally innocent. And it ruined my life. So I know the judge, he goes, when I first started off in law enforcement, I thought everybody was guilty. And he's like, I look at this guy, he goes, he looks like my brother. He really does. I think I could definitely treat him fairly. I'll give him a fair shake. I know what it's like to be falsely accused of something I didn't do. Like, I would definitely give him a fair shake. Guess what? He played X off. So juror number 15, that was the one who told Dan he would have acquitted me, he got X off. Another guy that would have been great for me, he got X off. So it was like, we were getting the 2 and 10 that were going to be good for me. And we knew that if we were asking questions, it was like they were asking questions, and we were trying to find out, where these people like, the normal stuff that you hire a jury consultant for to bring out. And it was like, there were so few people that would be good for me. We knew who was going to be good for me. And if they were good for me, they put an X on them. But the problem was that it was only probably 2 and 10 that were going to be good for me. The rest were absolute shit. And I'm sitting there using X's on people who listen to the podcast. Like, to be honest with you, they didn't really do this. Like, jury selection, and they had it down to a science. I mean, you should see how much. Like, we had one guy, his last name is Jackson. He comes in, 70-year-old white guy, doesn't really know much about the case, kind of heard something about it years ago, really treat me fair and everything. Well, I guess the consultants go on everybody's Facebook, they do research on these people.
Right.
You know what they found? He was posting about the case that he wished he could kill Fitzpatrick Garcia. He was saying that he never posted anything. So after he left the room, the jury consultants brought it up to the judge and said to the judge, do you see the problem we're having? People are coming in here and lying to get on the case. And he said, what do you do? Because this gentleman that we just interviewed, when we bring him back in, because we found the post that he said that he could be fair, didn't know too much about the case, but he's posting about it on his Facebook that 4 months ago he wished he could kill Fitzpatrick Garcia and get revenge. He's supposed he's alive. He's posting about it on his open Facebook, on his public Facebook account. He's posting about the case. Unbelievable. Months ago. And he just came in, well-spoken, white guy, wearing a jacket and a shirt, nice dress shirt, showing up for jury duty. And that's when Dan was like, this is scary. Like, this guy just literally came in and lied all our faces. Like, he's posting about the case on his public Facebook account months ago. That's how involved he is in the case. He's writing about it months ago. He showed up to watch the case in trial.
Right.
He showed up to be a member of the audience and watch. It wasn't like a jury.
It's not a jury of peers. It was not a fair jury. That's the problem.
It was not a chance in fucking hell. look, I know I'm not as smart as Dan or Josh, but I can tell you that I felt it in my bones when I was in South Florida. I felt it when, in 2020, I felt it in my bones. I felt it in my gut. I knew that coming up to Tallahassee would not give me a fair shot in a million fucking years. And it was because of the amount of press that I was hearing that it was generating, the podcast, the small town. If I would have had any idea that they would have turned this into, crazy emails and Wendy's book and Wendy showing up at the crime scene and it taking the context of, not having the context of anything, just taking the words out of the sentences that they're in and just highlighting them and being like, you said this, you said this, you said this, like, and just twisting the truth and twisting the truth and twisting the truth. Like, I would have told you without a doubt, there's been a chance in hell it would turn out anyway but it did. The only difference was I had Dan telling me, and other people too out in South Florida, other people in South Florida, and then Dan when I got up here, that's like, look, we're going to make sure that you get a fair jury.
I don't think he's ever, and I know because I've discussed this already with him, he's never encountered anything like that. It's a publicity.
It was so, for Dan, you gotta understand this, he was telling me, look, if I give you a score 70 on how you testify, if you get a 70 on how you testify, I'm driving you home. He's like, every way he plays his case out, he's like, I can get you to the finish line, but if you score a 70, I drive you home. I get done, I go, what's my score? How did I do? He goes, you get a 95. You get a 95 because the consultants were very impressed with you. Everybody was impressed with you. He was showing me text messages people were sending him. He's like, look, the worst we're going to do is hang. He's like, I think we're going to win now. I really do. Like, he said, look, everything on the case, if you would have told me 2 weeks ago we'd be at this point in the case, because I would be ecstatic.
That's sure is. I don't understand.
He said that jury, it wasn't that jury. It's the town.
I know.
It's not that jury. You got to realize there wasn't one person that voted for me. Not one. This is a first-degree murder case. Not one. It has to be so slam shut that you know what happened. Not like, hey, well, use your common sense. The TV, the phone calls to the landline, the route that Wendy took that morning. Like, come on now. What does it all add up to? Like, all this code talk, like, no TV code. Wendy went the route she always went and never goes to a liquor store, so she went the only way she knows how to go, picking up a bottle for a party. But it's like, it's just, with her using Wendy's book, with a line that she wrote in there 6 years ago to really make it seem like this actress, this phony actress, thinks Tallahassee's a shit town on the way to civilization. Got on the map on the way to civilization. Like, if you could sit in those people's faces and say, I'm smarter than you, I'm richer than you, I'm better than you, and I'm headed to Miami, that's exactly what you just did when you follow that up with an autopsy photo. There was no fucking way with a presentation like that, with all the, they say it goes towards motive, but like, all the fucking bullshit fluff that you put in, there's not a chance in hell you're going to win. Not a chance in hell. And especially not when I'm able to find 2 out of 10 good jurors, but I'm using my exes to get people off who are watching the podcast. Like, I should be using my exes to, like, get people that would be good on my case. I try to get people that are good. Just getting good ones were taken care of by the state. In my case, you were either a good juror or a really bad juror. mean, I know it sounds like, oh, they're good for me, they're bad if they're for the state, but it's like, everybody was for the state except for the small handful, and you can easily identify them. They spoke their mind. They told you that you really felt that they'd give me a fair shot, and they looked like somebody that would come from a, educated, successful background. Not the guy who makes $12 an hour working at the Florida State bookstore. You think he's ever written a book? You think he wants to read about an author shitting on Tallahassee on our way down to Miami? Like, this wasn't that Dan misread the jury. This is that Dan misread what Tallahassee was. I can't explain it any other way. Like, the case came in great. She's showing demonstrators of me calling the home phone that we've had since 1976. Probably because I knew my parents were in the house and they don't get great reception unless they call the landline when they're in the house. They get better reception on the landline. That's the only reason I would call that. And I'm calling from my cell phone. She used that demonstrative twice.
I know, which makes no sense.
It does make sense. It was statistically significant. They didn't care that you only had that address for 65 days in 2014. They put a timeline up to the end of 16. And what did they show? 99.8% of the time I don't call that phone. 99.8%. When do I call them? When they're making the first trip, when they're making the second trip. Y'all decide. Use your common sense. There's something going on here, man. There's a tie. There's a commonality. I mean, there is a commonality. I'm not going to lie, but it just happens to be like that. Well, how many times are you going to say it just happens to be like that? And then they keep referring back to crazy emails and Wendy wanted to get the hell out of Tallahassee, and then Wendy changed the names of the boys, and then Wendy kept the boys from seeing their parents. Like, you paint a horrible picture, and you tie it together with Wendy's book and your emails, and you spin a story. And these people don't know me from Adam. They know there's stuff in the legislature to let grandparents see kids because of Wendy. You think they're doing that for fun, or you think really Wendy's keeping her grandkids from the grandparents? What's the perception? Mom,
I know all these things.
It's like a bad fucking movie. All right, just like again, now I'm not in my shock state, now I'm in my angry state.
Yeah, well, it's a super right state.
I go from shock to anger, sad, to anger, shock. I mean, it's people with a brain watch my testimony. They recognize there's holy shit, there is something here.
Yeah.
Shit, he's getting security cameras at his house and his office. It was advanced in weeks. It was actually within days. Within weeks. It was 8 days later they got installed. So 9 days later. So, he wanted to get cameras anyway. Yeah, we talked about it, but I never really moved on it until this. But I called the guy up 2 days later and scheduled him for that weekend. He was within the week. Cameras were getting installed the following weekend. The following Saturday. This happened on the 18th, Friday. The following weekend, it was getting installed, and I was writing him a check as he was finishing up on this. So it's like, it doesn't matter. It wasn't the evidence that was stacked against you. It was the total package they were able to paint. It was just a total, it was a Dateline special. It was let me get him on the stand and drill him. Okay, he got nowhere. This is Dateline. This is Dateline with autopsy photos. Come on, y'all. Use your brain. Use your brain. And you know what? I knew in my bones when I was down south that if I ever came up to Tallahassee, I would never have a shot in the wolf. Especially not with the climate, and how big of a case this was to Kappelman, and all the extrinsic storytelling, finger pointing, foreshadowing, ways she could get people to hate me. the Jew that's infatuated with Nazis. You know, the crazy emails. You know, she was really trying to spin a lot of that stuff with Dave. So I sat up there and I was like, Dave's a great guy, but I think I liked him more than my sister did. But I think I did a good job of explaining, like, Dave's birthday's in April, my sister's birthday's in April, the wiretap started in April. And I made a point of saying my nephew farted on his head and he thought it was funny. Like, he loves his voice. Like, that's what I like most about it. I thought it would have been a great opportunity for my sister that she'd be passing up, so I tried to convince her to, you know, she lived there for 2 years. It wasn't like she just met the guy on a dating app. Like, he was a total package, you know, but I guess I liked him more than my sister did.
Sure, you
like that.
So real, so natural, so honest.
Yeah.
You did.
Like, yeah, she's spinning the day calls to make it be like, we're meddling in her business. No, my husband is like one of her best friends, and she really loves it. Just not in a relationship way. But she'd been with him for 2 years, and her birthday was coming up, and she wasn't going to invite him to the birthday, so I thought she was making a big mistake if she didn't. I was looking out for her. I didn't force her or anything to date. I was just trying to talk some sense to her. Like, I care about her. What did you do? She was trying to send those days calls like it was like an example of us meddling in Wendy's love life. Like, this whole thing was a TV production. I mean, the witnesses that showed up, they admit they lied. The key witnesses are lying. Like, Dan said, you testify well, you're 70 or above, I'm driving you home. He kept saying, listen, I can get you to the finish line, but you gotta hold up under cross. You gotta do a good job on direct, and I'm gonna go ahead and go through everything with you in this case. Like, we're gonna go through all these wires, we're gonna hit every point of questioning, they're gonna see that you're telling the truth. Like, you know, like, y'all come down to you. No, it really didn't come all down for me because he's like, not in that town, just not this town. What he said to me is that it all comes down to whether they believe you or they don't believe you. And I said to him, it's like, I don't think it came down to the believe or don't believe me. They already hated me. They already had every reason to hate me. They could never relate to me in my life in many years. You know what the postman was sitting there saying? There's a lot of streets in Tallahassee, and she ain't nowhere near that street. Why the hell is she traveling down that street on that date on that time? In hindsight, probably a postman, the 20-year sergeant in the Army, was the last meeting he wanted on that case. Because what is his experience? Postmen know streets like the back of their hand. There's a lot of streets in Tallahassee. You don't need to be driving down that street on that date, on that time, unless you're connected. Or it's a one in a million. Yeah. And if she knew something was going on, and that's why she was driving down that street on that time, on that date, then of course it's guilty. Or am I going to believe that that's just a weird coincidence? No, it's not. Use your common sense. Like, I knew in my bones when I was in South Florida what it was going to be like up here. I just guess I didn't follow my gut. I didn't think I'd say that. Such a tough situation. It's unbelievable. Like, I was talking to Bree, and she's like, Charlie, I was sending your parents all these, like, new messages that people were writing on these, like, you know, blogs and everything. Not that it matters, but, like, it was opening up people's eyes. People were coming to new conclusions. It was clear to them. You know, they're like, oh my God. Like, but you know what, dude? I guarantee you none of those kind of people that were writing on there were A, from Tallahassee, and B, they weren't people that the prosecution would have ever let slip onto my jury. And I would never get 12 people like jury number 15. I couldn't get one of them on my jury. We knew who people, listen, if someone is educated, They make the money. They're professional. They're 40s, 50s, late 30s maybe, the 30s, 40s, 50s. They don't get the case. The problem is anybody that comes close to that description is going to get one of the 10 X's and called out the court. This wasn't a case about facts or proof or reasonable doubt. This was like, y'all use your common sense. Well, you know what? If you told me y'all will use your common sense and you told me that this chick drove down the street on this day on this time and traveled 10 miles and this is what her answer was, and this is who her brother is, and this is who his brother's girlfriend is, and this is the shit she wrote about in that book, she's idly Lacasse. She's an actress. Her mom even says it. Like, read it for yourself. Like, it's plain, she made it plain to see. Like, that's what the case turned into. And I get it. Like, I know there's other evidence, but that's Wendy showing up is a big piece to get over. Like, that right there will get you convicted. That one piece will get you convicted. Before you do all the other, I don't even belabor it. I did it for hours. I don't even belabor it anymore. But what with all that extrinsic shit, that became the case. Like, it didn't become what Luis Rivera said it could have been. It didn't become the other witness is still lying. Like, she shows up and just lying again and again and again and again. Like, it didn't become, look at the piece of shit that the state's bringing in with Ryan. It didn't become, look at Jeff who thinks he's framed. He thinks he's framed. And, like, now he's making up a bunch of shit, just trying to throw shit everywhere because he feels like he's under the gun. Like, you're talking about, like, real life elements and facts and things that you build a case and you discuss and you want to debate or you want to prove points. This closing was nothing but dateline with autopsy photos. I mean, if you ask me, it should be grounds for appeal for the basis that they showed the autopsy photo twice and left it up there for 7 or 8 minutes each time. Like, no one's debating that he was brutally killed. But it's like, what you're tormenting these people with is you're playing with their emotions. Not only are they upset, you're showing them the before picture, the after picture, you're showing it to them twice. Like, you're traumatizing the jury, you know, and then you're telling them that these people think you in Tallahassee are a dot on the map on the way to civilization. You're not part of civilization. She's above you. She's above you, and she showed up there when this was done. That's basically what she was showing. And who benefited from this happening? Who got what she wanted? You know, like, it wasn't the case. You know, the case was what happened July 18th. The case is what happened to me at my house on July 18th. Wake up. Like, she realized when I was on the stand, she wasn't going to be able to prove her point of what she wanted to show on July 18th. So the only way she could dispute it is say that you made friends with her. Of course, she was protecting me. Like, we never hung out, other than to really give her money. I paid her 1 or 2 times, and half the people were hanging out. So, like, we were done dating that week. We were done. Like, but then she goes ahead and closes it. She's like, they were together 4 or 5 months later. They were dating. No, they weren't. No. I was with Whitney from the beginning of August. I went out with Whitney to the Keys, and then she flew up to Pennsylvania, and then she came down the end of August. She pretty much almost moved in my house the end of August. Like, she pretty much moved in my house the end of August. You know, like, I was with Whitney. I mean, originally she got moved in with Clint, but she pretty much spent every night at my house. Spent 2 nights at Clint's house, and she came in August. Like, you're saying to these people I carried on a relationship for another 4 months? Like, totally lied and twisted it. But, like, these fucking idiots can't remember what they heard last week. They're relying on Georgia's summary. Like, you know, how you can give an instruction to disregard whatever the prosecutor says. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
All right. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, Charlie. I'm just listening.
No, I'm just talking. I'm just like, you know, how you can give an instruction to the jury to only pay attention to the evidence given in the case. Don't take anything that the lawyers say in closing as fact. But then they're giving a summary and you're listening, you're hanging on every word like it is fact. I mean, if what they're saying is not fact, might as well put your headphones on and go to sleep. Right. Like you're listening to what they have to say. You're not able to cross-reference that with stuff earlier in the case when he said she never slept in his house again after the 18th and they broke up that week. No, Kappelman's like, no, they were dating for 4 or 5 months later. Not true at all. He said a complete lie that paints a picture of something that's not taking place. That should not be allowed.
No, it should not be allowed.
Because if I'm on the jury and I didn't hear it the first time when I was on the stand 4 days earlier when I had asked me when our relationship ended, and they didn't catch that, but they're locked in and Kappelman on Monday, she's letting them know it didn't end until 4 months later, afterwards. Carried on the relationship? No, I didn't carry on a relationship for 4 or 5 months. That's a complete lie. If that's the case, then what Kappelman's saying does make more sense.
No, but it wasn't the case.
But it wasn't the case.
She's just lying.
So you're lying. You're lying to create a story for your case to sound better. And it does. Like, it does. I can't see how that's not appealable. That, like, she's telling the jury that we carried on a relationship for 4 or 5 months when we were done that week.
Without any proof.
I mean,
she just said it.
Yeah. Just said it. Why would they not believe it? The prosecutor's not lying to them, or officer in court. The prosecutor. Why was she lying about relationships, though? They can say that we are, we're close together. We're carrying on this relationship.
Yeah. Charlie? Honey? Charlie, can you hear me? Let's wait about 30 seconds. Yeah. I thought I heard like a 9:46, so 9:46. I have. Charlie, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I lost you for about 30 or 40 seconds there.
Okay.
Just hearing it. Yeah.
But I can hear it. But, it's like, we hooked up once in October. And the relationship, so boyfriend and girlfriend from that night forward for 4 or 5 months until we decided to separate. She makes it seem like we didn't separate because of that. Yes, we did. But you're going to lie, and then people are going to listen to your lie, and then they're going to evaluate the case. Every word out of your mouth is to make people fucking hate me, hate my mom, hate my sister, show an autopsy photo. Hate you, hate your mom, hate your sister, show another autopsy photo. Bring in the code, bring in the coincidence, bring in the landline shit. Like, none of that has to do with my fucking house on the 18th. None of it.
No.
I'm like, it's exactly what I pictured. Honestly, Mom, exactly what I pictured it being without even, it's even worse than I pictured. Put it that way. Like, I pictured it being an unwinnable place that you could come to and get a fair trial. Unwinnable. They basically only get the mouth to get an 8.
All right, I think you got a very good sense of who Charlie Adelson is. Let me show you, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to pop in on Michael Proctor, all right, bossy Texas chick. Oh, and there's apparently also some breaking news I'm seeing, Allie. Hold on, we might take a breaking news feed, ladies and gentlemen. There may be, well, now I'm back, bossy Texas chick. I got my lunch. Let's check in on Proctor. I'm also hearing there's news about a potential shooting at a mass. Why do people target masses? Do you know how? Okay, so don't target schools. Don't target innocents. Don't target civilians. Don't target masses. These are not very hard rules to follow. Why do people target masses? Do you know how upset I get when I find out people are shooting at religious ceremonies? I get very upset. I get really, really upset. You don't understand. I get really upset. I have to compose myself. What do you mean they're shooting at religious ceremonies? Dear God, help us all. I'm very upset. I am very upset. We're going to check in on Proctor. Then we're going to check in on apparently someone started shooting at a mass. I am very upset. We will check in on it. I need to eat my lunch because otherwise, okay, first of all, if someone shot at a mass, I'm going to be upset. I will report it. But I'm going to be even more upset if I have not eaten my lunch and then I start talking about that. So I'm going to be respectful. I'm going to wait to confirm this is actually what happened, as much as it horrifies me. And we are going to check in on Michael Proctor's hearing while I check in on the breaking news. I'm very disturbed. If this is indeed what's happening. I'm hearing breaking news reports. All right, here we go. We're going to watch this. This is the Michael Proctor hearing. All right, you see I got it live up on your towel screen. The Michael Proctor hearing. We're going to take it live. We'll do it live. I am not Bill O'Reilly. I am a towel. I think that's pretty obvious. I'm not Bill O'Reilly. I am a towel. All right, here we go.
Was served from 1 year or more and has been formally charged in accordance with department rules and regulations.
There were children attending mass and they were shot by apparently a guy who had abused children and got caught. Oh, now I'm upset. Now I am very upset. We'll watch this until I can get a feed from the mass. I am furious. News reporter towel goes out the window when you start shooting children at masses. I think that's allowed. No more news reporter towel. Now I'm just going to be commentary towel. I'm upset.
Shall be tried by a state police trial board appointed by the colonel/superintendent, correct?
Correct.
Now, so it makes clear that the colonel decides who sits on the trial board, right?
Correct.
And so Blackwell, McCarthy, Johnson, and Heen were appointed by Colonel No. Is that fair to say?
Based on that, but again, I'm not involved in that in the selection process.
Well,
but yes, they were appointed as the board members.
And in January of 25, the colonel was Colonel No.
Correct. Correct.
And this occurred in January of 25.
Correct.
And so policy tells us that the board members are appointed by the colonel.
Yes, sir.
And if you could look at 6.7.8, and 6.7, first of all, governs the proceedings of trial boards, correct?
Yes.
And 6.7.8 on bait stamp number 663 reads that the trial board, by a majority vote and in writing, shall summarize the evidence and make findings of fact. The trial board shall enter a determination of guilty or not guilty for each charge specification. I read that correctly?
You did.
And it then tells us that the board shall forward their findings to the lieutenant colonel/department superintendent, correct?
Were you seeing that, sir?
6.7, the following page, 664.
Yes.
So, in this trial board for Michael Proctor, we had 2 recommendations from Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker as designee of the colonel, wherein he recommended termination, correct?
Correct.
Those were introduced as evidence.
Yes.
We then had a trial board that was appointed by the colonel, correct?
Correct.
And it was their decision to decide guilt or innocence.
Yes.
Exhibit 56. Can we go to appellant's exhibit 56, please?
No, sir.
This would be appellant's exhibit 37, page 372. And what is this, sir?
This is Article 3 of the Rules and Regulations, the regulations establishing the duties of sworn members and civilian employees.
And under 3.1, it's correct?
Yes.
And it tells us that under 3.1, the superintendent of the Massachusetts State Police, that would be Colonel Noble, correct?
Correct.
Or Colonel Mon, whomever. also known as the superintendent. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That he shall hold the rank of colonel and shall be the executive and administrative officer of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Correct.
They shall promulgate all rules, regulations, policies, procedures, orders, and directives governing the Massachusetts State Police, including, but not limited to, discipline, organization, government, administration, training, and compensation. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Those are all the powers of the superintendent, correct?
Yes.
And then it describes the deputy superintendent powers, correct?
Correct.
If you could go to 3.3.
All right, I'm muting
On
this.
page 0373.
We're taking the press conference. It just happened a few minutes ago. We're taking the press conference, ladies and gentlemen, out of, I believe, this is Minneapolis, Minnesota. I know people don't love this, but it is important. We're going to take the press conference, okay? We are going to take the press conference. This is from Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is the Michael Proctor hearing you're watching, and what's about to come up on your screen is the press conference from Minneapolis. I'm going to let the officials speak. I'm not going to try to describe this. This is a horrifying situation. We have some witnesses who are now speaking. I'm going to take the press conference first, okay? I'm going to take the press conference. This was breaking just minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get the official word from the officials in Minneapolis. We will allow them to explain what happened, and we will be back in session in the Adelson trial in about an hour. We're about to have, it's a press conference, 30-second warning on the feed that I'm watching. This is just a few minutes ago. Yes, prayers to the families. I'm so sorry I had to bring this up. I will do coverage of breaking events when I think they're very important. I pray that these kind of events do not happen. I am very upset. I am very upset. I am very upset. So we're going to take the press conference. Please give me 1 second. Okay, we're going to take the press conference, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, it's about to start. I'm going to unmute the tab. This is Minneapolis, Minnesota.
And the evil of this unspeakable children that have ADC's child. You cannot put into words the gravity, the tragedy, or the absolute pain of this situation. We are a Minneapolis family. But to everybody out there, do not think of these as just somebody else's kids. Those families are suffering immense pain right now. Think of this as if it were your own. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary. Don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them. Love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again, to the families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often. The chief will provide additional details.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the Mass, a gunman approached on the outside on the side of the building and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the Mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you. With that, the investigation is obviously in its preliminary stages, and I will attempt to take some questions to provide further information.
Chief, what can you tell us about the suspect in this case? How old was he? Any kind of motivation? Any notes or any other information you might have left?
So we were looking, the question was, what can be said about the shooter? We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history, and we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. Yeah. How many children? There were. I don't have an exact. The question was how many children at the school. There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them.
Other than the weapon, was the shooter a student? Was he a former employee? Do we know that?
The question was, do we know if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student? We don't have that information.
Did you leave anything behind other than the weapon?
There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched, and we will be conducting other searches related to this. Inside the parking lot.
There was some neighbors who said that the door to the church had been barricaded.
Yep.
Is that correct?
So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least two doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire. On the outside, yes.
Shootings related.
The question was there any explosives? The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found. I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke.
And which side of the building? North, south, east, west?
The side that is closest to us, here, on this side.
Chief, was this incident related? So at these nearby homes?
I don't have specific information on that.
Was he dead from a gunshot wound, this suspect?
Yeah, the question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Was this outside or both inside that he was shooting?
The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side of the church, inside through the windows. It appears he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building.
Chief, is this shooting related to any other shootings that happened in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city.
Do you know approximately how many rounds were fired?
The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area, so obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene.
Was he firing just one weapon, like the rifle? Or?
The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all three. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Were these individuals licensed to conceal or carry? Did he have any background?
Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information, and I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either.
Was he dressed at all in any tactical type of gear or anything?
It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo type pants. I guess you could interpret that as, however you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for helping us to get the information out today. We have a lot more work that needs to be done. We will return back later today to provide more details as they become available, and we'll let you know how you can know about that in the moments to come. Thank you.
How can the public help? Once again, folks, if you have further...
Just a heartbreaking press conference. I don't know even how to keep myself composed. I'm very upset. 3 weapons, multiple children dead. Who shoots at children in a church? I'm so upset. There's one more interview we can watch. Court is going to be back in like an hour. I need 5 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm upset. I know the image is paused because I don't necessarily want to be crying on camera about this. I'm trying to keep myself composed. Here's an interview. I believe this is with some of the witnesses at the scene. Okay? It's from the AP.
In their green uniforms?
Yep, in their uniforms.
And how did they seem? Were they seem like kind of confused?
Some of them were crying. Some of them were confused. the younger ones were confused and, you know, looking at all the police cars and stuff. I don't think they've ever seen this many.
Did you talk to any parents or?
No, I didn't feel like invading their space at this time. I can't even imagine those parents and those poor kids.
Yeah, how does it make you feel to be a nanny in this area when something like this happens?
Grateful that my kids have been safe and that there's been nothing to happen at their school. But it's definitely it's terrifying. They start school next week. It'll be their first day on, I don't know, after Labor Day. So, I mean, and this is what? It was the first day of school. It's always the beginning of the school year. And it's terrifying.
Go back to the guy with open the trunk, the guy.
When you got pulled over. Yeah, so
go back a couple,
when I pulled up,
so you were driving to work?
Yeah, there was police cars coming from behind me. So I pulled over, there was the two trucks in front of me, and as I'm pulling over, parking, I look over and there's a police officer in his trunk opening the case and grabbing out his gun and running up over there. And as that was happening is when the other police officers were pulling up from behind further down the street, and they were also running up with their guns.
And then other observations going along the way. You can repeat yourself.
The parents coming out of the car and screaming, all of the cops that were showing up, and just there so many. They just kept coming, surrounded my car in. I didn't get out, kept the window shut because I didn't know if it was still out there or what was going on.
It was safe. Yeah. So she called me hysterical, and the first thing she said is, "Mom, I'm safe, but something really bad is happening, and I don't know what it is, but something really bad has happened, and there's police everywhere, Mom, and I don't know what to do." And that's the worst call to get as a parent. I mean, I'm grateful that she's safe, and I can't even imagine what it's like for the other parents and community members who are affected by this.
Were you inside the school?
No, she was just...
My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I believe that was as much of the interview as they were willing to roll. Okay, that was as much of that interview as they were willing to roll. That is just a horrible situation, ladies and gentlemen. A horrible situation. It's a shooting at a Catholic school that has left 3 dead. 2 children were massacred. A gunman opened fire with a rifle through the windows of a Catholic church and struck a group of children celebrating Mass during the first week of school, killing 2 and wounding 17 people. In an act of violence the police chief called absolutely incomprehensible. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said the shooter, armed with a rifle, shotgun, and pistol, approached the side once. Smith Ellis, hello, ladies and gentlemen. That was just a heartbreaking scene. This was a deliberate act of violence against other people. Oh my God. Who noted that a wooden plank was used to barricade some of the side doors. Authorities found a smoke bomb. Officials were looking into the suspect's motive. O'Hara said the man in his early 20s does not have an extensive known criminal history and is believed to have acted alone. Bill Benneman, who lives a couple of blocks away and has long attended Mass at Aunt Nuncian Church, said he heard dozens of shots, perhaps as many as 50, over as long as 4 minutes. I was shocked. I said, there's no way that could be gunfire. There was so much of it. It was sporadic. Binman's daughter, Alexander, said she attended the school from kindergarten to 8th grade. After she heard the shooting, she said she was shaking and crying. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back now. That was just absolutely heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. 2 children are dead. The shooter is dead. He killed children, ladies and gentlemen. The man killed children. He killed children. I don't understand. He killed children. Helpless, innocent children at mass. He slaughtered them. He had 3 different rifles. He had a shotgun, a pistol, and a rifle. With a rifle, a shotgun, and a handgun. And killed 2 children. 17 others were wounded. The gunman cowardly took his own life. He's a coward. He's a coward. You get news analysis tell he's a coward. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a coward. It takes a coward to do that. Nothing but a pure-blooded coward, ladies and gentlemen. Coward. I have no words. I have only frustration. I have only agony. Cowards, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take the live feed. These are the latest pictures. All right, we have another press conference. Hold on. It might just be someone talking in the background.
Look on their faces is everything.
All right, hold on. I'm just gonna take the Sky News feed. Hold on, Towels. I'm just gonna take the Sky News feed. 1 second. All right, I'm gonna bring it up for you now, Towels. I'm just too heartbroken to even talk about this. How can you do that to children? All right, there are your live pictures, ladies and gentlemen. The shooter is dead. Live pictures from the scene. All right, we'll take the Proctor hearing. All right, here's the Proctor hearing. Court's back.
Signals being forwarded to the chain of command.
Right now, no trivia.
Okay, and then the next page, 3.7.12. Again, supervisor remembers responsibility. Any unusual occurrence that may result in a question of the department's liability and/or result in heightened community or media interest shall be reported through channels to the division commander and, as appropriate, to the colonel superintendent. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
How do you interpret that?
Same as the previous. If you learn something that could be impactful, it needs to be forwarded to the chain of command.
Just a moment, I may be wrapping up here, Commissioner. That's all the questions I have at this time.
All right,
thank you, DLT.
Thank you very much. So it's a good time to take our lunch break. It's now 12:49 p.m. We ended earlier than I thought we would. Let me go off the record. So resume at 1:45, and then continue again. And I believe we continue with Mr. Collins' redirect at that time. Thank you very much.
Did you say 1:45?
Yes.
just say, this one is a priority. Can you please move this to the top of your list?
So although no one told you to rush the case, it was a priority.
Correct.
Could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 45, please, APP 0283?
Yes, sir.
Now, this was introduced as an exhibit in the trial court, correct?
It was.
And this is an email from Jen Prokopovich, correct?
Prokopovich, yes.
And who is she?
She works for DST.
And what is her job, duties?
One of our duties is to assist with the administrative side of the house.
And is she the person who typically sends out case reports, IA case reports?
Yes, typically.
And charge sheets?
Correct. I believe so. That's my understanding.
And also letters of recommendation of discipline?
I believe they come from her, but again, it's not something that I'm involved in.
And you're aware of the fact that this was sent to me on August 15th?
Yes.
And that was admitted to the trial board, correct?
Correct.
And there's a cover letter dated August 15th, correct?
Yes.
And this letter is from Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
It is.
And he is the designee of the colonel.
Correct.
And on this letter, there is a recommendation for termination, correct?
Correct.
That was August 15th of 24.
It was.
And are you aware of the fact that the report was recalled after that?
I learned that after the fact, yes, at the trial board.
And this letter of termination, which was a recommendation from the designee of the colonel, was introduced at the trial board, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware of the fact that the trial board was postponed again from September?
Yes.
And if you could look at Exhibit 47, please. Appellant's Exhibit 47.
Yes, sir.
And this is a bait stamp number APP 0292.
Yes.
And this also is another email from Jenny Prokopovich, correct?
Yes.
And this one is dated October 29th of 24, correct?
It is.
And it says, good afternoon, Attorney Moynihan, attached police file a cover letter on the charge sheet regarding the Michael Proctor's case number, correct?
Yes.
And APP 0292. Exhibit 47. proceed.
Go ahead.
I didn't know if you were ready. Thank you. So DOT, this is from Jenny Prokovich, I'm sorry if I'm destroying her name, and it's dated October 29th of 24, correct?
Correct.
And again, this attaches a letter of recommendation from Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
It does.
It's just a different date on it, October 29th, correct?
Yes.
And it again recommends termination of Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And then we have the charge sheet accompanying it, correct?
Yes.
And this time the report was included with the recommendation for termination, correct? It's not with the exhibit, but if you don't know that.
I wouldn't know, sir.
Okay, fair enough. And Colonel Noble was sworn in as the new colonel in early October of 24, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, the next step in the normal process of an IA case is after I or counsel gets report that we try to negotiate some resolution, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then if we can't, we go to a trial board.
Correct.
And in this case, we did have a trial board. We had 3 days, correct?
Yep, yes, we did.
Exhibit 28 DOT, and we'll go first to R0677.
Yes, sir.
First, are you there, sir?
I am.
Right. And so we had 3 days of a trial, really 25, correct?
We did.
And without knowing, I would suggest January 15th, February 10th, March 13th, those sound familiar?
Yes.
So the first day was January 15th, and that's the day that the trial board was first sat, correct?
Yes.
And so on this trial board, we had Captain Timothy Blackwell, correct?
Yes.
And he was the president of the board member, correct?
Correct.
We had Lieutenant Talitha McCarthy Johnson as the secretary of the trial board, correct?
Correct.
And we had Lieutenant Stephen Heen, H-E-A-N, as a member of the trial board, correct?
Correct.
And the location of this was at the headquarters in the second floor, correct?
It was.
And if we could look at Respondent's Exhibit 25.
Yes, sir.
Right, I just need to find it. And this would be R0658, page number.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is Article 6 of the Regulations of the State Police, correct?
Yes.
And if you could turn, sir, to RO 6.5.1, which is bait stamp number 662.
Yes, sir.
6.5 deals with hearing on charges, correct?
Yes.
And it's 651, a member who has served for 1 year or more and has been formally charged in accordance with Department rules and regulations shall be tried by a state police trial board appointed by the colonel/superintendent, correct?
Correct.
Now, so it makes clear that the colonel decides who sits on the trial board, right?
Correct.
And so Blackwell, McCarthy Johnson, and Heen were appointed by Colonel Noble. Is that fair to say?
Based on that, but again, I'm not involved in that in the selection process.
Well,
but yes, they were appointed as the board members.
And in January 25, the colonel was Colonel Noble, correct?
Correct.
And this occurred in January 25.
Correct.
And so policy tells us that the board members are appointed by the colonel.
We can play some towel trivia. I've calmed down. I'm here. I'm a towel. We can play some towel trivia. All right? Court is not yet back in session in the Adelson case. 1 or 2 rounds of towel trivia. All right? So at 1:20, court comes back into session. I got the live feed up. 1 or 2 rounds of towel trivia. All right? And you may be saying to yourself, I haven't played towel trivia in a while. I'm a little rusty. Well, that's all right. That's all right. Nobody will fault you, ladies and gentlemen. What is this hearing? Oh, this is the Proctor reinstatement hearing. All right, so 20 minutes until the Adelson hearing returns. But yes, we can play some towel trivia. Just a few rounds. I don't know about Proctor's Civil Service Commission hearing. I have no idea about the standard. Don't really know how they apply it. Unfortunately, that is a very specific area of expertise, and I'm just not my area of expertise. Does he stand a chance? I don't know. I kind of think Michael Proctor was the scapegoat for Brian Tully a little bit, so I'm sympathetic to him. I don't know if he necessarily stands a chance, but, you know, I'm not unsympathetic to him. All right, so towel trivia coming up, folks. Everybody loves towel trivia. Towel loves towel trivia. You love towel trivia. It's time for towel trivia. All right, so court is going to return. I can just get rid of that. All right. Hello, Sema. It's good to see Sema. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, Peach Pie. It's good to see you, SD. We're going to play trivia. That's all we're doing right now. So if you have interest in doing things other than trivia, come back at 1:20 for court coverage. But for now, it's towel trivia. And if you don't like towel trivia, well, that's illegal. You must like towel trivia. Also, towel's beating the glare. Towel is beating the glare. I can't even say the glarer without those 2 R's. It's too hard. Anyway, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There are, you want to see your rankings? Here's how the coverage rankings are looking for day 7 of the Adelson case. All right, let me show you right here. This is the unofficial towel rankings. These are the ratings, for the various coverages of the trial. So it looks like we have Towel competing with Al Jazeera Arabic and Sky News. We have The Glare kind of fighting hard with Towel. And then we got some other channels down there in the hundreds. Towel's doing all right, ladies and gentlemen. Towel is being a little towel. Thank you for your support of Towel Channel. This channel would not be what it is without you, little towels. All right, so with that said, the next thing we are going to do, little towels, is play some towel trivia. That's how I say Panera. Panera. All right, so towel trivia. Let me get your scoreboard up. All right, got to get the scoreboard. Can't forget the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. I hope Allie and Rue have heard the call. Allie and Rue, don't vote for Mayor Wu, vote Rue. All right, we haven't played towel trivia since August 22nd. The reigning champion is Allie and Rue, ladies and gentlemen. They hold the crown in towel trivia. Here you go, daily challenge category coming right on up. Surprise towel trivia round with just 20 minutes to go before court comes back. Surprise towel trivia round. Francesca says we love trivia and hate the commies. I agree with you. Here we go, first question. I'll make sure the question fits on the screen. Which hard rock singer filled in for AC/DC's Brian Johnson during their Rock or Bus World Tour? Which hard rock singer filled in for AC/DC's Brian Johnson during their Hard Rock World Tour? Was it John Bon Jovi, Mick Jagger, was it Axl Rose, or Steven Tyler? Was it John Bon Jovi, Mick Jagger, Axl Rose, or Steven Tyler? Show me John Bon Jovi. It was Axl Rose, ladies and gentlemen. I did not get that one right. It was Axl Rose. Hello, Allie and Brew. It's good to see you. We're playing towel trivia until court comes back. Remember, pick 1, 2, 3, 4 on the board. All right, towel trivia. Bunny Towel gets a full 2 points. Bunny Towel knows her Axl Rose. Nailed it, Bunny Towel. Francesca Towel picking up a full point, as does Jill. Great job, my friend. Good job, Sema, but please try to answer with 1, 2, 3, or 4, because otherwise I get terribly confused and I think people are chatting rather than answering. Allie and Brew pick up a full point. Holistic Psychology picks up a full point. Hold on, I got ad-merked on my own stream. Colleen, good guess. Francesca says, when in doubt, choose Axl Rose. There you go. All right, excellent job, everybody. Next question. What country's president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, was one of 3 African women who shared the Nobel Peace Prize in 2011? Which country's president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, was one of 3 African women who shared the Nobel Peace Prize in 2011? South Africa, Rwanda, Liberia, or Ghana? South Africa, Rwanda, Liberia, or Ghana? Well, it was clearly Rwanda. Damn it, it was Liberia. Those damn Liberians and their presidents. Ruth Lang knows about Liberia, ladies and gentlemen. A full 2 points, jumping right up to the top of the board with Bunny Towel. No, it could have been Ghana. It really could have been. Only Ruth Lang knew about the Liberians, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Ruth Lang has been to Monrovia, Liberia, as has Bunny Towel. Clearly, Bunny Towel gets it right. Who else? Jill. Excellent job, Jill, as does Allie and Rue. It's all right, Summer. We both got both of the first 2 wrong. Sometimes you would be willing to be wrong to be right. And if God sends you a helicopter, a rowboat, and a man with a ladder, accept. Next question. Which NFL team was number 85 wide receiver Chad Johnson playing for when he said, "I'm traveling to all 51 states to see who can stop 85"? Which NFL team was number 85 wide receiver Chad Johnson playing for when he said, "I'm traveling to all 51 states to see who can stop 85"? The Ravens, the Dolphins, the Bengals, the Patriots. The Ravens, the Dolphins, the Bengals, the Patriots. Show me the Bengals. It was the Bengals. Towel's on the board. Towel is on the board. Oh, Jill Young-Smith grabs the full point. It was the Cincinnati Bengals, ladies and gentlemen. Colleen and Buck Towel, they knew about them damn Bengals. How about them Bengals, ladies and gentlemen? How about them Bengals? Old-timey reporter Towel on the scene. How about them Bengals? Excellent job. Hold on. I think we saw Ruth Towel come in with half a point. Sema is on the board. Excellent job, Sema. Half a point. Who else do we got here? Holistic Psychology, half a point. Allie and Bro, another half a point. Excellent job. Ocho Cinco. Yes, indeed. The Ocho. Ladies and gentlemen, you can watch Chad Ocho Cinco on ESPN, The Ocho. Next question. What best-selling book turned 2016 movie covers Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Vaughan, and Mary Jackson's work for NASA in the 1960s? Which best-selling book turned 2016 movie covers Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Vaughan, and Mary Jackson's work for NASA in the 60s? The Space Between, The Calculating Stars, Rocket Women, or Hidden Figures? The Space Between, The Calculating Stars, Rocket Women, or Hidden Figures? Show me Rocket Women. Hidden Figures. That was my gut, too, because I figured they were hidden. Sema comes in and picks up a big 2 points. Who else? No, not even Allie and Rue. Francesca, because you saw the movie, Sema. Well, that explains how you got it right. Francesca gets a point, and Bunny Towel gets a point. Bunny Towel is our leader. Holistic Psychology gets a full point. Colleen Henry and Buck Towel got a full point. Buck Towel, by virtue of his work at NORAD, is intimately familiar with NASA. Buck Towel is basically an astronaut. All right, next question. Ruth said it's not a very good Hollywood title. I haven't seen it. I don't like the title. Next question. Which former U.S. president received the first Medicare card on July 30th, 1965, when Lyndon Johnson signed the bill into law? Which former U.S. president received the first Medicare card on July 30th, 65, when Lyndon Johnson signed the bill into law? Was it JFK, Dwight D. Eisenhower, Richard Nixon, or Harry Truman? JFK, Dwight D. Eisenhower, Richard Nixon, or Harry Truman? Show me Harry Truman. It was Harry Truman. It wasn't going to be a Republican. Kennedy was dead, and Nixon hadn't been president yet. It is Towel, ladies and gentlemen, getting a full point. Ruth Towel coming in, getting the full point. First one to get it right. Bunny Towel picking up half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Who else? Colleen, Henry, and Buck Towel. They know they're presidents. Jill comes in with half a point. Who else do we got? Allie and Bro, half a point. Excellent job. Before we go to the next question, want to see something cool? All right, let's start with Taylor or Polk. All right, so I think it's Taylor, Polk, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding Coolidge Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. There you go. Trying to memorize them all so I can memorize also memorize who they appointed to the Supreme Court, so I can read any opinion and understand the political constellation of the people involved. Yeah, I'm working on a bunny towel. Yeah, next category will be U.S. presidents. How about that? All right, next question. Here we go. Thank you, Colleen Henry. What's the term for the opinionated style of journalism pioneered by Hunter S. Thompson? What's the term for the opinionated style of journalism pioneered by Hunter S. Thompson? Gonzo journalism, sensationalism, new journalism, tabloid journalism. Gonzo journalism, sensationalism, new journalism, tabloid journalism. It's technically two answers. I'm thinking they're going to go one. Yeah, it's new journalism by definition, but his specific style was called gonzo journalism. Towel got it. Ralph, it's great to see you. Ralph jumps right on the board with a full point. Who else? Colleen, Henry, and Buck Towel coming in with half point. Who else? Allie and Bo coming in with half point. People clearly missed Towel trivia. Jill coming in with another big half a point. Jill charged up that leaderboard. Good guess, Emma. Good guess. Ruth Lang, half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth is Super Towel. Oh, we got a tie for second place. Francesca Towel coming in with a big half point. Bonnie Towel coming in with another half point. All right, here we go. We got scores after the first round. Let me just tell you, I've never seen scores like this. I'm not even in the running. I've never seen scores like, well, I guess I'm kind of in the running. Who else? Oh, we got a podium. Allie and Brewer on the podium. If they weren't, they would have thrown some kind of protest. I'm telling you, Toffee Towel would have become president of Canada. They don't even have a president. Toffee Towel would have just declared herself president of Canada. She's a diva. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Scores, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, I have scores for you, little towels. Here's the scores. All right, who's ready to see the scores? I've always wanted to say the scores. We haven't had towel trivia in 5 days. It is round 27, I think. Round 28. Round 28 of towel trivia. Here we go. There are your scores, ladies and gentlemen. After the first round, your scores are as such. It is Bunny Towel in first place, ladies and gentlemen. Pete Bunny Towel is losing his ever-loving mind. He's going to give himself a Pete Bunny Towel concussion. Calm down, Pete Bunny Towel. Bunny Towel is in first place, ladies and gentlemen. Bunny Towel wears the crown. All hail Bunny Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Bunny Towel in first place with 5 points. Excellent job, Bunny Towel. Pete Bunny Towel is literally losing his mind. He's very, very proud of you. Good job, Bunny Towel. Her first ever time in first place. Bunny Towel on the top of the scoreboard, and Pete Bunny Towel's losing his ever-loving mind. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, we have a two-way tie, ladies and gentlemen. We have a two-way tie. Ruth Towel and Jill Towel, both on the podium, both in second place, 4 points apiece. Pete Bunny Towel says, excellent job. Also, he doesn't like the commies, and he's Pete Bunny Towel. In third place, serendipitously enough, they are not going to vote for Michelle Wu because they love Rue. Rue is actually on the team. It's Toffee Towel. Oh, goodness. Pete Bunny Towel is excited. It's Rue Towel, and it's Alley Towel. Serendipitously enough, third place, 3.5 points. Excellent job. Excellent job. In fourth place, we have a two-way tie. You know him as Little Towel. He's a Little Towel. Hold on. Wait a minute. We have an update to the score. Sema was on the board twice. Sema's points, hold on. We have an update. Sema is actually in third place in a tie on the podium, ladies and gentlemen. Serendipitously enough with Allie and Rue Towel. Excellent job. Sema Towel. You had 3.5 points. You didn't have 3 plus a half. You have 3.5. Third place, you're on the podium. Fourth place, it is not a two-way tie. It is Towel all by his lonesome. He wasn't on the podium anyway. He's not on the podium now. Little Towel, 3 points, ladies and gentlemen. In fifth place, we have a three-way tie. It is Holistic Psychology. Pete Bunny Towel says, Ich bin auch ein Handtuch. He is a hand towel. He is a finger towel. He is a towel. We have a three-way tie. Francesca Towel, Holistic Psychology, and Colleen Henry and Buck Towel, the silent vigilant guardians of the American Midwest. All of them did an excellent job, coming in fifth place, 2.5 points after one round. In sixth place, ladies and gentlemen, it is Ralph, Holy Ralph Male Empire, in the position of honor with Pete Bunny Towel cheering Holy Ralph Male Empire on. Position of honor, sixth place, 1 point. Thank you, Pete Bunny Towel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next category is going to be, let's see. Hold on. What shall we do? You can throw out some category suggestions. We only have a few minutes. If I see one I like, we'll go with it. All right. What category shall we do, Little Towels? I got ad-merked on my own stream again. This is a crime against towels. All right. So, what category? I know your super fast internets are going to get you the first category suggestions, but whatever here you go. Holistic Psychology. You can't be in German. We'll all be terribly confused. Food. We just did food the other day, so I like it, but we just did it the other day. It was a good one. It had lots of interesting questions. The bot does tend to like general categories. Who else we got? I mean, food, I like it. No politics or history. I like that. That is a suggestion, but it's a little bit of a negative suggestion. So if it gives me any option except for politics and history, that's pretty wide breadth. Let's see. Okay, the movies, music or movies, animals, space. I would love holistic psychology as a category. Okay, there you go. The category is holistic psychology. I have no idea how this is going to work, but that's a great idea. All right? No one can ever say Sema didn't come up with some good ideas on Towel Trivia. So the category is holistic psychology. You are the category, my dear friend. This is... No, we cannot do a German category. Oh, you want me to say it? Franz Broten. Franz Broten. Franz Brochten. Franz Brochten. Franz Brochten. All right. Here, the category is holistic psychology, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea how this is going to play out. I have no idea if it's going to work as a category. But the category, before we get back into Donna Adelson trial coverage, is holistic psychology. Here we go. We got to be quick. We might have to stop mid-category. What approach integrates mind, body, and spirit in therapy? What approach integrates mind, body, and spirit in therapy? Behaviorism, psychoanalysis, cognitive behavioral therapy, or holistic psychology? I fixed the spelling error. Is it behaviorism, psychoanalysis, cognitive behavioral therapy, or holistic psychology? Holistic psychology is going to be the answer, I hope, to every question. It'll be the greatest round of Towel Trivia of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on, who got it right first? It is Holy Ralph Male Empire, full point. Then we got Bunny Towel coming in with half a point. Colleen Henry and Buck Towel. Ruth Lang, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people are celebrating holistic psychology right now. Allie and Bro nailed it, half point. Excellent job. Who else? Who else? Jill. Excellent job. Jill is a fan of holistic psychology. See what I did there? Holistic psychology got the answer right. Everyone, it is a glorious day. Holistic psychology selected the answer, and they are the answer. Oh, what a beautiful serendipitous moment. You could make a movie about this. The little Bavarian princess who could, ladies and gentlemen. Sematowel with half a point. Excellent job. Next question. Everyone at least gets a point. What practices... Oh, this is going to be great. What practice emphasizes self-awareness and personal growth? What practice emphasizes self-awareness and personal growth? Is it analytic psychology, holistic psychology, humanistic psychology, or developmental psychology? Analytic philosophy, holistic psychology, humanistic psychology, or developmental psychology? Holistic psychology, you did it again. You did it again. Woe on the person who doesn't select holistic psychology as the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, Holy Ralph Mill Empire comes in and gets a full point. Bunny Towel gets another half point. Rude Lang gets half a point. Jill gets half a point. Everybody's just picking up points. They know what to do. Colleen Henry picking up half a point. Allie and Brew, half a point. Oh no, Francesca and Sematowel, what have you done? You selected an answer that wasn't holistic psychology. You have absolutely forsaken your colleagues. Sorry, we gotta go. We'll pick this up later.
It's being offered as an adoptive admission that is permissible under the rules of evidence. I will also find there are other grounds in which it would be permissible as well. The citation of the case that I'm relying upon for this, Jones versus State 127 Southern 3rd 622, deals with this matter as well as the treatise provided by Professor Earhart on this matter. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett?
All right, if I could have a moment. I found a case that held the contrary, but I'd like an opportunity to read the case that Your Honor cited.
Well, this is not a motion here, Mr. Zellman. If you wish to place your case on the record, please do so, but I am finding that it is admissible as an adoptive admission.
Your Honor, State versus Hernandez, 875 Southern 2nd 1271. I have a copy for the state. And for Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Creates a Crawford issue, Your Honor.
I read Hernandez as well while researching this matter. I believe Hernandez dealt with the aspect of silence as opposed to affirmatively making a statement, agreeing with the statement of another. These are distinguishable, but you may briefly speak about Hernandez before the jurors come into the room.
Well, Your Honor, again, I hadn't seen Jones. However, this case specifically holds that adoptive admission must still satisfy Crawford. Again, haven't read Jones, so I don't know how that applies. But I do object, certainly respect the court's ruling.
Objection is noted for the record. The testimony of the sergeant will be permitted as an adoptive admission. And again, I will find there are other admissibility theories as well concerning this line of questioning. However, as to the one raised by the state adoptive admission specifically, I will find it is permitted. You may bring yours.
Judge, before we do that, one additional issue. The statement under an adoptive admission has to have been heard, I believe, by the party that is allegedly adopting it. There's no evidence that my client watched the trial or heard her son's testimony.
As to the foundation of that, Ms. Dude, you certainly need to lay it. An adoptive admission occurs when there is an express statement agreeing with the statement of another. Concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise it stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up. seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunchtime rest and break. We will continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett at this point. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with your examination.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, I believe some of this you covered yesterday, but I just want to clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
And what about network load?
As far as the creation of records?
Yes.
So network load, there are reports that I spoke about, the kind of specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers to more effectively manage their network. Amongst other things might be load, be something that they would be considering with those records.
Now, the call detail records that you testified about extensively over the last couple of days, they do not contain precise geolocation data for a handset, do they?
The majority of the records that I've spoken about, no, do not.
And specifically, the records that you relied upon for mapping purposes that you displayed earlier.
That is correct. All of the records used for mapping are strictly cell site locations. So the locations that you've seen were for the cell site or cell tower the handset was communicating with, not the cell phone itself.
And using the cell site sector, you can at least identify where on a map a handset could be.
Correct.
And so when you're mapping, those dots that are on your maps, those are the cell sites.
That is correct.
They're not the handset.
Correct.
Now, there are variables that influence how a handset communicates with a network, correct?
Certainly.
Would some of those include the signal strength of the handset?
Signal strength, or really signal quality, is one of the primary things that a handset uses, or the network uses, to determine which cell site a handset may communicate with. So the signal quality is largely affected by signal strength, as you asked, meaning the closer you are to the tower, the stronger the signal is, generally the better quality the signal is.
Now, what can interfere with a phone or device connecting with a tower?
A number of things, primarily structures, buildings. Here in downtown, we have a number of cell sites around the area, and if you were behind this courthouse, a very large, substantially built building, and there were a cell site on the opposite side, the density of this building would probably prevent your handset from being able to communicate with that cell site, and you may choose a cell site that's somewhere else that your handset is better able to see. Topography, hills, valleys, cell sites that are on the other side of a mountain, your handset may not be able to see or communicate with. Those are really the primary things, bodies of water. But the physical obstruction, topography is probably, to me, the greatest effect.
What about network load on a specific cell site?
So load can be a factor. The handsets, as they're creating energy, this radio frequency, the signals that are going back and forth, it is a bit of noise. And so the towers, if there's a lot of handsets, that can create a lot of noise, which can affect that signal quality that I've been speaking about. So towers can choose to adjust. Breathing is sometimes what it's called, but there may be an adjustment by the tower or the network. If there is high density, then handsets can communicate with other cell sites. Generally, no matter where you are, your handset is able to see multiple cell sites and sectors at the same time. And there's a lot that goes into the choice of particularly which one of those your handset is directed to communicate with for any particular event.
So merely because a handset is communicating with a specific cell tower, cell site, and sector, that doesn't mean that that's the closest one to that handset.
That's correct.
Do the call detour records that you have relied on in this case take into consideration whether or not a tower is under maintenance or partially functioning or otherwise operating at a reduced capacity?
Only in the respect that if it were not functioning, then it would not be listed in the records. If it were not operational, the handset would not be able to communicate with it. So when I see a cell site and sector in the records, I know that it was operational because the handset did in fact communicate with that.
But there's no way to tell from the call detour records that you relied on here whether or not a specific cell site was partially functioning.
I don't know exactly what you mean by partially functional.
Well, were any of them operating at reduced capacity? You can't tell that from the call detail records, can you?
I could not tell the load or the capacity on the tower at any particular time, no.
And so you just listed a number of factors that can affect call routing and cell site selection, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, those same factors can influence when a call is handed off to another cell site, correct?
They can, yes.
And so not only in this instance do we have a handset that is moving on a highway, but you also have those other factors that could influence what cell site the handset is communicating with.
That's correct.
And understanding all of those variables, that's critical to you analyzing and interpreting the data.
It is, yes.
And so would you agree that the analysis that you conduct has some inherent limitations?
It certainly has limitations as far as nothing in the analysis that I've done is meant to say exactly where a handset is. We're unable to do that. Again, I talked about inclusion and exclusion, that we know the general service area of a cell site, and so we include and exclude locations. But the limitation to the effect of we cannot say exactly where a handset is correct.
So in other words, it involves some degree of estimation or inference?
I would agree with that, yes.
Now, could you pull up the presentation that you were showing us earlier?
I do have it, yes.
I want you to turn, let's start with one thing that the state brought out. Let's go to the frequency report. I believe it's on slide 28.
apologies. A little trouble getting back there. Slide 28, the frequency report for Donna Adelson.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury again the process of creating this report? I believe what you said yesterday was that you put the data from the carrier into a tool.
A program, yes.
Okay. And then you did the same for Charlie Adelson's CDRs?
Correct.
Catherine Magdanoa?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Luis Rivera?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Really, most uneasy set of records that we had, the frequency report is one of the first things and most basic things that we do with the records.
Now, there's a process that you have to go through called, I believe it's called deduping. Are you familiar with that?
It depends on which way you're referring to it.
Okay. Well, when you're talking about call detail records and frequency analysis, there's a way, and I think you gave us an example yesterday on some of your slides about how one communication event can show up multiple times.
Correct. So we do see with certain carriers that a call that comes in that is routed maybe to voicemail creates multiple events, and it creates multiple records, and some of those will be tied to the same number, some of them are tied to kind of a not fictitious, but a routing phone number, so they will really count against the frequency for a particular target. But as I mentioned, these frequency reports are very general ideas of relationships and associations. So for these, we mentioned that it does include things like miscommunications, calls that went to voicemail. It may include the multiple events, because those things are generally distributed equally across all the calls. It's not just one phone that's going to create those multiple entries. All phones calling in should create about the same things. So it's certainly not meant to be an exact number of communications. It's just an idea of, again, kind of relevance and association.
Okay, so in that vein, if you could look at, let's see. So let's look at, I believe it was slide 122.
Yes.
Okay, now with respect to this slide, have you gone into the data and manually removed duplicate events?
I have, yes.
Okay. And the same with have you done the same for slides 26 and 28?
Slide 26 is the frequency report for Charlie Adelson, and I believe that 28 is, again, Donna Adelson's. No, I have not removed duplicate events from these frequency reports.
Okay. So those aren't accurate?
They are accurate. They accurately represent from the call detail records every time that cell phone number appeared in the records.
Okay, there's a poorly worded question, I apologize. It's not accurate in the sense that there are not 80 actual communications between my client and her son.
There may be fewer. Again, this includes those routed events, the not answered, going to voicemail. All of those are included. Text messages, voice calls, all of those are included in this tallying. It is just from the raw records.
Okay. And so in other words, you see the 80 up there. You recall I believe it's the AT&T records, could have 3 separate events for one communication. Is that correct?
They could. That would generally only tally 2 for a particular phone number, because that third event is generally going to have a routing phone number in it.
Okay. And so this does not account for that?
It does not.
I believe on slide 98, if you could turn to that. Can you keep going? It might have been the next one. Erase this text after you read it. Was the text erased?
The text was still in the iCloud return, so I could not tell you if it was deleted from the device or not.
You never got the handset that iCloud is associated with?
That is correct.
And that would be Charlie's phone?
Correct.
Slide 116. Okay, looks like on this one there are 2 conversations between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanawa, correct?
One is an attempt. So as it says, Charlie attempts. Catherine, this was an inbound that I don't believe was answered, or that any actual communications occurred.
Well, okay, so the one event, we don't know what was discussed, do we?
We do not know.
Slide 117. We don't know what was discussed between Charlie and whomever he was speaking with at the Adelson residence, do we?
We do not.
119. We don't know what was discussed between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
We do not.
120. We don't know what was discussed between Catherine and Charlie, do we?
We do not.
And we don't have the content of the text messages the data indicates took place.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the calls to the landline, do you know anything about the signal strength for the Adelson residents in Coral Springs? You know, as far as their ability to connect with local towers back in 2014?
I only know what I have seen from looking at different sets of records. I know that their handsets have events with location that are consistent with their home on a fairly regular basis. I can do analysis and determine if the handsets are home or not. So as to whether that's great signal or not, there are a number of events their handsets are creating with cell sites near their residence that would be consistent with their residence.
I know that there are parts of my house where I can have a conversation, but if I walk into the garage, I don't have a good signal. You don't know where in the house that they were to have any sort of conversation in their home?
I do not.
Now, if you could go to 135. advance one. So during this 36 to 48 hour period, does the 7 communications or attempted communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson indicate a spike?
I would not say so, no.
Okay. And for what time period did you review their records?
We have records that span years, and they are a little different for each person. For some, we have several months. For some, we have years worth of records. So I have looked at periods of time for their records spanning several years.
Okay. Now, specific as to Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, you have at least 4 or 5 years worth of records for them?
Probably that many, yes.
If not more.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so the amount of communications or attempted communications that are indicated during the June 2nd and June 4th, as you refer to it, flurry of communications, 7 is not a spike.
I do not consider it an abnormally high number of communications.
Now, same with respect to the July trip. Can you advance to that slide, please?
Apologies, it'll take just a second. I believe that's what you're looking for.
Yes. Now again, this is approximately 38 hours time period?
Correct.
The 4 communications or attempted communications between my client and her son, those do not represent a spike, do they?
They do not.
And so the flurry of communications that you testified to earlier, at least as it pertains to my client and her son, did not take place, did it?
I'm not sure where the characterization of a flurry came from. I don't believe that I used the term call flurry. We were looking at calling analysis or calling activity during certain periods of time. And the only question being asked of these, of the analysis in this time frame is, was there the potential for the exchange of information from one person to the other? And that's what we see, that there is communication from one person to the other across the subjects during a time frame that may be more significant than others. It's not meant to reflect a high volume or a different tempo of communication, just that there is at least a potential for the exchange of information.
Now, let's talk about the emails briefly. Go to slide 140, please. Now, you testified this morning that this was sent out. Now, Evite is an online platform where anyone can go in and create an event and send out invitations, correct?
That's correct.
Back in 2014, do you have any personal knowledge as to how that website operated?
In 2014, I do not.
And I believe that you indicated that there was an indication that Donna Adelson was unfamiliar with that process?
Correct.
As we sit here today, you cannot testify that Donna Adelson created that event on evite.com, can you?
I can only testify as to the email where she asked if her invitations had been sent yet, and where she describes how she entered the contacts, how she entered the invitees as contacts. That's the only thing that I can take from that email.
Now, also with respect to the emails, there were quite a few search warrants done for email accounts in this case, correct?
Yes.
How many emails were recovered during this investigation?
Oh, how, like total number?
Yes.
Oh, hundreds of thousands.
Specific as to donnahardy@gmail.com, how many emails were recovered?
I do not recall the total amounts.
In excess of 50,000?
I believe so, yes.
In excess of 70,000?
I don't recall, and I've only seen a subset of those.
Who decided
emails.
what subset you would review?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Let's look at slide 143. You testified earlier that this was an email from Dan Markel to Wendy Adelson in January of 2024 concerning their schedule with the kids beginning in April.
January of 2014, but yes.
Yes, sorry. Are you also aware that there were subsequent emails and text messages between the two of them where this schedule changed or was modified?
I'm not aware of any changes or modifications.
So you have not reviewed them, or you're not aware of them?
I'm not aware of them. I have not seen anything. I have not done a great deal of research into the schedule with the children, but I am, as I sit here, not aware of any changes.
How did you decide to put this email in the presentation?
The emails are reviewed by whomever is investigating the case, assisting to investigate. They're provided to the state attorney's office for a determination as to what should be included in the presentation.
With respect to Wendy Adelson's phone, are there different types of extractions that can be done on these devices?
Yes, there are different sort of levels of forensic examinations that can be done, yes.
And what are those levels?
Well, it kind of varies by device, by time period, by forensic tool, but we generally talk about a logical extraction where we're kind of we're taking the majority of information we can get access to kind of in a logical fashion. If this appears to be a text message, it's a text message. A phone call is a phone call. It is not as thorough as generally what we may consider a file system or a full file system extraction. So those are kind of the basics.
Okay. Which one is preferable when conducting an investigation?
We want the most detailed that we can get.
And the most detailed for most handsets is going to be a full extraction, correct?
It would be, but there are a number of things that may prohibit us from getting that full file system or full extraction. Encryption, passwords that cannot be broken, phones that are not supported by forensic tools. We frequently want the full extraction, but are unable to get it.
Now let's talk about Wendy Adelson's phone. her phone was searched pursuant to consent, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And there were no limitations to that consent.
I am not the one who obtained the consent or did the examination, so I don't believe there were, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay, well, I believe, are you aware that Wendy Adelson gave a lengthy statement to investigators?
Yes.
And during the course of that interview, she voluntarily provided her cell phone for extraction.
Again, I believe that is correct.
And are you aware that she put any limitations on that extraction?
I'm not aware of any limitations.
And so, what type of extraction was done on her device?
A logical extraction.
And as we've discussed, a logical extraction is not a complete extraction from a device.
It generally has less information, correct?
In this case, if you look at the extraction, the forensic extraction, there's significantly less data in her phone extraction than in other devices' extractions in this case.
Yes, there is less data, but that may be an indication of less data on her device as well.
I want to talk about the morning of July 18th of 2014. I didn't write down the slide number, but you indicated earlier that, and you had a slide that Wendy called Donna, Donna called Wendy. Can you pull that up?
I can.
Thank you. What slide number is this?
This is slide 196.
Thank you. So slide 196, your analysis reveals that Wendy called her mother first, correct?
Well, these calls are as noted, at the same time. So they're both at 8:09. And one of the limitations we have with some of the sets of records we have is that some were provided with only hours and minutes of call, and some were provided with hours, minutes, and seconds. So these calls actually occurred in the same minute, but it's possible that Donna's call was first.
Don't you have records that indicate seconds?
We do have records that indicate
specific
seconds.
For this day?
I don't know if we have specific for this day. We have multiple sets of records and multiple overlapping sets of records.
You have been involved in this case since its inception, since Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
And it's typically in your field best to use records that have more data rather than less, correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Have you gone back to determine who called whom first?
I have not, but I could.
And so if I were to tell you that records with seconds reveal that Donna Adelson gets a call from Geek Squad and immediately calls her daughter. And then while Donna is calling her daughter, Geek Squad calls her daughter. Would that also be consistent with both calls happening at 8:09?
Yes.
Okay. And by using the records with more information, you would be able to present this in an accurate order, would you not?
They both indicate the time of 8:09 for the calls, and as discussed or as presented, hopefully, that there was a phone tag that occurred here at 8:09. And so that, yes.
slide 210. Now, this is after the text message exchange between Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one where, after Mr. Markel had left a voicemail for Wendy, Wendy texts him and saying, swimming won't work today because I'm picking the kids up at 3:30.
Correct.
Okay. And then they kind of have a disagreement about the time that Wendy can pick the boys up.
They do.
After Wendy gets that information from Mr. Markel, she then calls her brother.
Correct.
She didn't call her mother.
No.
Now, I believe after this call between Wendy and Charlie, I think it's on slide 213, he tries to call Donna.
Correct.
30 seconds, that indicates to you that the call did not connect.
More than likely.
I believe, if you go to slide 272. May have gotten the slide wrong. If you can back up a couple of slides, please. So the text, I believe that the state inadvertently mischaracterized the evidence and testimony in the questioning. The last connection to a cell tower for Donna Adelson was at 8:59, not 8:35, correct?
For 8:59, for location, like location that we would use?
Yes.
I don't recall an 8:59 event.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you have the 8:59 as the text message.
That's correct.
And that's from Charlie Adelson's iCloud.
That is correct.
And you don't get location from that.
We do not. And so, probably important to point out, some of these are chats, so they're actually occurring over the data network. They're iMessage versus carrier-based text messaging, where we're more likely to see locations associated with text. So with the iCloud and knowing that those are traversing the iMessage or the Apple network, it's common for us not to have locations attached to those.
So in that regard, iMessages aren't going to show up in call detail records.
They do not.
Other apps, communication apps, are not going to show up in call detail records.
That's correct.
Now this tragedy took place a little over 11 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And up until your July 10th, 2025 deposition, you had not done the drive yourself, had you?
That's correct.
Did you do any research to determine what construction had taken place at I-95 between July 18th of 2014 and July 18th of 2025?
I-95 where?
Where you drove.
Not the, I know that there was a number of changes to I-95 at the area where it separates from the turnpike, the Florida Turnpike. I did specifically look at the turnpike in relation to Mr. Adelson's residence to make sure that there had been no changes in the roadway there.
Okay, so the turnpike, it's your testimony that in the last 11 years, the turnpike in that area has not been widened?
I don't recall that it's been widened. The off-ramp is in the same location. The aerial photography is exactly the same for that exchange. And again, the drive was done because there was a question raised somewhere along the way about the ability to get off the turnpike and to Mr. Adelson's residence. And so just to clarify that, and that more research was done. And so again, looking at that, there's been a number of changes around that area. Water drainage has been filled in, buildings have been built, all kinds of things have happened, but the roadway itself remains the same.
So again, my question is, has the road been widened? Has there been construction?
There may have been construction and replacement. And I can say with certainty, and I can look at it again, but with certainty, the routes, the off-ramps, the exchanges are in the same position that they are. If the lanes are a little wider, there was no significant change in anything about getting off the turnpike and getting over to Mr. Adelson's road.
Sergeant Corbett, I don't know if I'm asking a poor question or you're misunderstanding. Has there been construction on the turnpike in the last 11 years?
I'm sure there has, yes.
Did you do anything to determine if that had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And yet, you're still giving us a qualified answer.
You're asking about widening. I don't recall seeing, and again, the area that I looked at was the turnpike, the off-ramp of the turnpike, the exchange that goes to the east, and then connects with Mr. Adelson's road. There were no changes to that. If the turnpike was widened somewhere, that may be possible. I did not look for that. Again, I'm looking for the path of travel had not changed.
So you looked for records that would be consistent with the state's theory? To establish that the route hadn't been altered in any way?
The question raised was, can you get off the turnpike and get to Charlie Adelson's residence? And the answer is yes.
Now, what were the traffic conditions on July 18th of 2014?
I do not know.
Did you do anything to try to find that out?
I did.
And what did you do?
I tried to research through Department of Transportation if they had traffic and crash data going back that far, and I did not find any.
Is that because the retention period had been exceeded?
Most likely, yes.
What is a retention period?
I do not know the exact retention period.
No. Tell us, what is a retention period?
I'm sorry. A retention period would be a policy of a holder of information for how long they hold that. And so carriers have retention periods for their cell phone records. It may be 1 year, and after 1 year they purge that data. Could be 2 years, could be 10 years, but that retention period or is a policy for how long they retain records.
And so, as we sit here today, do you know the retention period for DHS&V to keep accident records?
I do not.
What about construction records for I-95 and the Turnpike?
I do not.
Did you do anything to collect construction records for I-95 or the Turnpike between July 18th of 2014 and the present day?
No.
How many lanes were on 95 between my client's residence in Miami Beach and her son's residence back in 2014?
I do not know the exact number.
What about now?
It varies. There were 6 or more in certain places. There was construction going on when I drove.
What about the turnpike? How many lanes were on the turnpike back in 2014?
Again, varies by the location where you're at, but 2 to 3 in any direction.
And what about now?
Same now. I say same now. Depending upon where we're talking about. So I'm looking at a very narrow stretch of the turnpike. Talk about the turnpike, it's in entirety. I'm sure it's undergone a lot of changes.
Now, when you did this drive, you had gas in your car, correct?
I did.
You did not have to stop for gas while you're doing this test drive, did you?
During those particular sessions or sections, no, I did not.
You had snacks with you?
I did.
So you didn't have to stop for snacks?
I did not have to.
Did you stop for any meals along the way during this drive test?
During these particular sessions or sections of road travel, no, I did not.
And there's a reason I'm going to ask this question. How old were you at the time you did this test?
55.
So not in your 60s, not in your 70s?
Not quite.
Now, have you ever been on the highway, got behind a slow-moving vehicle? It frustrates you, right?
It may, yes.
And you have an opportunity to pass them, you drive by and you see someone older driving.
Sometimes, yes.
Do you know how fast Harvey and Donna Adelson were driving on July 18th of 2014?
I do not.
And so, not knowing how fast they are driving, can you give an accurate estimate for how long the drive would take them?
I think I can give an accurate estimate based on speed limit and distance, but as far as how which is, I believe, substantiated by segments of travel. So the travel from the 832 point to Charlie Adelson's was very consistent with the estimations. The travel from 1053 to the hotel, consistent with estimations.
I want to stop you right there. The 1053 point, can you pull that up, please?
I believe it's actually here.
Go to the next slide or series where we show 1053 to Orlando. Perfect. That section of the turnpike is not as in an area that is as densely populated as the section to the south, is it?
It's not.
Okay. And so the section south on the turnpike, you're going to get more commuter traffic than you will in this section, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so you're not going to necessarily be in a stop and go traffic as you would if you were to the south.
Usually, yes, I would agree with that.
Now, was anything done, or let me ask this differently. Do you know whether or not at the time Donna and Harvey Adelson left their apartment on Miami Beach to start driving north, had they eaten dinner?
I do not know.
Did they have a full tank of gas?
Do not know.
How many times did they stop to go to the bathroom?
Do not know.
Did they stop to get coffee?
They may have.
This was late night.
I did.
And you're much younger than they were at the time. You stopped for coffee.
I did.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Corbett, you just made a statement that I believe your deposition testimony contradicted. You said the time that it would take to get from their residence to Charlie Adelson's residence. Can you, with the call detail records, place my client, Donna Adelson's handset at Charlie Adelson's residence on July 18th of 2014?
From cell site locations in the records? No.
And at no point on July 18th of 2014 can you place Donna Adelson's handset and or Harvey Adelson's handset connecting to the same cell site at the same time as Charlie Adelson's handset?
That's correct.
So from the call detail records, you cannot testify, you cannot tell this jury that my client was at her son's house.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Did the text messages place Donna Adelson at Charlie Adelson's house?
I believe the outside your house text message is indicative of her being outside his house.
Okay, that's what Donna Adelson tells us in that text message, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then she has an hour and 6 minutes, was it, of unaccounted for time on the stretch of the drive that's on the same stretch of the drive where Charlie Adelson's house is, right?
Correct.
You got lots of, and did you do this drive in 2025 because the defense questioned the fact that you hadn't done it, didn't know if you could do it in the 2025 depot?
There was a question. As to who raised it, I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. You got lots of questions about construction on the turnpike. Defense asked if their client could have gotten stopped for that extra hour that's unaccounted for in construction. Did Donna Adelson tell us in that text message where she stopped on the drive? Did she say she was outside of Charlie Adelson's house?
Agreed.
Okay, and then Charlie Adelson gave her his estimated time of arrival at the house for 10 minutes from then. Is that
Correct.
right?
Correct.
If the Adelsons were just driving really slow on that first part of the drive where they have over an hour of unaccounted for time, would they then have had to speed up to normal cruising speed for the second part of the drive where they made it from the 1053 location to Orlando in consistent with a consistent amount of time as the estimated time that we see on Esri?
Yes. The second part of that, the second half, if we'll call it, of the trip was done at close to the estimated time. So the speed and travel were close to what would be expected. The first half of that trip, it was not.
Okay. And when you did the drive and went from the I believe was it 832 or 834 location?
Yes, one of those.
One of
before
those two.
before the end of the 835 call.
Okay. 834 location. When you did that drive, were you able to get on the same day of the week, the same time of Friday night, from that point to Charlie Adelson's house in the estimated amount of time?
I was, yes.
Okay. And same with the second part of the drive, from Charlie Adelson's house to the 1053 location. Was that consistent with the estimated time from Esri?
With just a few minutes, yes. Or within just a few minutes.
All right. And you would have been driving in the same conditions in North Miami, same date, same time of day as the Adelsons drove in 2014?
As close as I could get.
And did you say in this the emails for the Evite that Donna Adelson told Evite that she entered the invitees as contacts?
Correct.
In the beginning of cross-examination, defense asked you a bit about the things that could affect cell site towers, several variables that could affect cell site towers, but if those variables existed, that affected these cell site towers and kept the cell site towers from having too much load to be able to handle this communication. Would we see phone communication with those cell site towers in the records as we do?
Again, if the tower was not operational, no, the handset is not going to communicate with it. But those things, again, when we're talking about the inclusion and exclusion, where a handset could be, we're aware that there may be cell sites that are closer, that may be stronger, bigger, taller, and all of that we take into consideration when we estimate the area that might be consistent with where the handset was.
Is there anything in the records that caused you to believe these records or analysis is unreliable in any way?
No.
Just a second. No further questions. Thank you.
Sergeant, you may step down, finally.
Thanks, sir.
Will this There you go. Please call your next witness.
That's the next witness based on his former employment as a witness that we've asked camera not display his
Oh, wow.
So I would ask for instruction on that at this time.
FBI.
The witness's face is not to be displayed based on his prior employment in law enforcement. Certainly his voice and audio may be broadcast, but not his face.
Before the witnesses' testimonies, and we have a very brief recess.
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Oh, here comes the FBI. Ladies and gentlemen, the FBI has arrived on the scene. I repeat, the FBI is in the house for the Donna Adelson trial. The FBI is in the house. Get your towels. The FBI is in the house.
Please use the restroom or stretch your legs now if you need to before we resume with the testimony.
You heard Judge Everett, ladies and gentlemen. The FBI is in the house. Get your buck towels. Get your NORAD vests. Get your towels. Find your towel buddy. We don't have Ange, but Allie and the rest of the towel buddies are here. Hello, Holistic Psychology. Hello, Bossy Texas Chick. Hello, Modelo Macy. Hello, Holy Ralph Male Empire. Hello, Esty again, and so many other towel friends. It is great to see you. Francesca as well. Judge Everett is a Class A Act towel. Let's do a poll on that right now, ladies and gentlemen. Start a poll. Is Judge Everett a Class A towel, like Modelo Macy? Yes, 100%. I love Judge Everett. No, I love commies and the devil. Now that's a push poll, Holistic Psychology. That is a push poll. Holistic Psychology says that I have a bad inclination towards doing push polls. Now, if a push poll means that you have to vote no, you have to say you are a commie who loves the devil, then I am guilty as charged, ladies and gentlemen. I must admit to my sins. I must stand before you and say, I am a towel who uses push polls. Now, I may be using this push poll word a lot because we just learned about it, me and Holistic Psychology yesterday. Well, I knew about it, but I taught Holistic Psychology about it. Therefore, I am a push poll politician, says Holistic Psychology. Yes, Modelo Macy, I am not beneath using a push poll. Modelo Macy even made an appearance in the title of the poll. And you may be saying to yourself, well, darn, I've always wanted to make an appearance in a towel poll. Well, maybe you will one day. But we're not taking a break. We can't even go back to towel trivia because we have to wait for Judge Everett to get back with the FBI. The bump, ladies and gentlemen, the bump. I think we might be about to hear about the bump. Not the bunny bump, which is what Bunny Towel refers to his dance routine as. That's the bunny bump. No, not the bunny bump, ladies and gentlemen. The bump. It is the infamous bump. It is the bump. Holistic Psychology says you never give many options. Either you love the judge or the devil. What a choice, says Holistic Psychology. That's true. You either love Judge Everett or the devil. And I don't think anyone has picked that they love the devil. This is a very good sign. No commies, no devil lovers here. Ain't no devils in this house, ladies and gentlemen. I voted the devil. How dare you, Allie? Ain't no devils in this house, okay? There's no devils allowed in the towel house, okay? We have just a few rules, and there's no devils allowed. If I don't like someone, they're probably a devil. That's my opinion. So, in short, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel. We're on a very short recess before the FBI takes the stand in the Donna Adelson trial. Allie says, honestly, Judge Everett is great. Bossy Texas chick said, Judge Everett is a Class A felony in a good way. Modelo Macy burst out laughing. I am an erudite and cogent towel commentator. Yes, I even meta-commentate on the chat. That's really what life is all about, ladies and gentlemen, is it not? Commentating on the chat and saying there's no devils allowed in this house. Holistic Psychology is like, I have to run so I don't have to multi-towel so I can come back and watch the FBI. Well, you and the rest of the trial-watching universe, Holistic Psychology. Ich bin ein Handtuch. Judge is someone to hug. The bump cross will be fantastic. Is the bump cross like an evolution of the bump? You know, the evolution of dance? Bunny Towel, Pete Bunny Towel, they're talking about your dance. Do you want to get up and dance? Nope, he's sleepy. He doesn't want to dance. Pete Bunny Towel just would like to let you know his dance is called the bump. All right, the bunny bump. Hello, Kitties1993. Everyone follow Kitties1993 at Kitties1993 on X. We're going to get Kitties to 1,000 followers. You don't understand. I never forget. Holistic Psychology is like, I'm not allowed to multi-towel, I'll burn the toast. Well, that's all right. Multi-toweling is an art form. Some people are good at certain things, like analytical reasoning. Some people are good at multi-toweling. Some people are good at being a towel. Now, multi-toweling and being a towel are two different things. It's not a distinction without a difference. It's the core of the difference. Okay, towel, multi-toweling. You can be a towel without multi-toweling. If every towel had to multi-towel, we would just be overwhelmed. In short, don't forget to follow Kitties1993 on X, x.com/at Kitties1993. We need to train my German speaking skills. Okay, ich bin ein Handtuch. I am a hand towel. All right? Ich bin auf ein Handtuch. Okay? And I also like Pizzaballen, but that is not German, that is Dutch. We love the Dutch people, ladies and gentlemen. We love the Dutch people. In short, we should be back in the session any minute now. The FBI has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, get your FBI emojis. The FBI has arrived. Also, Holistic Psychology is a finger towel. I think we should let everyone know that. The German people support finger towels. I think it's a universal thing. Most people support finger towels except for the commies. The damn commies hate the finger towels. We hate the commies. There you go. All right, so my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Did you know this is a public information service? And if you want to do some good today, let's find a way to donate to Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there is multiple ways to do so, but did you know the way to donate directly to Lindsay Gattani to show your support? In particular, if you're benefiting from this public information service, this is the first donation read we've done today after 6 hours. You can go to givesendgo.com/GEFJ4, all uppercase. That's givesendgo.com/GEFJ4, all uppercase. And you can donate directly to Lindsay Gattani's legal fundraiser. We talk a lot about doing small acts of service. And you don't even have to send a donation. You can send a prayer with a comment. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk a lot about it, but now we can put our towel money where our mouths are, which we do a lot, to be fair. And I will match every dollar raised between now and September 3rd, dollar for dollar. So you go ahead, you follow that link. You benefiting from this stream today, you want to support public information services, let's support the vulnerable. All right, we heard a lot about cell phone extractions in that last segment of testimony. All right, we heard about how it's not normal for a victim who says that they're only giving their cell phone over if it's going to be redacted, to have 15 years released by Brian Tully and Kate Peter, after Tully only removed messages from Brian Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay from the extraction before releasing it. Why did Brian Tully do that? I don't know. Was it to distract public attention from Karen Reed trial witnesses in April of 2024 when nothing else would work? I don't know. Was it some kind of abuse of public office under color of law? I don't know. But what I'll tell you is we can support Lindsay Gattani. Turtle Boy doesn't want anybody to support Lindsay Gattani. I don't think Kate Peter does. I don't think Brian Tully does, but we do, ladies and gentlemen. They have the means. They have the political will. They have the political connections, but we have the hat. And you cannot replace an authentic sense of purpose and hat. All right? That's why I say it's important. Some people do commercials. Some people do sponsorships. I yell about abuse of office under color of law and supporting Lindsay Gattani. Okay? That's what we do here on Towel Stream. And you may be saying to yourself, I've always wanted to be a towel. Well, I've always wanted to be a towel. And you can help embrace that towel ethos by supporting Lindsay Gattani. There you go. There you go, little towels. Lindsay even had some comments in chat when she was coming by on our first day of our towel-thon for Lindsay. And she said, thank you for everyone's support. I don't have social media, so it was nice to be able to wake up and to such heartwarming messages and help on the Give, Send, Go. I cannot thank you all enough or express how grateful I am. Little hearts. And also, I love the pray button. Those are my favorite to read. There you go, little towels. And this is what we're going to be seeing during the next testimony from the FBI agent. I'm sure we've always wanted to do this. We're going to be staring at a wall, ladies and gentlemen. Have you ever wanted to stare at a wall? Yes, that is what we're going to be able to do. I agree, holistic psychology. That's why we have to support the people who have been victimized. We have to support the people who have been victimized, ladies and gentlemen, and that's how we can do it. All right, we have an update from Colleen Henry and Bucktowel. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an update from Colleen Henry and Bucktowel. Let me get it on your screen. They cannot, oh, right, they cannot show this witnesses, but we can hear everything the witness is saying. Now, court is about ready. He's an undercover towel bump. This is an undercover FBI towel bump. Now, let's watch the bump. Who wants to watch the bump? Everybody want to watch the bump? Have you ever seen the bump? Not the bunny bump. Oh, no. Pete Bunny Towel is literally running around and dancing. Calm down, Pete Bunny Towel. The Adelson bump video. All right. Everybody ready? Everybody ready? Have you heard about the word? The word? The bump, bump, bump. The bump is the word. Have you heard about the bump? The bump is the word. Yes, I've heard a bump. Oh, okay. It's time. It's time. Wait a minute. It's not time. I'm going to play video over this. So you'll hear the audio, but I'm going to play video over it of the bump.
Just one moment. For the gallery, once again, just as a reminder, while the testimony is taking place today, if you step outside of the court.
Hold on, I'm back. All right, so hold on. I'm back. Yes, I was muted. Not only was there no sound on the feed, I was muted. All you missed me saying was there is no sound on the feed. We're about to be back. We heard Judge talking a little bit, which is why I muted my microphone, and then Judge immediately cut the feed. So the feed is coming. The jurors are walking back. There's no audio on the actual source feed. You saw me mute my mic because Judge was talking. Then they cut the mics again. So I think jurors are just walking back up. Here we go. Grant tried to burn it, but I wrapped it in fireproof paper. I made Grant no! It's a great song, Bossy Texas Chick. We love the Lindsay song. And then Steph made a Lindsay song. It was really good. You want to make Lindsay-inspired songs, you do that. Very supportive songs. We love them. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're as live can be. You are not missing anything. The volume is fully up. The only thing that's going on right now is the FBI agent who did the bump, the infamous bunny bump, we're calling it the bunny bump, is about to happen. What do I think about this case? I think Wendy Adelson should be indicted. I think Harvey Adelson should be indicted. And I think at that point, maybe along with Tuto, they'll pretty much have got everyone. Yeah, I think that's about it. I think those are mostly the people involved, along with the people who already have been convicted, including Charlie, Katie McBonowa, and then the hitters. So, yeah, very well prosecuted. Very, very well done. But yes, we are allowed to see, we're not allowed to see the towel bump. What do you mean? I thought they played the towel bump at the last trial. It is outrageous. Pete Bunny Towel will protest if we don't get to see the bump. Get them all, says Colleen Henry. I agree with you. And then a lot of people really love Judge Everett. All right, that's Donna Adelson. She's not a towel. Oh, my goodness. She looked just shooketh. A woman shooketh. That was a shocking image. You're just looking around and then a Donna Adelson pops up on your screen. Pete Bunny Towel just fainted. He went into one of those states of shock when you get scared and then he just goes catatonic. He's up now. He's all right. He's resting. Either way, you can't just have something like that happen. A Donna Adelson just popping up on your screen, that's worse than a jump scare in a movie. That's worse than being in a haunted house and having some creature jump out at you. That's horrifying. A random Donna Adelson sighting is horrifying. They're going to change the name of a jump scare to a Donna Adelson scare. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. There has been some kind of earthquake. I don't think it's actually an earthquake. Somebody just bumped the camera. I thought the whole building was going to collapse. Ladies and gentlemen, I almost fell out of my chair. This is the kind of thing you tune in for. Do you love Judge Everett or the devil? No one said they love the devil. This is a very good sign. There are no devils. Oh, no, I said there's no devils right as the devil popped up on the screen. She's a devil woman. There's a devil in the house, ladies and gentlemen. A devil is in the house. Everyone run. It is a devil. Don't actually run. You might trip and burn your toast. You might think that tripping and burning your toast are not related. Ask holistic psychology, though. They totally are. In short, she could be in a horror movie, says Allie Towell. I agree. That's a face that only a horror movie could love. Buck Towel is a rescue from the reservation. Colleen Henry and her husband went out of town, and my sons rescued him from a kill shelter. Oh, Buck Towel. Buck Towel, you're loved.
April 19th of 2016.
I was.
To explain what the operation was.
My role in the operation was that.
May I interrupt you for just one moment? Could we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, that was a false start. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching who engaged in the infamous Adelson bump is now on the stand in the Donna Adelson and Dan Markel trial. Will we see the bump video yet again? The world wants the bump. Ladies and gentlemen, the world wants the bump. All right? Bumps in the chat. I don't even think there's a bump button. We need some kind of button for the bump. All right? You need a bump button where you say bump and then it just bumps. All right? You know what I'm saying? We need a button for the bump. Now, we clearly have had a sidebar bump. He is, yes, Buck Towel is a super towel. Now, listen. I think that we need a bump button. All right? There's got to be some kind of button that signifies that there has been a bump sighting. Yes, we will just say the word bump over and over and over again. Bump shall be. Well, there you go. You don't even need a device rooted in onomatopoeia or alliteration. You can simply say bump. Bump is a form of onomatopoeia. It kind of sounds like going over a bump. You know what I'm saying? Bump. Words are interesting. Who do you like more, the bump or the devil? The bump. I don't like the devil at all, so therefore I like the bump somewhat, so therefore it's better than the devil. Wasn't there a disco song called The Bump? That's where Bunny got the idea. So Modelo Macy, have you met Pete Bunny Towel? This is Pete Bunny Towel. Have you met Modelo Macy? No? Oh, Modelo Macy is wonderful. Did you get your Bunny theme song from the 1970 song called The Bump? Oh, are you a disco-based Pete Bunny Towel? Are you edible? No. All right. He's not edible, but he loves disco.
So my role in the operation was of a gang member, and what I was instructed to do was to contact and bump Donna Adelson.
What does bump mean?
A bump is a law enforcement operation during which an undercover agent or an undercover police officer would conduct a face-to-face meeting or encounter with a subject or a person of interest in an investigation, and what we look for, the results we look to get would be one or a combination of either I would try to extract, or the undercover would try to extract information, or they would try to pass on information, or possibly set up a future meeting with the individual, or tickle a wire or a telephonic intercept, or tickle a wire.
In this case, was it an attempt to tickle a wire?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we had a wiretap going at the time that you did the bump.
Yes.
Okay. And what does tickle the wire mean?
Well, when you tickle the wires, when you're doing a Title III, what we call a Title III, a phone intercept, and there's not much activity going on that phone intercept, what you want to do is approach somebody and see if they will start talking about whatever the investigation is looking into.
All right, so you were asked to approach Donna Adelson. Is that what you did?
That is correct.
Where did that happen?
I believe that happened in South Miami, somewhere near her residence.
Okay. And did you just walk up to her on the street, sidewalk?
I did.
Okay, and what did you do?
Well, I was instructed to walk up to her and engage her in small discussion as to why I was meeting with her, and then eventually handing her a flyer.
Okay. Is that what you did?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to show you the flyer. I've marked as States Exhibit 83. Is that what you handed Mrs. Adelson?
This is it, yes.
Judge, I'd ask to introduce States 83.
Okay. States 83 is admitted.
Okay, so it's a standard 8.5 by 11 sheet paper. All right. Regular piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay. With a printout of an article relating to the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at this time, it's been a couple of years since the murder of Mr. Markel.
Yes.
Okay. And over here in handwritten, can you say what was printed there?
Yes. Just call and text, and that's my undercover cell phone number and the $5,000 which was being asked for.
Okay, and this cell phone number that it belongs to the phone number that's written here, are you personally going to carry that around and answer it if someone calls it?
That is correct. That's solely in my hands, and I'm the only one answering. Or
Right.
a voicemail would answer.
And is there something you need to do if that occurs to record the phone call in question?
Well, The way, I can't reveal too much tradecraft, but if I received a call and it went to voicemail, it would do a remote recording. It wouldn't be on the actual phone, so I didn't have access to any voicemails.
Okay. But if you're going to take the call, is there something you do that causes the call to be recorded?
Well, yes, I had to do something on the phone.
All right. Was the interaction, the bump that we're referring to it as, where you approached Donna Adelson and spoke with her, was that audio recorded?
It was audio and video recorded, yes.
How was it recorded?
I had an audio and video on my person, and I believe the surveillance security team also recorded that.
So we've got one angle that's what you're wearing and another angle from across the street.
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 112, a thumb drive containing those two recordings?
Yes, I have.
And are those fair and accurate recordings, both of what you were wearing as well as the one taken from across the street?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence, State's 112, Your Honor.
Objection.
No objection.
State's 112 is admitted.
I'm showing you State's 117. Are those your initials on 117?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were there phone calls that were made from or to the phone number on the phone flyer in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
Are those phone calls contained in State's Exhibit 117?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence, State's 117, Your Honor.
Objection.
No objection.
State's 117 is admitted.
And State's 117, those are all the phone calls associated with this number on the sheet here. We've got one from you to the Adelson Institute Family Business. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then one from Charlie Adelson to this phone number. Is that right?
Yes.
And one from Donna Adelson to this phone number, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And those are all the phone calls. Nobody else called the number during the course of this operation that was answered.
That was answered, yeah. Correct.
Okay, there were a couple missed calls, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you indicated that you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean?
Well, a gang member is anybody that's involved in any type of organization or regarding criminal activity, involved in criminal activity.
Well, I know what a gang member is. I'm asking what were you going to do? What were you trying to portray yourself as? How was your demeanor? How were you going to act as a gang member?
You mean during the bump?
Yes, sir.
I was actually very friendly.
For the bump that was on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Adelson told you that you scared her, didn't she?
I think she was startled. I mean, I'm not good looking, so maybe that scared her. But
Were you dressed up all pretty like you are today?
No, ma'am.
How were you dressed?
Just jeans and a t-shirt and open, I believe, like a bluish button-down open.
Okay. When you say you were friendly to her, was that what you said? You were friendly to her?
I was told to be very polite to her.
And were you?
I was.
Did you invite her out to lunch?
No, not exactly.
Okay. The area that you met her at, how was that selected?
That I don't have the specifics. Special Agent Pat Sanford would be better to answer that.
Were you aware when you went out there that where you would run into her at that specific time of day? I mean, you just didn't stand there all day waiting for her, right?
I did not.
Okay. You knew a specific time in general that you thought you would see her there, correct?
The investigative team, I'm sure, did their homework and they knew. So.
Okay. Are you aware that that's the route that she took from where she was living down the block to pick up her grandchildren from school?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the bump, with the flyer that you handed to Miss Adelson, you had some information on there, $5,000. And when you spoke to her, what did you say to her?
Well, when I engaged her, to the best of my recollection, I said to her that we know that their problem up north had been taken care of, and that Katie and Tuto are being taken care of, and my brother Tato has not been taken care of. He and his family have not been taken care of, and that they should take care of him and his family, something to that effect, him and his family, like they are taking care of Katie and Tuto.
And who's Tuto?
Tuto, from what I understand, was Sigfredo Garcia.
And who was Tato?
Tato was Luis Rivera.
You have a really interesting accent.
Yeah, that's because I'm fluent in Spanish. Yes.
Okay. Are you of Spanish descent, or you just have learned that?
I am.
You are? Okay. Thank you. You do it very well.
Thank you.
So you tell her that you know that her family is taking care of Tuto and Katie, but not your brother Tato.
Correct.
And Tato is Luis Rivera.
Correct.
And he was incarcerated at that time.
Correct.
And you told her that in the Broward County Jail, the two of you have been together, right?
I don't believe on the bump I said that.
Okay. And you tell her that you need $5,000 to take care of Tato, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you she didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, during the bump, I didn't mention the $5,000 or anything. I didn't mention the money.
The piece of paper said $5,000.
Well, the paper did it, but verbally I didn't say it to her.
You said they needed to take care of Tato.
Yes, but I didn't say the dollar amount.
But you handed her a piece of paper and it had it on there, correct?
Sure.
Okay. She didn't pay you the $5,000, did she?
I don't believe they ever did.
Okay, and that was on April the 19th of 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So that's the 19th. As of the 23rd, you still had not heard from Mrs. Adelson, and so you sent her a letter, did you not?
That letter I did not physically do. That was the investigative team that wrote and sent that letter.
Were you aware of it?
At the time I wasn't.
Did you become aware of it?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And the gist of it was nobody had heard back from her, correct?
I don't remember reading that letter.
So, but you're aware the letter was sent, right?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And then move forward all the way up to April the 28th of 2016. Mrs. Adelson has not called you back, correct?
I don't remember the dates that, accurately. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, there's a phone call that's been introduced into evidence. So.
Well, yeah, but you're asking me before that. I guess on the 28th I received a call.
Well, on the 28th, you actually called the Adelson Institute.
Yes, I did call.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were the first call then. You called the Adelson Institute.
Correct.
And you were trying to reach Donna Adelson.
That is correct.
But she was not there.
Correct.
So you left a message saying, you're Sammy, and you haven't heard back from her, and let her know I called.
That is correct.
Okay. But she doesn't call you back right then, does she?
No, she did not.
And she didn't pay you the $5,000 you were looking for, correct?
Did not.
Okay. And so you called the Adel Institute and get no response. So then May the 4th of 2016, you sent a text to Donna Adelson at 2:09 in the morning, correct?
That is correct.
And on that text, you said, still have not heard from Donna. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta?
I think puto.
Puto, call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what KD baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're, excuse my language, fucking crazy. I want the, and then it doesn't say now, or I'm going after the 100K. Right?
That's what I was told to write, yes.
Wasn't very polite there, was it?
Well, that's usually how somebody that's blackmailing somebody or extorting somebody in the criminal world would probably talk to somebody, yes.
Sure, it's more aggressive, right?
Absolutely.
Because you want her to incriminate herself by talking to you, pay the $5,000. You're looking for her to talk, right?
I'm just looking for her to send the money.
But she didn't send the money, did she?
She did not.
Okay. And then you got a call on, let's see, that was May the 4th. You still don't hear from Donna. But on May the 6th, no. May the 4th, you get a call from Charlie Adelson.
That is correct.
And you talked to him.
I did.
Right? And that recording is in evidence, so we don't need to talk about that. But basically, you don't get anywhere with Charlie. He doesn't offer to pay you the $5,000, right?
No, he
Did he offer to pay you the $5,000?
No, he did not.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, on May the 6th, Donna Adelson calls you back on that number that you had put on the paper, correct?
That is correct.
And we're going to listen to the call, another witness, but the gist of it is she's telling you tell her you know everything about everybody involved, right?
Correct.
And she tells you got the wrong person, I'm not involved, correct?
She did.
And she tells you if you know everybody who is involved, go to the police, right?
She just said go get the money from, but she didn't say if I know everybody. She just said, I believe she said just go collect the money.
Well, we'll play it so we'll know the exact
Okay,
words. But
that's fine.
She didn't offer to give you the $5,000 then.
No.
And she encouraged you to go get the $100,000, which was the reward at that time for
She did.
providing information regarding the homicide of Dan Markel.
She did.
Take your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day. I'm done with my questions.
Redirect examination.
Sir, we're going to watch the video a little later with another witness, but did Donna Adelson have any children with her when you approached her?
She did not.
Okay, nothing further.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all? You are released. Have a good day.
Looks like we'll get the video with the next witness.
Keep them under the state's subpoena so that we can call them in our case in chief. Please.
Very well. The defense may call you as a witness. They will let you know if they choose to do so or not. Have a good day.
My understanding is that we're to coordinate that through Investigator Newland at the state attorney's office.
Yes.
So we'll keep you informed.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Special Agent Bronstein.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn, Special Agent. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to. You may examine when you're ready.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Special Agent Louis Bronstein, Louis Bronstein.
How are you employed?
A special agent with the FBI.
How were you employed back in April of 2016?
Special agent with the FBI.
All right. And did you participate in a surveillance operation on April 20th of that year involving Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Was your involvement in that operation related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneous with the surveillance operation?
Yes.
What was your role in the operation?
That day I started off on physical surveillance of the undercover bump operation for officer safety purposes. And then for the remainder of the day I was to be available for surveillance as needed.
Did you conduct some surveillance at a restaurant by the name of Dolce Vita in Miami?
Yes.
Where is that restaurant located?
North of Miami Beach. I don't remember the exact intersection.
Sunny Isles Beach, sound right?
Yes.
Are you from, I guess you said you did surveil the bump that took place earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your objective at the Dolce Vita restaurant?
Moved towards the Dolce Vita restaurant with the intent of conducting physical and technical surveillance of the meeting inside. Upon arrival in the parking lot, I met up with a technical agent from the FBI and received surveillance equipment in a bag. And I made my way into the restaurant and got situated as close as I could to Charlie and Katie.
Were some photographs taken of, is it Charlie Adelson you're referencing and Katie Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Were some photographs taken of them outside the restaurant?
I believe so.
Okay, was that before or after the meeting that you're referencing?
I don't know that I can speak to that. I was not doing photography at the time.
All right, let me just show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 137 to 140. Are you able to recognize these exhibits as photos of those two that were taken outside the restaurant where you did your surveillance on the occasion we're talking about?
Yes.
So we'll make sure they're all fair and accurate.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence 137 through 140.
Any objection? States 137 through 140 are admitted.
Publishing 137. Publishing 138. Publishing 139. Publishing 140. Subjects were you able to position yourself?
Let's say about 10 to 12 feet.
Okay, so just at the next table.
So, yeah, I want to say it would be the next table over, but there was possibly a span where there should have been a table, so just estimating, based off recollection, it would be about 12 feet.
All right, and did the bag contain any video equipment?
I believe so.
All right, so you were recording both video and audio of this restaurant conversation?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the equipment that was inside the bag there?
I had not seen it before that day. My first look at it.
Did you understand how to operate it when you went into the restaurant to use it?
Yes.
Okay, so you were able to successfully capture that restaurant conversation with
That's
that
correct.
equipment? Okay. Can you describe anything about their demeanor that you observed during this conversation?
It was tough to hear because of the air conditioning system. Based on visual observation, body language, they're having a conversation with each other. They're paying attention to what each other was saying. I could not make out very many particular words, except there was a moment where the AC was abnormally quiet for the restaurant. I did hear something, but it was a very small snippet of a sentence. They maintained their conversation with each other, and throughout the duration of my sitting in there, I became less and less worried that they would notice me sitting nearby because they were paying very close attention to what each other was saying.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review the recordings of the that came out of the operation from that day?
Yes.
Okay. And are they fair and accurate recordings?
Yes.
And I asked you the date, April 20th of 16, but I didn't ask you the time. Do you know the time that meeting occurred, time of day?
Afternoon, around 3:45 or 4.
And have I asked
Case 114 is admitted.
any efforts to clarify the audio from that recording and try to take out some of that background noise? Would that have anything to do with you, or would that be somebody else's job?
That's somebody else's work.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will he be recalled by either party? You are released. Please call your next witness. Please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, M-C-E-L-V-E-E-N.
How are you employed?
I work as a forensic scientist. I'm an electrical engineer. I work at Wave Sciences in Charleston, South Carolina.
And what type of work do you perform at that business?
I mostly do audio research, particularly in forensics.
Can you describe your education and experience in that field?
I am a master's level engineer, electrical engineer, and I've had 35 going on 40 years of experience.
And as part of your work, do you clarify audio recordings?
I do. I also sit on committees that write international standards for audio forensics.
And approximately how long have you been doing the type of work that you did in this case specifically?
Probably about 25 to 30 years now.
Judge, at this time I would tender the witness as an expert in the field of electrical engineering,
and forensics.
electrical engineering and audio forensics, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to avoid the rear of the witness?
None on these topics.
Any objection to him providing an opinion while testifying?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify in the form of an opinion in the fields of electrical engineering and audio forensics. You may continue.
And I think you testified you have a master's in electrical engineering, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were the program manager for a government organization that included tech ops work?
Yes.
Okay, and also have done some work with private companies doing government contract type of work, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you found the company that you're currently with?
I did.
Have you published articles related to your field?
Yes, I have, multiple.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in this area?
I have.
Okay, were you asked to clarify some recordings made at the Dolce Vita restaurant in association with this case?
Yes, I was.
What items were you provided with?
2 audio-video recordings from 2 different devices that were in the restaurant, one of which had better video and one of which had better audio.
Okay, and were you able to put those together and give us the best product that you know how to give us to help us make out the words the best we can?
Yes.
All right, and in that process, do you do anything that changes or alters the speaking voices that are on the audio recording?
Only how do I put this? We don't alter the subject's voice. We leave it natural and as untouched as possible. What we do is suppress everything else that's not in that place we're trying to focus on.
What were the issues with this particular exhibit as far as being able to hear it in its raw form?
Well, it was a restaurant, and a busy restaurant. There was everything from typical restaurant noises with coffee grinders and espresso machines and such as that going on. The position of the recording devices also made them pick up noises coming from the kitchen. So there was dishwasher and vegetable chopping type sounds going on back there, kids screaming, voices playing in a television. So it's easier probably to list what wasn't on the recording than what was.
Okay. And can you explain the process you used to clarify the audio on this exhibit?
Yes. So what we do is we treat the sound that's captured on the recording more like it's the light captured by a camera. So if you do any photography and you use a lens, you may think of the kind of the classic taking a picture down a picket fence, and you can focus on one of the wooden slats in the fence and it's sharp, but all the rest of them in the foreground and the background are blurred out and maybe invisible. So that's our approach, and we're able to set the focus spot on the subjects that we were asked to enhance, and then blur out, like those missing pickets in the fence, everything else in the restaurant.
Okay. And are the results of your audio efforts contained on the exhibit in front of you, State's Exhibit 115?
Yes.
All right, and so for us, pair the audio with the video that was available of that particular event?
In Dolce Vita, we did not.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 116, which does include both the audio, the video, and the transcript of that event?
Yes, although we did not review the transcript content.
Okay.
We did review the audio and the video, and it does match the enhanced audio that we provided.
Okay, so everything seems to be appropriately lined up with the audio clarification that you did.
Yes, I just don't want to step outside my role as in audio forensics and speak to a transcript.
Understood. All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence States 115 and 116.
Any objection?
If I understand the witness's testimony, he's not able to say the transcript is accurate?
That was Ms. McBaniel's part, Your Honor.
She has already authenticated as a part of her testimony.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 115 and 116 are admitted.
Did you also do some work on State's Exhibit 132, a recording from a Matt Surrey restaurant?
I did.
All right, and were the same processes that you previously described with the prior exhibit used on this one as well?
They were.
Okay, and does State's Exhibit 132 contain the audio product that you generated?
Yes.
Okay, and has the audio been paired with the video accurately in State's Exhibit 133 also in front of you?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence States 132 and 133.
Any objection?
Just a moment, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
States 132 and 133 are admitted.
All right, and then you also have an Exhibit 118 in front of you. Did you do some work on a phone call? Phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And is the work that you did on clarifying that phone call fairly and accurately contained on State's Exhibit 118?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, that's just for identification only at this time. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay. With respect to the second restaurant footage that you enhanced, am I to understand that you enhanced an enhancement more recently? Did you provide additional materials recently to the State Attorney's Office?
What we did was not an enhancement. We only took the audio track and put it with the video track. So
that's what you.
We didn't touch anything, but just basically saved the processed audio that we did and the original video, and just saved it in a different format.
Okay, so then that's what you did recently?
Yes.
Okay.
So no enhancement done in that step.
Okay. And then, were you ever provided with the audio of the interview done by law enforcement of Wendy Adelson on July 18th of 2014?
No, I was not.
And specifically the end of that interview when Miss Wendy Adelson calls my client.
Not to my recollection. I do not believe so.
And so the government did not ask you to do that?
Correct.
Just a moment. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Redirect examination.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir. Will he be recalled by either party?
Not from the state, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
You are released. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
They call Special Agent Brian Pendle.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Kendall, BRIAN KENDALL.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at a private investment firm.
What about back in April of 2016?
At that time, I worked as a police officer for the city of Plantation, and I was also assigned to a federal task force.
As part of your work with the federal task force, did you participate in a surveillance operation involving a Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
All right. Was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneously with your part in the investigation?
That's correct.
What is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to surreptitiously record Mr. Adelson at a restaurant on the night, I believe it was April 20th, 2016.
How about April 21st?
21st, correct.
Okay, and who was Mr. Adelson meeting with at that restaurant?
His father, Mr. Harvey Adelson.
All right, and was that the Matsuri restaurant?
Yes, a sushi restaurant in Miami.
What equipment was used when you went in to record?
I had a covert surveillance recording device that recorded in audio and video.
How covert was it?
It wasn't the most sophisticated device. Would you like me to describe it?
Yes, please.
Okay. It almost looked like what they call now a man bag or a large bag that had a hidden recorder and video equipment inside of it.
And was there any sort of strategic problem with using that sort of messenger-style bag under the circumstances inside this particular restaurant?
Yeah, so when I entered the restaurant, I saw Mr. Charles Adelson and Mr. Harvey Adelson sitting at the sushi bar. There was an unoccupied stool next to Mr. Harvey Adelson, so I took a position directly next to Mr. Harvey Adelson because it was extremely loud in the restaurant. I put the bag directly on the sushi bar between myself and Mr. Harvey Adelson.
Okay. And what does it mean to get made?
Obviously, when you get made, they identify who you are and they know you're up to, maybe they identify that you're law enforcement or they know what you're doing.
And do you think that might have happened on this effort?
I think it was pretty obvious that my actions were probably a little suspicious to them, correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording from your messenger bag device, States Exhibit 131?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate recording of what was captured from your device that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as far as clarification of any audio that was present on that recording device, would you be responsible for that, or was that Mr. McElveen that we just heard from?
Yes, I never even, other than authenticating it, I never reviewed it.
All right. Moving to evidence, States 131, Your Honor.
An objection.
Objection.
States 131 is admitted.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir.
Thank you.
Please approach.
You are judge. Time to approach. Side bar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a side bar. That was pretty interesting. We are at a sidebar. We haven't seen the bump, but if we take a break, I have the bump. We can watch the bump. It was played in Charlie's trial. No, being made in that context is if you're doing surveillance and someone notices you're doing surveillance, it's called being made. Like if you hear an FBI agent say they made me, it doesn't mean he became a member of the mob. He's using the term made to say that the target of the surveillance noticed him and blew the operation. Surveillance is by definition clandestine. So if you get made, it means that like the person noticed you. Now, most of the time, you're not going to get made by like a civilian. You're going to get made when you're conducting surveillance of like a state actor and they use counter surveillance and make you. It's more like spycraft. Here they're applying it against civilians. The Adelsons didn't stand a chance.
Special Agent Pat Sanford.
More FBI. Here we go. This could be the bump video.
testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, S-A-N-F-O-R-D. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 26 years.
Sorry, one moment. Were you asked to assist in the investigation of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was called originally to assist with outside leads on the case. There were some interviews and some other follow-up things that happened outside the state of Florida that they asked me to assist with. And as the investigation continued, I became more and more involved.
The other guy retired and kind of left you holding the bag, right?
He did.
Okay. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera and his role in this case?
I am.
Were you a part of the initial interview of Luis Rivera when he was attempting to become a witness in the case?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the date on which his proffer was given?
I could refer to some notes.
Okay, if I said the date, would you be able to tell me if it sounds right or not? September 30th of 2016?
Yes.
All right, and the investigation had been ongoing for some time at that point, right? I mean, the murder occurred in 14.
That's correct.
Okay, and in the proffer that was given by Luis Rivera, was there anything new, particularly interested in anything new that you were able to corroborate that law enforcement didn't already know before that interview?
Yes, there was.
What was that?
One thing was he told us the day before the homicide occurred that him and Sigfredo Garcia were riding around in the green Prius in Tallahassee when Mr. Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard of the Prius, and it actually disabled the vehicle, and Mr. Garcia had to actually fix the vehicle to get it running again.
At the time that you conducted the interview of Rivera, you knew that they had rented the Prius, right?
That's correct.
Law enforcement had already traveled to the location in Miami where the Prius was rented and identified the car and the VIN number and all those things, right?
That's correct. I'd been down there and done all that.
Okay, but we didn't know to look for this hole in the floorboard.
No, there was carpet in the floorboard and you couldn't see it.
Okay. Did law enforcement, in an attempt to corroborate this new fact, go back to locate the vehicle again and see if there was in fact any evidence of what Rivera was describing?
We did.
Okay. I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 48 through 52.
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photos of the vehicle once you found it for this second time after Rivera's interview?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time it has to move into evidence, states 48 through 52.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Publishing states 48. Had the vehicle changed hands by this time?
Yes, it had been sold by the rental company.
And had it been repainted?
It had.
Were you still able to see at some of the seams of the vehicle where that silver pine mica color, you could still kind of tell was the previous color?
That's correct. Like in the door jambs and under the hood, there was some clues of that.
All right. States Exhibit 49, were you able to confirm this was in fact the correct vehicle by the VIN number?
That's correct.
States Exhibit 50, what does this image show?
It shows the passenger side of the vehicle. It has a directional rod put through where the bullet hole traveled. It shows the direction of travel.
So the hole was still there under the carpet?
The hole was still there in the carpet, correct.
Publishing 651. Did the hole actually puncture the gas line as Rivera described?
That's correct. That is the fuel line that you see there with with some kind of mechanical piece attached to it to together to make it run again.
State's Exhibit 52.
And there it is again, just a close up.
Stinks. I don't know if I can make it any better. Old-fashioned way. So this little piece that's attached to the gas line is the repair that was done on it.
That's correct. You can see where the bullet would have severed the line, and it took that piece to connect it back together.
Anything else that Rivera told you that you didn't already know?
Yes, he told us about that the homicide had to take place on the day that it occurred because he was traveling out of, Mr. Markel was going to be traveling out of town the following day.
And were you able to confirm that Mr. Markel did in fact have plans to travel out of town the day after he was killed?
He did. He was planning to go to a conference up in, I believe it was New Jersey.
And Mr. Rivera's proffer also enlightened us to the June trip, right? That there was a second trip that preceded the July trip in which Mr. Markel was killed.
That's correct. He talked about the June trips also.
And were we able to corroborate that through the testimony of Sergeant Corbett that we just heard from?
That's correct. We had several instances that were able to corroborate that.
All right. Are you familiar?
Speak up, please. We're having trouble.
You can just speak up a little bit, especially.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the wiretap that was conducted back in 2016 in reference to this case?
I am.
Whose phones were tapped?
It was Charlie Adelson and Catherine McVanwell.
How many cell phone calls were intercepted total as a part of that wiretap?
Well over 10,000 calls and text messages.
All right. And did you review a disc of the calls that have been deemed relevant for this jury's consideration?
I did.
Okay. And are all of those calls contained on that I guess this thumb drive actually, State's Exhibit 99, are those fair and accurate recordings of the calls that we intercepted in this case?
They are.
All right, Judge, I'd ask to introduce State's 99.
Yeah, objection. State's 99 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of demonstrative B, Your Honor.
You may.
B as in boy. Did you find any evidence in the calls relating to Donna Adelson meddling in her children's lives?
We did.
Okay, and I want to ask you about specifically Wendy's life and her purchase of a house. Are you familiar with the fact that Wendy Adelson had a contract to purchase a house in 2013 here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I am.
All right, and that she pulled the plug on that house on Halloween of 2013. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the evidence that Catherine McVanwell gave regarding being approached on that same day by Charlie Adelson about what ultimately became this murder for hire?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you reviewed let's strike that. I'll come back to it. I also wanted to ask you about meddling in reference to Wendy's dating life. Did you hear anything about that on the calls?
I did.
Okay. And specifically, I think this one's called 989. What's the gist of what is on that call?
Mrs. Adelson's talking to Charlie Adelson, and they're discussing Wendy's current boyfriend, which is his name is Dave, and talking about different ways to keep her dating Dave and keeping her from breaking up with him.
All right. And is Donna Adelson enlisting Charlie's help in dealing with Wendy?
That's correct.
All right. Managing Wendy?
Correct.
All right. Permission to publish at this time call 989, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
And if we could start at 8 minutes and 56 seconds or thereabouts. requesting a recess.
Members of the jury will take a brief break. Today will escort you to the jury room. Everyone can be seated. So for all of our advanced equipment, we need the repairman.
Court is back in session.
Jurors ready? Please remove. Stay standing for the jurors.
It's a copy of 85 on your table there.
Jury entering courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. May proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that. Agent Sanford, in front of you is a copy of State's Exhibit 85, the wire call summary. Can you tell us what is contained in that exhibit?
It's a list of calls that we selected, calls in a couple of text messages in a little bit of a timeline, and mostly chronological order.
The dates that the calls were made and who they're to and from, that sort of thing?
That's correct. It
And
just
does
has,
fairly and accurately depict the identifying information for the calls contained in State's Exhibit 99?
that's correct.
Okay, Judge, at this time I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 85.
Objection. State's 85 is entered.
May I have permission to provide copies to the jurors, Your Honor?
You may.
Madam Court Reporter, would it assist you to have a copy of the summary? All right, we were about to listen to call 989. Judge, we're going to advance the call to 8 minutes and 56 seconds, but I thought we'd start just at the beginning to give the jurors an opportunity to put on their headsets. We provided headsets for each juror with a number, and there's an accompanying volume control in the front here, so my suggestion is just let everybody tinker with it and get settled, and then we'll move the
That's
call
fine.
along.
For that, use your notepad still. I believe there'll be one copy that goes back later, but use your notepads.
All right, start publishing. What's
I think they're testing their audio using the headsets.
Sir? Right.
What's I don't know if I'll wear them for all of it, but just to make sure I can hear it properly. Probably so you can clearly hear. I think that might be your copy because that's his. Yeah. You aren't going to be left in the dark.
Hey, how are you? Good. How are you? Good. Got it off to work. Oh boy. I had some barbecue up in Jupiter. That's why I just wanted to avoid traffic.
Oh, okay. So you're done for the week? You're not working tomorrow, are you?
I actually am working tomorrow.
Oh.
I know. And then I was off Monday. I think that's
Yeah,
off
that's
Monday.
true. That's right.
That's fine. I don't
Are you
care.
good?
Yeah.
Just trying to earn a living.
Tinker?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, let's go to 8 minutes and 56 seconds.
Because I'm in that demographic of guys that wants to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, like, you could have told her secret model at 37. I'm not asking for her to be. No.
So how unusual a guy he is.
Of course.
Of course. She's
I have done.
I know.
Well, to be honest.
I know.
And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit to, there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them, purposely do the opposite.
And she's going to screw her life because they're infinitely another day. They're infinitely another day.
What's that?
There's not going to be another day.
No. The reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice. But I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is that that's what she needs to do. You understand what I don't ever offend her. Because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendy, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could do it with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendy, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years. And 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself as a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can definitely ask her why she's not going out and dating because she was there with her for experience better.
I know.
But it opens it for you.
Of course. But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendy differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it as saying, Wendy, in a million years I would have dated a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendy, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. And she knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So, all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends.
I know.
Tell her that she deserved the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility of some kids who aren't his. Like, there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys want to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Only someone like him who's got these goals who knows what it's like, could understand it, and doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Look at a good example. Ted Berman. You were a little fucking odd, had that crazy mom lived on the other street. The lawyer. Okay. Ted Berman got divorced from his wife. He engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took, Warren Sapp. Football player. Yeah. He took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend to Lacasse. We'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First. So anyway, so he's engaged now to a girl that he's known forever. Okay. He has 3. I'm in that age group. I don't know.
I had explain that beeping noise that we just heard? What is that noise?
That's the sound that it makes when the officer who's monitoring the call, he minimizes it. So
Okay,
he'll
so
hit a
we're
button, it stops it, it makes that noise, and then when he presses it again to monitor again, it picks right back up on that same spot, basically.
All right, but we're gonna sort of
But it
pop
jump-
in and out of the conversation when we hear that noise.
Exactly. There's not a big pause in between. You'll hear the noise, and then the conversation will pick back up.
All right, and am I correct that the people that are being intercepted do not hear the noise, the beeping?
That's correct. They
The
do
idea.
not.
Okay. All right, let's play a little more.
One. And I'm wondering if two, that one. It's honestly, yes, your kids are a blessing to the or they're somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to go home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid parks in my face? No, with my nephews, I love them. But as far as dating someone, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule will look like. It's not just Wendy, it's Wendy and the three boys. It's three people you're dealing with. So you can't, and you can, trust me, I know what to say. I mean, and I listen, and a part of me for this because, you know what, someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
But that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, and I don't know what she said her niece or something like that.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not, but guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So, you can make a great guy, just doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick him out too?
This guy not only is crazy about her, but
yeah.
Crazy about his beliefs. And he's actually truth, and that's what.
That's why. Not because the truth is, she can meet a great guy. Those aren't his boys. She just doesn't like him. What does she do? Get rid of him? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the kids.
Tolerate the kids. He'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. But right now, they're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
I think you need to know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again. She's thrown it away. She's not only thrown it away for herself, she's thrown it away for she's got to do it again.
But you don't understand, you could never say that to her. Well, you can, it was a cool.
Yeah, I know.
You can say anything you want, it's America. I can just tell you the end of the company. You can tell me the beginning.
If I if you weren't here, that's what I would do. I would try.
I would try. And you fuck it up good. I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently than you can.
I know. Charlie, believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. And really, you know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with that, considering everything she's been through. I would just like.
You know what? She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that the two of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too. But I can tell you.
Really, and I appreciate what you do because
I go.
Who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say, "Hey, wake up"? This is not as a perfect time for you. I'm glad to be doing it.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like the new thing, to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
Because the truth, and that's what I can listen on.
And after another day, you going like, wake up.
Trust me, I'm buff. Let me let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like nothing her over the head, I feel like punching her and then knocked her over the head.
Sure.
So trust me on this. So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best, my best is very good.
I know.
And you gotta understand, the way I'll tell her too is like, Wendy, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I tell Jess all the time, Wendy, I wouldn't leave Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's no kid, and Jess totally wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has to, I go, what? What's it about? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto again. It's highly unlikely. So, and it's highly.
Okay, I think we get the idea. We're 2 years out, right, from Dan Markel's murder.
That's correct.
And who is Dave? Did you identify Dave through the course of the investigation?
We did. He's Dave Atel. He owned he was a successful businessman and lived in South Florida.
And is this the only call that happened to be captured on the wire in which these two are discussing Wendy's love life?
No, it wasn't.
They talk about Dave quite a bit.
They did several times.
All right, and they talk about Wendy's career options too, don't they?
They do.
And does the defendant, Donna Adelson, enlist Charlie to convince Wendy to do her bidding in reference to Wendy's career as well?
Correct, she does.
I'm going to publish call number 2873 at this time, Judge.
You may proceed.
Learn as much as you can from these people. Sounds like you're not learning much of anything.
No,
But I would take the course. The course is, you could do the courses 2 different ways. I think it's either 1 week and then you take the course, or you could go like every weekend for a month and then you take the test.
I'm not, yeah, but I'm not even thinking about that right now. Like, I still, I like how
This isn't what it's supposed to be.
So I would be.
Is this 2873? No, ew. All right, we'll come back to that one. Sorry, folks, wrong call. All right, are you familiar with the bump in this case?
I am.
All right, what's the bump?
The bump is where we took an undercover agent and had him approach Mrs. Adelson with a plan. It was during the time of the investigation, we had evidence that linked Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia to being the actual hitmen. So in 2016, we decided to created the bump to have an undercover approach her, pretending to be a former cellmate of Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera in 2016 was actually incarcerated in the Broward County detention facility and then went to another jail. So we wanted the undercover to pretend to be in a jail cell with Luis Rivera and pretend that Luis Rivera told him about the hit in Tallahassee with the Adelsons. Not with the Adelsons, but the hit that that was created, linking back because we had telephone calls going through, linking Luis Rivera to Sigfredo Garcia, then to Catherine McBanwa, then to Charlie Adelson, then to Mrs. Adelson here.
So it was a ruse.
It was a ruse.
Designed to generate chatter on the wire.
It was. It was 2 years after the homicide, and we started a wire, and we knew that they were not talking about the homicide anymore. So we wanted to we call it tickling the wire.
And was the goal to identify, if the pattern that we're seeing that we think is the members of the conspiracy, is that right? Who's a member of the conspiracy and what are their roles?
Yeah, we had Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia would talk, and then Sigfredo Garcia talked to Catherine McBanwa through the phones, Catherine McGavin would talk to Charlie Adelson through phones. Charlie Adelson would talk to Donna Adelson through the phones, and then it would go back, and it would always go back and forth in that order. It never skipped anyone. Never, no one ever jumped over to the other person. It always went back and forth. So we had that in the phone records leading up to the homicide, but what we didn't have was the conversations.
So was it of interest to find out, if we approach Donna Adelson in this way, what's she going to do? Who's she going to go to?
Exactly.
Is she
See
going to
what
call
her
the
reaction
police?
was.
Is she going to call Luis Rivera? What's she going to do?
Exactly.
Right? Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 113? Is that an evidence? 113 contains the combined videos from both the body-worn camera of the officer that approached the defendant and also the angle from across the street.
That's correct.
Okay, and are these fair and accurate recordings of the bump from both those angles?
They are.
All right, moving to evidence, States 113, Judge.
Any objection? No objection. States 113 is admitted.
All right, and the undercover, the officer that played the gang member, I guess, said that he was instructed not to be aggressive or not to scare the defendant. Was that you that instructed him on that?
It was. We had, we didn't want to cause concerns for the agent's safety. If he approached her being too aggressive and too scary, we didn't know how she would react, if she would possibly be armed at the time. We had no idea, so didn't want to create a hostile environment to make her become overly aggressive.
And is that a concern in every undercover operation, that you just kind of don't know what you're going to get? I mean, it's not specific to this defendant, right?
That's correct. That's in every case. We try to minimize the risk to the officer's safety and the people around.
Okay. Let's publish 113, please.
Black shorts. What is it? Yeah. Okay, bye. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You're scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, I just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Luto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times, and we want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuzo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Pause it, please. Does the defendant remain under surveillance for some time after this?
She does.
Okay, we see her take the paper from the undercover and fold it and put it into her purse. Does she ever take it out and look at it before she gets back into her building?
Not that we ever saw, no.
And does she make any phone calls once she goes back into her building?
When she goes back into her building, she does.
And who is the first person that the defendant calls after the bump?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, is that call A?
It is.
Okay, publish call A, please.
tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I need to be with you.
Okay.
Okay?
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay? So, I mean, I can be, I'll have to figure out something. Depends how late you'll be, wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Little Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys will finish their piano lesson around 4-ish, and I've got the traffic over there, and they take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's is it IRS or?
You know, those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but, you know, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to have to drive up that way. Okay? And,
Is Wendy all right? Is it involved Wendy?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and,
What is it? Is that his health okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of them.
What's that?
Probably the two of them. So we probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're going to take the boys up there?
Well, they can get them from home. We can get here till about 7 and Dad gets here.
So it's harder to talk to me today.
Or tomorrow, I mean, it's important.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really late.
I'm just concerned that I just have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little early, everything else is coming out here.
Can I ask you a question? Whose paperwork sent from?
I see that, that's great. It was something that came hand to hand to me. I exited the program today.
Is it anonymous or?
No, oh no, it's not anonymous. It's not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it. Oh, it's fine.
Right, whatever it is, it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
Yeah. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have to get the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually starts later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS.
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay? So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 is good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
I'll come down after that, everything else is soon.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Let me come by.
Would you describe the defendant's demeanor on this call as really calm?
Yes,
She says Dad's at work, fortunately.
she does.
Does she indicate that she's in fear on the call?
No, she does not.
She was handed a piece of paper that had an article about the murder of Dan Markel, right?
Correct.
That's what the interaction was about.
That's correct. That's what he handed her and made reference to it.
And when Charlie asks the defendant what it's about, what does she say?
She says the both of us,
Probably both of us. Probably the two of us.
and then the two of us. She said it twice.
Does she say the name Dan Markel on this call?
No, she does not.
Does she say the name Dan Markel anywhere on this wire?
No, not that I recall.
Did she report this incident to the police?
No, she did not.
Is there another call shortly after this one?
There it is.
Tell us about the next call, call B.
Call B is on the same day. It's from Mr. Charlie Adelson to Mrs. Donna Adelson, and it occurred about, I want to say about 20 minutes after the call we just listened to, at 2:35 p.m.
Let's publish call B, please.
Hey, how are you? Good. Is it you not paying the fund tax? I'm kidding. No, listen, what was I going to say? Do you mind paying my Brown & Brown insurance?
No.
Okay. Because I'm going to just stick with the same company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down to lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea that you do.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what you said about putting it in the lower bracket.
Okay. So you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she's handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. If they have to have it for, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And I was looking at and do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone says you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so if someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried. So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews come in. Sometimes they're not bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one.
So I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay. It's probably not.
Yeah, listen, people can always write, people can always say anything they want. It doesn't, someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually worked out perfectly. I had the day off.
Okay.
So
I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
all right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, I can give you a look. That's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this? I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah. I'll see if I have money to go and see what I can hear. Okay.
Was it? Can I ask you? Is someone blackmailing you?
Well, it's always a good possibility.
Do you think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe. Could be.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all?
It's going to be difficult because they won't finish the piano because you won't leave till about 4:15. And even if I came up there and got there a little after 5:15, it would still be tough to necessarily get back here in time for you to pick them up.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you? That's crazy. Did it have a, do you know who sent it to you?
I have a pretty good idea. But, you know, just walking in, either, I would like to, that's the try to get you today. I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for them to not know
Is it, so whoever sent you a letter, sent you an anonymous letter?
Not really anonymous.
Did they sign it?
It's hand-delivered.
So someone showed up, was it like by a process server?
That's what I said it was.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and with the light, and I put past both driveways with the icon.
Right.
And I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the boys this afternoon.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, Kitty, so let's stay up together, okay? Let's stay out here. I'll look on the computer when Ben finishes, okay? Yeah, nothing. Somebody moved exactly to our line. Called me down here.
And he came over and was it a young guy, an old guy?
So probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
Johnny, I can make you a attempt to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and then we're worried. I don't think it's a good idea for the girls to tell you that. You know?
All right.
And there's going to be a check for it.
Well, I mean, you have to get into this stuff with insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone hands you a letter like that. That aren't doing.
Usually better just keep it tomorrow, about 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You're never going to have it interpreted. So, let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. But let's meet tomorrow this afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, not really. I don't do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, just some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter?
No, it was just a copy of all of what was written in the letter. That was written in a copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think we should.
I mean, it's kind of sensitive. I'm kind of thinking if there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me. Well, I don't think it's. People threaten you, gotta go to the police. But let me talk. Let me see what it is. Let me see what nonsense it is first. It won't be the first time I'm threatened. But
I'd like you to just see what you think. Right here, right up here. So let's do that. Let's make it, 12:20, 12:30 tomorrow. That would be ideal. Okay?
Okay. You got it.
I'm going to get favorable for it, okay?
All right. Yeah. No. I'll come down. I'll see you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. If it's something serious, I'm going to recommend going to the police. So.
Oh, no, I know. That's what I'm supposed to do.
So, all right. That sounds good.
We'll talk tomorrow, okay?
All right.
On this call, we hear the defendant say that this is a particularly bad Yelp review. Is this an example of code talk?
Yes.
This doesn't have anything to do with the Yelp review, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so already in call 2, we've got code words being used.
That's correct.
And she indicates that Charlie should bring cash, and if he doesn't have it, she'll bring it, right?
She does.
Does she indicate she knows who sent her the letter?
She does, in a way. She knows who the person was by seeing him.
She says, I have a pretty good idea who sent it.
Right.
He asks if she wants to send him a picture of what she received from the person. What's her answer?
And she didn't think that was a good idea.
He asks if there's a threat, we should go to the police. What does she say about that?
She says, at the end, she finally says something like, we might do that, something around there.
Okay, but initially says not a good idea.
Correct.
And did anyone go to the police?
No.
Does she reiterate in this call no talking on the phone?
Did she indicate that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. And is there a third call in which Charlie calls back and presses for more information again?
Yes, there is.
How soon after call B do we get that next call?
The next call is at 3 o'clock, so about 15 minutes after that call ended.
All right. Publish call C, please.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is the person black, white, Hispanic.
What?
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. You could describe them to a T.
What's that?
You could describe them to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry? Or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But if someone trying, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but
and they have to, but I'd rather talk to you first.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, I know.
So
that's why I just want you to see, because I don't want your father upset. So.
Don't say anything to Dad until I take a look at it, because Dad's probably up there.
Absolutely.
On everything.
That's what I suggested, after you go to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. It's clear what's wanted.
What is it? Kind of fancy. What do they ask for?
I don't know. This TV is probably about $5,000.
They asked you for $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And then she, like an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra. Good morning. Good. How are you? Okay.
That's crazy. Let me take a look at it, and I'll go from there.
Lincoln's going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me take a look, and then I'll if you want to go to dinner, we'll see where we go. Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon, and I'll take a look at whatever. We'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's gonna be nice tomorrow. All right, sounds good. Okay. All right, sounds good. Love you, sweet honey. Bye bye. Yes.
All right, so this call, Charlie says obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
One moment. What is the objection? His approach.
Very, very intense moments. Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a towel. And this is not a good moment for Donna Adelson, as we have just heard the FBI transcript from the wiretap right after the bump of Donna Adelson. That was Charlie and Donna Adelson talking. I think we have more and more calls yet to come. As Holistic Psychology said, Donna, say goodbye to Harvey. You will be going to your forever prison in a few days. Donna knows exactly what this is about. This is so clear, says Holistic Psychology. Thank you for watching this clip. That was the FBI wiretap between Donna and Charlie right after the infamous Adelson family bump, which was designed to do exactly this. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard earlier, what was the name? There's a very odd term. Let me give you the exact FBI terminology. I wouldn't exactly say it's formal. The answer is, hold on, what was the term? It was to tickle a wire, and this was the tickle. The tickle led to this. You tickle with the bump, and then it led to this. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for watching. 1 second. I'm back. We're at sidebar. Look at the sidebar. That's the sidebar. Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're at sidebar. We have not had a sidebar in a while. We miss sidebars. Now, we're not up in Boston, so it's not really a sidebar. It's more like an alligator bar. You know, basically what I'm saying? All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am going to write this up. Here is the wiretap call between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson after the infamous Adelson family bump. And we should be coming out of sidebar now.
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your examination.
Oh gosh, where are we? Obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. And she says, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Why?
That's a good question.
Did you have the apartment bugged?
No, we did not.
Did the gang member have the apartment bugged?
No, he didn't.
And next, there's a statement, this TV is probably going to be about 5. Was there anything to do with the TV in this bump operation?
Yes.
Well, was the word TV mentioned to Donna Adelson when the undercover approached her?
No, not at all.
Did he say she was buying a TV for $5,000?
No.
Okay. So the TV, though, has significance in the greater context of your investigation?
That's correct.
How so?
Charlie Adelson had supposedly joked to several people about buying his sister a TV as a divorce present instead of hiring a hitman.
Right. And was that the same TV that also served as Wendy Adelson's alibi on the morning of the murder?
That's correct.
In this call that we just heard, Donna Adelson says that the person that approached her, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Will please clarify the question, Ms. Ketterman, so it's clear as the context.
When Ms. Adelson is talking on this call that we just heard, she says that the undercover, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Does she say the name of the ex-girlfriend
No.
to Charlie Adelson?
No, she doesn't.
All right. Did the undercover say the name of an ex-girlfriend to Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said Katie and Tudo.
Okay. And does Charlie have more than one ex-girlfriend?
Yes, he does.
He has a litany of them, right?
He does.
Okay. So when Charlie hears ex-girlfriend, does he, in fact, on the next call one of his ex-girlfriends?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And he has not been told Katie yet?
That's correct.
Okay. Who does he call?
He calls Catherine McManlin.
Is that our call D, the next call?
Yes, it is.
Publish call D, please.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
No, like, are you someplace you can talk to?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to?
You can talk right now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't get this place loud, so I can't get off.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside. Alright, let me turn it on. Alright, somebody, hang on, okay? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate.
Uh-huh.
But she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody was, she really wouldn't go into detail. I have no idea what this is in reference to.
Uh-huh.
But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, yeah. I'm like, first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involving the IRS or a payment or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine. They must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they're making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid the money.
For what?
I guess my mother didn't want to talk to me on the phone. But
like, did she see the person? Was she like, she should have like,
oh yeah,
asked her something?
that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
They must be, right? And you're like,
I said, yeah, you're fake police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send it to this. She's like, I just want to fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's involved. You didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
who was it with my mom?
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know what.
No, but I
who
feel sorry
knows?
for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
Like,
know.
a person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involved your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I called you.
What they wouldn't want from her.
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids, and was like, listen, just she doesn't have the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or if any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
Why not doing me? Yeah, like
I don't know.
girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be any. So I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even following, wasting your time. But if it
Yeah, I
does,
would feel bad for
then
your mom. Like, what the hell? Like, that was me. Would like, call me over right away? Like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing hat glasses? And Mom was like, no, I can take the person out one after the second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in the 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there and who she was. Addressed her. So, but anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot if it was some other text. But anyway.
Yeah, did you have any fight with anyone right over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it involved, they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's your story?
Yeah, but you can always talk about your events. Doesn't matter.
Alright, what time to finish work?
Thank you. Alright, let me know.
What time to finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like, I told them, like, I'm usually between, like, 9:30 to... You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to, like, 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
Like, today I was, like, super, like, crazy.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna come. Okay?
Yeah, I'm, like, right there as well.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
Alright. No worries, kiddo.
Alright.
Alright. Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Business.
In this call, Charlie Adelson tells Catherine Magbanua that the man that approached his mother said, quote, something regarding her son and his ex-girlfriend. Did the undercover say anything about Charlie Adelson or Donna's son?
No.
Did the undercover reference Charlie Adelson at all?
No, he did not.
When Donna Adelson relayed to Charlie what the undercover did she say they mentioned you?
No.
But he deduces that he misremembers that it's about him.
That's what it appears, correct.
Did he proceed after this call to call any of his other ex-girlfriends?
No, he did not.
Did he speak to anyone else about this other than the family members that we're going to hear in Catherine Magbanua?
No, he didn't.
Right. There was discussion of an in-person meeting between the defendant and her son, Charlie Adelson. Did that take place?
It did.
When did that take place?
The following day at about, I think it was around 1 o'clock.
Is this April 20th, 2016?
That's correct.
Where did the meeting take place?
It took place behind Mrs. Adelson's building. They actually met in the building, we believe, and then came out in the back of it and walked down. There's a sidewalk along the water behind their building. And they walked along the sidewalk to a restaurant called Monty's, and there's a table out by the water, out by itself, just behind the restaurant, that they went and sat at and met there and talked.
What, if any, efforts were...
So if you need your hearing assisting device, please wear it so you do not miss any of the evidence. Please ask your question again.
What, if any, efforts were made to surveil or record the meeting between Charlie Adelson and the defendant?
Yes, I had recording equipment brought in, and we tried to get as close as we could to them. They sat out away from anyone else across the sidewalk, right by the water on one side of them and the sidewalk on the other, and we couldn't get very close to them without alerting them that we were there.
Were you able to record the contents of their conversation at that in-person meeting?
No, we tried, but it was inaudible. There was no
Were
audio.
you able to get any photographs of this in-person meeting?
I was.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to interview State Circuit 3.
Any objection?
No objection.
State Circuit 3 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Can you describe for the jury their demeanor, the way in which they were speaking at this meeting?
Yes, they were talking in very low voices, and Mr. Adelson is usually very loud, but he was not talking in a loud voice in this particular meeting. Even when they walked down the sidewalk, they were talking very low, leaning into each other, almost a whisper.
How long did the meeting last?
I believe around 30 minutes at the table.
Judge, I think this might be a good time to recess for the day.
Members of the jury, we are going to take our break for the evening. At this point, once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Also, as well, do not seek out any information or news reporting concerning this matter. Just leave the items that you were handed in your chair along with your notepads. Please report tomorrow at 8:30, and we will continue with the examination of the witness. We anticipate getting started by 8:45. Have a good evening. Everyone can be seated. Ms. Kappelman, for the direct of Agent Sanford, how much longer do you believe that will take tomorrow?
It's going to take most of the day tomorrow. I do hope to get a couple more witnesses on for the end of the day.
Very well. Does either party need to be heard before we go into recess?
Judge, I'd like to be heard. I respect your ruling, although I thought that you had indicated that you were instructing Ms. Kappelman not to provide cumulative testimony when we returned.
Well, she is not testifying at all. This is about the form of the question that we're getting to.
One of my objections is that in fact she is testifying, and I failed to mention that at sidebar. So the jury is getting to hear the recorded call. There's a highlighted transcript in front of them that they're leading and reading while we're going through the call. Then Mrs. Kappelman could have asked questions like, did Charlie say this? Was somebody's name mentioned? Instead, she's repeating again what's on the call, and that's not fair to my client. That's not following the rules of evidence, and I just want to make a record. Thank you.
Concerning that matter, I've already made my ruling. She is allowed to ask questions that go to the context of what has been admitted. There's nothing more I have to say on the subject concerning this. Are there any other matters?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
I'll review the recording that the state provided, and I'll have an answer to the court and the state in the morning.
Well, please report by 8:30. We will await the jurors, and then we'll continue with the examination of Agent Sanford. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, folks, we'll watch the last images. All right, that'll do it for the day. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for being with us today. That was a long day of coverage, folks. Absolutely long day of coverage. Hold on. your last images of Donna Adelson for the day. So full FBI testimony tomorrow with Agent Sanford. We didn't really get going. We're going to see the bump video tomorrow, just so you know. If you've been waiting to see the bump video, we're going to see it. All right, you want to see the bump video? Let's watch the bump video. You want to see it? A preview of tomorrow, folks? So we're not doing a recap today because it was all leading up to the bump. We didn't really get there, but here's the bump video.
Black shorts. What is it? Yeah. Okay, bud. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Lugo for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times, and we want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuco. Well, this will explain it. Thank you. Not from this area.
Did that conclude your contact with Donna Adelson?
Yeah.
There's the infamous bump video, ladies and gentlemen. But we got an early preview. Yes, indeed we did. Look at that bump. They call it the bump, ladies and gentlemen. That is the infamous bump. All right? You get bumped, that's what it looks like. That's a bump, ladies and gentlemen. The famous bump. Yes, Bossy Texas Chick, you take your theory, you run with it. We'll even do a poll right now. All right, let's do a Bossy Texas Chick poll. All right, so hold on. Hold on. Let's see. What was Bossy Texas Chick's theory? If they live hold on. So let's do it. If they would have bumped when in this case, would this case, hold on, I got to frame this as a towel poll. Would this case have been closed a long time ago? Yes. No. All right, there you go. No push poll. What's George's number? We need answers. How about a non-push poll? If they would have bumped Wendy instead of Donna, would this case have been closed a long time ago? I've ran a poll for you, bossy Texas chick. The answer after 2 votes is 100% yes. Now, it's a very early, unscientific towel poll. Now, it seems to be 3 votes yes now, bossy Texas chick. I think we have a very, very good postulate. It could evolve into a theorem. Ladies and gentlemen, bossy Texas chick Bella, she's not just a cat, she's a postulating theorist, all right? Bella, you go ahead and tell bossy Texas chick you have a postulate and a theorem and some kind of whatever comes after a postulate and a theorem. All right, a theory or something along those lines. We'll call it Bella's theory. All right. So we now have 6 votes. It's still 66 to 33%. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We can't do a closing today. We can't do a wrap up because we didn't get to the bump video. We're going to get to it tomorrow. Big day of testimony today. More testimony tomorrow around 8:40 a.m. Eastern time in the Donna Adelson and Dan Markel trial. I'm going to be with you early in the morning. We're not going to start super early because we don't need to get caught up on everything. We're fully caught up, but we'll still start a little bit early. Let me announce the towel trivia winners before we go. Towel trivia winners, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't play a lot of towel trivia, but I'm thrilled to announce the winners nonetheless. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and show those towel trivia winners on the screen. Everybody ready? Here we go. Towel trivia winners coming up right now. All right, please add them to the screen. Where are they? I thought I already had it up. I guess I did. All right, here we go. Towel trivia winners. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. It was a well-fought day. It was a hard-fought day. We had a lot of testimony. They certainly make good use of taxpayer money. Now, the champion going into today was Allie and Rue. Our champion going into tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, she is a first-time towel trivia champion. Pete Bunny Towel is losing his ever-loving mind because Bunny Towel has come in first place for towel trivia. Now, we didn't get to finish. I know we're going to take up holistic psychology's category as a new category tomorrow because we can't just start playing without having told people to come back. That would be incredibly unfair. But what we can do, ladies and gentlemen, is we can look at the scores for the day. Pete Bunny Towel is by my side. He's ready to announce the scores. He is an excitable Pete Bunny Towel. Now, Towel did not have his best performance of all time. All right, he didn't do that well. He's just a little towel. All right, but I fought hard. I did okay. Now, our winner for the day, wearing the crown for the first time ever. She's taking the crown home. She is a bunny towel. She will be wearing it overnight, even though Holistic Psychology will be wearing the chat crown. You are a super towel, Holistic Psychology. Bossy Texas chick was like, Grant, did you see where I said, now I know how you feel when you win a case? Oh my goodness, Bunny Towel is in chat. Pete Bunny Towel, are you excited? Would you like to announce the winner? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Pete Bunny Towel is here to tell you that Bunny Towel won the day. Bunny Towel wears the towel trivia crown. 6 points, the big win. You are the champion. Congratulations, Bunny Towel. First ever time as champion. You shall wear the crown overnight. Pete Bunny Towel is losing his mind. You've made him very excited. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, right on the podium alongside Bunny Towel, it was a close second place tie. It was Ruth and Jill Towel coming in, tied 5 points apiece. Excellent job. The podium finish. Second place, Ruth and Jill Towel. All right, Pete Bunny Towel, try to calm down. In third place, it's Allie Towel, Rue, and Toffee Towel. They did an excellent job, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait a minute. We have an update to the scores. I underranked myself. It doesn't actually change the scores for anybody, I don't think. Hold on. I underranked myself. I made it onto the podium after all. It doesn't change anybody's scores or rankings, but I made it onto the podium. We actually have a 3-way tie for second. He forgot himself, ladies and gentlemen. Allie and Rue had to come in and save him. Yes, there is a 2-way tie for second. It doesn't change anybody's positioning or scores. It was actually Little Towel. All right, Pete Bunny Towel, I realize I forgot to list myself. You don't have to get upset. Oh, he's very, very upset. Oh, okay. All right. Damn commies. In any event, in third place, ladies and gentlemen, In third place, it is Allie and Vro. Don't vote for Michelle Wu, vote for Vro. And Pete Bunny Towel. Toffee Towel. Excellent job, Allie and Vro and Toffee Towel. Pete Bunny Towel would like Toffee Towel to know she's a diva and he is into it. In fourth place, with serendipitously enough, 4 points, right outside the top 3, which were Bunny Towel. And then in first, a 3-way tie for second, Ruth Towel, Jill Towel, Towel Towel. And then third place, Allie Towel, Ruth Towel, and the love of Bunny Towel's life, Toffee Towel, even though he's never met her. Right outside the top 3, Sema Towel, 4 points. Excellent job, Sema Towel. Tied, we have a score mix-up. Tied in 4th place, not in 5th place. Tied in 4th place with Sema Towel, ladies and gentlemen. It is Holistic Psychology. Now, Holistic Psychology was here from the very beginning of the day. Holistic Psychology deserves to have Pete Bunny Towel, as I drop my keyboard, delivered, have a message delivered to them by Pete Bunny Towel in German. So give me 1 second. All right, hold on. I have to deliver Holistic Psychology a message. All right, you all can hear it in German. All right, hold on. Dearest thank you so much for spending the day with me, Pete Bunny Towel, and hold on, Bunny Towel and Towel. We think that the German people are wonderful, that you are a Bavarian princess of some kind, and that the German government should subsidize the cost of finger towels. This is a national imperative. Someone call the Foreign Office. Also, hold on, I'm almost done. Also, Pete Bunny Towel loves you all. Okay, ready for the message? Take it away, Pete Bunny Towel.
Liebe Holistic Psychology, vielen Dank.
Hold on a second, I have to start this again. 1 second. When you think it wouldn't be that big of a deal to drop your keyboard, but then you unplug your headphones, and it just becomes a mess. You know what I'm saying? It just becomes a whole mess. And then Pete Bunny Towel can't even read his message in German. I did it again. Everybody gets frustrated. All right, do it.
Liebe Holistic Psychology, vielen Dank, dass du den Tag mit mir, Pete Bunny Towel und dem Handtuch verbracht hast. Wir finden die Deutschen wunderbar. Dich wie eine bayerische Prinzessin und die deutsche Regierung sollte die Kosten für Fingerhandtücher subventionieren. Das ist ein nationales Gebot. Ruft doch mal das Auswärtige Amt an. Und Pete Bunny Towel hat euch alle lieb.
And now in English, please.
Dearest Holistic Psychology, thank you so much for spending the day with me, Pete Bunny Towel and Towel. We think that the German people are wonderful, that you are a Bavarian princess of some kind, and that the German government should subsidize the cost of finger towels. This is a national imperative. Someone call the Foreign Office. Also, Pete Bunny Towel loves you all.
Thanks, Pete Bunny Towel. Thank you very much for that very important German public service announcement. Yes, Pete Bunny Towel certainly knows how to win over the German people. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Next, after Sema Towel and Holistic Psychology, both tied at number 4, serendipitously enough, with 4 points, we have in 5th place Colleen Henry and Buck Towel, the ever-vigilant guardians of the American Midwest and members of NORAD, clearly, coming in 5th place with 3.5 points. Excellent job. Oh, no, you missed the towel trivia round. It was during lunch, Bossy Texas Chick. You can play tomorrow, my dear friend. I promise you some rounds. We'll just start playing during lunch if you're around. In 5th place, Colleen Henry and Buck Towel. Excellent job. Holistic Psychology says, Vom Ausvergatem Amt. I think that probably means I love you, Pete Bunny Towel. That's what I'm going to assume. In sixth place, we have a two-way tie. In the position of honor, ladies and gentlemen, Francesca Towel and Holy Ralph Male Empire coming in 3 points apiece, making Pete Bunny Towel very proud. He's over here just talking about how he hates the commies. He's very pleased. Look at him. He's giving the commies the side eye. That's the Pete Bunny side eye. Hold on. 1 second, little towels. 1 second, little towels. Hello, I am a towel. So congratulations, Pete Bunny Towel fell down, but he would like to say congratulations to you all. Excellent job, Towel Trivia. Francesca Towel living up to their position of honor. That is the position of honor. Laughing myself to death, Grant. You can't speak German. We have to train more together. That is true. I cannot speak German. Holistic psychology likes to troll me by getting me to try to say German words. No, you crack that damn case, Bossy Texas chick. Buck Towel's gonna go get the hot air balloons. You crack the case. All right. So my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have had a good day. If you liked this stream, you know what I'm going to say. We aren't doing any towel assistance today. But if you want to do a small act of service, you have benefited from this feed. Just drop a prayer or a donation over on Lindsay Gattani's Give, Send, Go, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that we talk a lot on this stream about how we can help the most vulnerable? But one of the ways that you can help the most vulnerable right now, ladies and gentlemen, is you can go ahead and help Lindsay Gattani. You can send a donation, givesendgo.com, GEFJ4. All donations sent between now and September 3rd are doubled. So if you like this stream today, if you benefited from it, go ahead, consider donating to Lindsay's fundraiser. She's in control of it. It goes directly to her. There's a third-party payee that helps distribute those funds for Lindsay. Towel is just going to match all donations that come in until September 3rd. Right? Up to $500. All right? So you go ahead. Please consider doing that. Towel appreciates you very much. God bless you. Lindsay is worthy of your support. Now, Towel's also going to say this. Did you know that this is a Towel public information service, and it's designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, such as to engender, coach, and public discourse, and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. So if you really want to support this stream, you can let people know about it. We almost hit 4,000 on the Towel X today. Excellent job, folks. Excellent job. And secondly, I want to say hello to folks in the Towel chat. Oh, Colleen might be out with Buck Towel protecting the American Midwest. Holistic Psychology was great to see you. Francesca Towel, Bossy Texas Chickabella, Allie Bruin Toffee Towel. It was great to see you. Bunny Towel, Jill Young Smith. Great to see you. Great playing trivia with you, my dear friends. Elijah Towel, thank you for hanging out. Modelo Macy, we missed you as well. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. SD, thank you so much. ESDEE for spending some time with us. My dear friend, you are wonderful. Holy Ralph Mill Empire, excellent job today in trivia. Christina Towel, glad we got to see you after work, my friend. Thank you so much for stopping by. You know what I'm really going to say, ladies and gentlemen, though? If you really benefited from this stream, if you want to pay it forward, look for reasons to do a small act of service. It can be as simple, ladies and gentlemen, as donating to homeless veterans. So long as there is one veteran homeless against their will in the United States, we have failed as a society. Now, if some veterans want to go live in the woods, we're not going to stop them. But if there's a veteran homeless against their will in the United States, we have failed as a society. So you can donate to veterans and make sure that we can help those who helped us and served our country. Toffee Towel says goodnight, by the way. You also, speaking of Toffee Towel, you can donate to animal shelters, ladies and gentlemen. You could donate to animal shelters in particular run by veterans. People like animals. Rue and Toffee Towel and Bella and Buck are animals. People also like veterans. Animal shelter run by veterans. Now, maybe you want to just donate to an animal shelter. That's absolutely okay. Helping animals is very important. So that's a good way to help. If you are in the UK, did you know you can donate to the Big Issue? That's a way to help people experiencing homelessness in the UK. You also, ladies and gentlemen, could do something as simple as smile at someone on the street. Reach out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or even donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and have them designated honorary towels forevermore. And in that way, ladies and gentlemen, we can live up to our towel eudaimonia or summum bonum in the ancient Greek or the Latin, respectively, our greatest good, and as such, bring about a change from the current realpolitik centered on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power to one based on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. I believe it's possible because of you all, my towel friends. I truly do believe it, and I think those small acts of service will ripple outwards and bring about the new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel. Glad to be on this journey with each and every one of you. Selena, I'm so glad I got to see you at the end, my friend. God bless each and every one of you. I appreciate it. I'm so glad we spent the day together, even covering this tough case. Way more to come in the Donna Adelson trial tomorrow, Thursday, August 28th, 2025. We'll be live after 7:30 or 8 a.m. to do it all again. YouTube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis, X.com @Grant Smith Ellis. Join in, play some trivia. Looking forward to it. Towel friends on the X, you know you got a few minutes at the beginning, so I'm going to give the towel friends on the YouTube a few minutes at the end. God bless you. Be safe out there. Try to enjoy the sunshine, the fleeting fall sunshine while you have it, if you're in an area of the country where the days are getting shorter, but the temperature is also hopefully getting a little bit more tolerable. God bless, towel friends on the X. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Going to spend a few minutes with towel friends on the YouTube. Until we see each other tomorrow, be well. Towel loves you very much. Towel friends on the YouTube, let's read this comment. Good night, Ruth. It was great to see you, my friend. Holistic Psychology says, good night, lovely towels from all over the world. No matter if you identify with a fingertip towel or a tea towel, doesn't matter. We all love each other. What a wonderful sentiment. Towel, so grateful we got to spend some time together today, my friends. I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. I'll get the stream up right away. For us to be able to spend some time with each other. The chat will go up in the next 5 minutes for tomorrow's stream. I'll look forward to seeing you in the morning. I'll keep this stream running and this chat going until we get a chance to see each other. Thank you for being such a good support network to each other. Thank you for being such an important part of Towel's life. It means a lot to me. Peggy Towel, I'm so glad I got to see you at the end of the day, my friend. This community is a special place. Come and go as you see fit. We're always here. Take your friendships that you build here, build them off-site. Take your life and make it one that's defined by camaraderie, compassion, and love, whether in the most difficult moments or whether in your best moments. I think it's important that we're there for our friends in the difficult moments and that we're with them in moments of triumph, and that every moment in between we can look them in the eye. And if you can't, then you're not a friend to them. And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, this community is something special. It is it's an honor, really, to be with you all. And I'll never take it for granted. Some days I get tired. You know, I think everybody gets tired. But we wake up, we do it again tomorrow. And I'm going to look forward to that very much. So God bless you very much, towel friends. Oh, I have to change the timing. I am not going to go live on August 27th at 5:20 p.m. I selected the wrong time. I'm going to go live August 28th, so that's going to be tomorrow. Hold on. I'm going to go live tomorrow, August 28th. It's actually Thursday tomorrow, thankfully. I thought it was Friday. August 28th, and we're going to aim for 8 a.m. Little Towels. All right? So I'm going to share that link in the chat now. I hope all of you have a wonderful night. I appreciate you so much. Here's the link for tomorrow's chat, Little Towels. All right, friends. Have a good rest of your night. Towel loves you so dearly. Be well. Enjoy the time. Sleep well. Get some rest. All 4,000 of you over on the Towel X. Towel appreciates you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Until tomorrow, Towel loves you all very much. Be well. God bless.